I think sometimes it's difficult to scope out teams from just 2 weeks because you haven't seen all the teams play against each other. But we have a good metric because Gen.G played all the other top teams and beat all of them convincingly. So I guess T1 was the one they beat the least convincingly.
But also Hanwha was very early.
DK.
Yeah, but I mean, they beat, if you think about the teams from the LCK Cup, right? The top 5 teams were clearly Hanwha, Gen.G, Nongshim, D+, T1. I think everyone's clear on that. Even though T1 and KT were in the same position, KT went close.
Yeah.
Gen.G have played all the other teams who are in the top 5 and beaten all of them. So, obviously, yeah, like form changes over the, like, Honda's form may be different now than it was at the start, but I think Gen.G have made a very convincing argument that surprisingly, this is crazy, I know. Regular season Gen.G, pretty good.
I can't believe you said that live. That's
very
crazy.
controversial,
That's
very
crazy.
brave.
This is live. This isn't even recorded.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do you know what's also brave? You understanding how brave that is.
Yeah.
When you're saying how brave you are.
You know,
Like,
I knew it
that's
was
brave.
brave and I chose to say it anyway, so
Yeah.
I appreciate
He
you
does do
appreciate
that.
Mao
It's
hasn't
just
said
pretty
anything.
much courage.
Mao doesn't seem like he doesn't think it's very brave.
Yeah, but I think
Do you disagree?
I would actually slightly change the season or the statement and go not Gen.G in regular season, just Gen.G in LCK.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then if you add that, I don't think it's really brave.
I think that takes away from the bravery.
Yeah.
I think it's braver
Really?
to just say
Just
it without
regular
any
season?
caveats. Just regular season. It's much braver to have a more limited.
Well, there's.
Yeah.
I think
must be.
the only thing I want to highlight for Gen.G, because all the other players, we know they've been there. Obviously, Ruler is back, but the team functions the same way.
Yep.
I'm glad to see Duro step it up. That was the thing we were, I think, collectively worried about after LCK Cup, because he started off really, really weak. And I don't know if he's going to hit the peaks of, you know, the light carrier that people kind of look towards as the golden standard. But he's been a very solid support, and team has been doing well with him.
I was ready for like a big development arc that like it's like this is Duro at the start of the year, and by the end of the year, he's a complete player. We have the growth, we have like, you know, maybe some ups and downs, the hero's journey. Mao knows I love that, and he has to battle through adversity. And it's like with 2 weeks, I'm like, yeah, this guy's good. You know,
It's just happened. Yeah.
you know, it's like you're watching a show and it just feels like they just retconned all that stuff, and they just very quickly were like, okay, episode 1, he's just like a complete rant, and then episode 2, he's like the GOAT. I'm like, oh well.
It's like you're not actually watching a show. You're watching a movie, and the movie is
don't
about
have
what
time.
happens after the development.
they don't
phase,
have time
and
for the
then the
development.
drama happens.
Yeah, it is literally that.
I think Duro's been good. I think he hasn't been good for long enough. You know, I think we're all hyped that he's good and that he was not very good in LCK Cup, and that kind of held them back. And now it looks like the complete Gen.G team that we like. I think also another mention should be given to Canyon as well, who looked kind of very iffy in the LCK Cup, and he came in, and now he's looking much better. You know, there's a lot that goes into being a pro player. It's a long year, especially now with LCK Cup and this very long format as well. You know, they didn't get first. Maybe they were like, okay, well, it's just LCK Cup, and now we're really going to hunker down for the LCK season and really try our best because, you know, same roster, Canyon and Duro are playing well. LCK Cup, they didn't get to win that money, but it's fine.
You know who also was playing like 20 games of TFT a day and also wasn't really that good compared by his usual standards? Was Chovy in LCK Cup.
Yeah.
And
True,
then I was
yeah.
like, you know, if this actually continues for spring, it could be one of the worst splits he's had because he's been domestically so insanely dominant. And then now we're 2 weeks in, we're like, no, that's not.
Chovy pretty good, actually, as it turns
not
out.
happening.
You know what's funny? You know the T1 series? Like, I honestly was watching that. I was like, this is like an all-time, like, rough performance from Chovy, like, in the start. I was like, he's not
Yeah.
playing. And then the Victor game happened, and it's like, oh my god,
It's washed away.
POM, he's fucking, what an absolute beast. And, like, it. But the other bits of the series are a little, like,
I feel like he started off slow and then was just really, really good.
I mean, game 3 was insane. But
Yeah.
definitely game 1, I was a bit like,
So Gen.G, I think, is undisputed winner of the first week.
Yep.
Or first
oh,
2
just
weeks, rather.
copying me then, Mao. I see how it is.
I already
I
had
mean,
it
this
wrote
should
it down,
come-
actually.
this should
I'm
come
not
as-
copying
No,
you.
we're talking about the first 2 weeks, right? The big winners. I think Hanwha Live. I'm trucking on. Poor choice of words. I do think Hanwha Live looked like regular season LCK Cup Hanwha Live. up until they face T1, where it's like, I feel like 2 of the players at a given time are playing well, and then the other 3 are just
I think
kinda doing
Hanwha are
stuff.
just like, it's not playoffs yet. We don't care.
that. Yes, I'm not even joking. Because after yesterday, I'm like, okay, if they need to lock in, they can.
I think something in Peanut unlocks when he faces T1. Where, like, he's just he
was a
locks
demon
in.
yesterday.
Yes, he locks in, and then the next week he'll be like, "Oh, we're playing against like Bro, whatever." It's like, yeah.
That happens all the time.
Wait, that's
All
the Saturday
season long.
Showdown next week.
No, it's
Genji.
Genji
Bro.
Bro. Oh wait, yeah, it's
But
Genji
it, but
Bro.
it has
He's
had
not on-
Peanut
he's
has
not
on
on
that
Genji
team
anymore.
again. No,
Yeah.
but the Peanut lineup has also lost 2-0 to Bro in the final week of regular season before they won playoffs.
Yeah,
so
I'm
it is
sure we
just-
can get a Saturday Showdown of Hanwha Life Esports, Bro, when it comes up. That'll happen. You got to lock in there.
So
Oh, man.
Hanwha just good, no notes, right? Like they won first time. They
Yeah,
won
I
the
think
Skate Cup.
Hanwha are like I don't
They're not
know-
interesting.
Yeah, they're not interesting because we know how good they are, and they haven't really been doing that. But like when they start doing
And
that,
then
we'll start
yesterday they did.
adjudicating.
Nothing much has really changed, right?
I-
Like
I-
when they need to look good, they look good, and then the first match
Say
against
it's-
Genji, like that's
Say
just
it's going like what was
whatever.
it, 0-5. It doesn't matter.
I think
Yeah.
the thing is some teams, if they have good performances, bad performances, you question their consistency. But with Hanwha Life Esports, they are the clutch team. So like whatever their peak is, that is what you're gonna get when the stakes are high, and we saw that all over the LCK Cup. So
Yeah.
based on their peak we've had so far, which was the T1 series, if we went to playoffs right now, I'd expect that level from them. That's just how they function.
Yep, I think as long as they're like top 6, Hanwha are chilling.
So they could be better than Genji, but because they got wrecked in that first match, we can't say that they are better than Genji
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah.
But they could be. Like if it comes to like a best of 5 lock-in scenario.
If you ask me
Is
right
Hanwha Life
now
better?
to predict a best of 5 between the two teams, I would be saying HLE 100% of the time.
That's interesting. I thought you were going to say Genji.
I don't about 100% of the time. I mean, I do think that no matter what is going on right now, and the fact that Genji's bopped everyone, it doesn't make things like solid in my mind, and I think we've learned from that.
Yeah,
That's kind of what he's saying, right? Like he would go for Hanwha
No,
Life
but he
Esports when
said
the-
100% Hanwha. I'm not 100%. I just think that if those two win the finals, it would depend on how playoffs went. It would depend on a lot of factors. Then I'd flip a coin, and then everyone else
And then
would
you
have a
take
different
an
vote.
average. Yeah,
And then
yeah,
I, for some reason, I have a different protection from everyone else, and then it'd be right, and then everyone would be like, "Wow, so great," and I'd be like, "Thanks, coin."
And you make a tweet about that. And, yeah.
he's speaking from experience.
Hypothetically, of course.
We can
right.
gloss over DK. I think we can all agree to that.
Gloss over them at third.
Are they better than T1?
Oh,
I think it just depends on
Yeah.
whether or not they feel like it.
I don't think we have enough information on D+, because the only top team they've played is Genji.
I think we need to see the series after the one they just played against Genji, where they tried to lock in completely to get their not like 18 in a row losses, and they got so close, and it
Didn't.
was not good enough.
Yeah.
And so their next match, which could be against like any team, if they just look terrible, then we'll know that, it's the same thing again. It's like, well, we tried, and then.
But I
you
think
know.
the next team they play, if it's like a lower
It
tier
is.
team,
Yeah, I remember. It
then
is.
they'll probably win, but they won't look super convincing because it's D+. Maybe we'll go to 3 games or something.
Yeah.
They'll do some trolling. I just think it's hard to judge because I think Genji are like that kryptonite, right? But I would like to see them play against one of the other stronger teams. Like, I feel like a D+ against T1 or HLE or Nongshim would go a long way to kind of help me judge that level.
The only, just to clarify, the only reason I think so is because I think T1 is clearly going through a lot right now. I think that T1 that played against Genji, and I want to make, because obviously we're going to talk about it a little bit. This is not about Guma versus Smash playing, because in the series against Hanwha Life, everyone got monster gapped, right? Like, there was not there wasn't really an individual player you could point toward because
That's what
everyone
all
was
the
getting
Smash
demolished.
defenders are saying.
Yeah, I think that's.
You know what?
If you believe that Smash is the guy, then
Yeah,
you
that's
would
what
say
that-
that.
that's what they're saying.
I want to say a point.
All the Guma guys are like, obviously, we need to put Guma in
Okay,
because he would have made
I-
a difference.
actually,
I want to say, because I feel like
It's pretty clear, Mal.
I want to say
you guys held it for so long as well. I'm serious though. I want to clarify. Right now, obviously, there's a lot going on. I think right now DK look better. In a few weeks, it might look different, right? If you ask me now, I'd go DK over T1. I'm also biased towards DK. I also fell for this whole bit completely, so there's no winning.
I want to
Daniel?
say that I feel like obviously there's a lot of drama about the 80 carry situation, But I think because of that, people are hyper-focused on them. And they're like, oh, they just lost to Gen G with Guma. If they'd switched him, they would have won. And then they say, oh, Smash got stomped. If they'd switched him, what this? I think people are completely overestimating. Like, they're thinking everything is down to the AD carry thing. Realistically, they lost in both of those situations, and there was a lot of factors to why they lost. And, like, I just feel like people are hyper-focused because it's the relevant thing, it's the drama, it's the thing that's been subbed out. And people just need to, like, there's so many things that went wrong in the Hanwha Life Esports series. Yeah. And even, like, people are pinpointing Guma's last moment when, like, he stepped up to Chovy and died. And it's like, I feel like it's one of those things where people focus on the very last moment of the game. And realistically, if he hadn't died, the game might have gone on a little longer. They were still losing that game.
Yeah, there were three nips down. There was like, they couldn't have even pushed out.
The game was still over. If anything, maybe he could have just ended 2v1 because of the super minions in the Baron. Like, if anything, maybe him going for the kill when he was low I think, might have actually been the right play. And yeah, backfired, but like everyone's like, oh, you lost the game. It's like, it's that thing when a team are like 15k goal down and then the final mistake, like, that's why. Like,
so what you're saying is you need to chill. You need to not get into needless fights on the internet.
I think
I was waiting to see who was going to make the reference.
The fights I get. Look, all I'm saying is people are very focused on which player they like more and they want to see play, and that's fine. Fans are entitled to have their opinion. We're a bit more focused on the gameplay, and it's like I think people are just trying to force narratives and not really kind of being unfair on both the players and bringing up unfair points. Like, you can have a preferred player and that's completely fine, but it's like spreading misinformation to try and trash talk a player. I think it's pretty disingenuous.
For me, like, I think that it's totally okay to come into the conversation saying, this is my favorite player. I really wish that he was the player chosen to be put into the team. Yeah. Or even more healthily, you could say, I really wish he was playing up to the standard to be a better choice than other option.
So I think that is, for me, to tie it back to T1, because I think on Hanwha we all agree, that's also the reason why I expect there to be a good amount of trying different drafts, trying different strategies, because reality is, for a team of this caliber, regular season is legitimately just about figuring out how to play the video game. Yeah. And then if in playoffs they still underperform, that's when I think you'd start to get more worried and we'd have very different conversations. But for now, it's week 2 of a incredibly long season.
Yeah.
Like,
we would never overreact about week 2 and make predictions about it, right?
Right?
The Comic Sans is on the line. This is what we have to do, and that's what we love. Okay? And, like, look, I understand it's your birthday, and we have to try and be nice, and so I'm going to try and do that. But that's the whole point of this episode, is we have to be true to our current feelings, okay? And overreactions is, like, it's actually the title of the episode.
Oh.
Or at least it's going to be close to that, or something like that. I don't know what the title is yet. I'm going to probably look silly, but I still think that it's really important. I've got Chronicle writing something down on his pad like a therapist. What is it? What did you write down?
No, I'm talking.
What did you write about me?
I'm talking about my feelings.
Okay.
This is what my feelings say. You told me to follow my feelings.
Oh God.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm not doing that.
Oh man, he went from I'm going to be honest and not make overreactions to I'm putting DK.
Don't you guys want to do a recap on our bottom 5 teams as well?
Oh, 100%. We are not finished yet. We are only like
let's not
we're only halfway through.
Nongshim.
So yeah, actually, so what do we have? We have a pretty like understandable Gen G. We're relatively okay with that. And this is we are going to differ, and we can obviously make different choices here. But I think we're pretty unanimously Hanwha second, or maybe first. It depends what context you put it in. And then it's like from 3 till 5. I think is like an interesting one. Although I think Nongshim is almost definitely 5.
I actually, after today, I think we have a very clear top 2. Then we have 2 teams that, if they play well, and I assume T1 will become part of that, is part of that core. DK can be on good days, but I think consistently they won't be. And then I don't actually think, to me, there's that much of a difference in the level of gameplay from 5 to 9.
Wait, who's 10?
DNF.
Oh, really? Wait, you're putting
including 5.
DNF. Whoa, the known bro anti has placed a team.
Wait, and also he's putting Nongshim with...
You're putting Nongshim with the group?
Yeah, I also wouldn't put Nongshim with the group.
Why?
I'm putting...
Wow.
He
ticked up a level, and like he just lost point.
I truly don't.
He
think
rearranged his stats.
They
or something.
they got absolutely blasted by Gen G.
Wait, sorry. Say that again. They got absolutely blasted by who? Say that again.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's valid. But I don't
Who
think
did they beat today? DRX?
After-
the world's
with
champion
Pleta?
team? With Pleta?
an obvious
Huge
upgrade.
win.
Choose your words carefully.
If you ask me to predict, I'd still put Nongshim 5th because that's how they look right now. What I'm saying is I don't think there's a substantial increase in the level of gameplay between Nongshim, and I think that DK and
I would
T1 are
actually
a
make
level above.
I would make the other argument. I would actually say that DK and T1 are on a
close
very
to Nongshim?
similar level to Nongshim right now.
I don't see it.
Because they
I think it's
literally
2-2-1.
are. Nongshim has
And then
exactly
5.
the same scoreline as DK right now.
Yeah, but
DK has had an incredibly weak strength of schedule.
that's fair.
At this point in time. Both of them have only lost to Gen G. We've got the same information about both of these squads.
Well, no, because we have gameplay, right? Like
We do.
Guys, I'd like to remind you that T1 has actually lost 2 series, and D+ and Nongshim have lost 1, and 2 is more than 1. So
right.
therefore,
And so what I'm saying kind of rings true, doesn't
wait,
it? If
HLE
we-
are 4th in the standings? Oh, brother, they
we need to have actual conversations, no shenanigans. Lock in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's then go from 5 to 9. Do we see any differences there?
Yes, Nongshim is definitely ahead of all of
Stop
the
saying
other
Yeah,
5
that's
to
teams.
what I'm
9.
s-
Say
sorry,
6 to
6 to
9.
9.
6 to 9.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm still trying to work out whether I agree with T1 being ahead of Nongshim.
You're the one who said it first.
They almost beat Gen
I'm arguing
G.
with myself. And that's allowed.
They fought
I just
very
said
well
earlier they
against
are
Gen
ahead.
G.
That was really close, wasn't it?
It was yes.
But then I watched them actually just get hit by a train, like
the orange
against
tank.
HLE.
Yeah.
And so like that, but that was the more recent one, and that's what I'm biased
You
towards.
cannot look at T1 and then look at Gio and Fisher and tell me that the team's on this. You cannot do it.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
I love
I
Gio.
not have a very
but
good game.
I thought he
today.
was back. I loved Gio. I thought he was back. Guess what? It's not back.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the thing with T1 is
Or he
that
left for a bit. I don't
they're
know.
struggling to decide which AD carry. Nongshim don't have one right now. And I love Gio, but like,
He was back last week. For
bro,
real.
that Callista game, like he's just wandering through the
Versus
river.
The
I
Desiree game.
I don't
He was
know.
great.
That being said, Gideon looks amazing. What the hell?
He
Gideon
does,
looks really
yeah.
good. Fisher looks.
Fisher looks
Fisher, I swear, it's like
sometimes
Yeah, like
fine.
that,
it's like
exactly.
some days I'm like, dude, it's like some days, like literally the LCK Cup game, he's against Chovy. I'm like, Fisher and Gideon need to step up if they're gonna be able to like have any chance. And I'm like, bro, this guy's he's holding his own against Chovy. And then like some of these games we've had so far, I'm like, are we sure he's
The
trying?
Fisher Yone.
You know?
Oh no, the Fisher Azir that they
God.
did the mic check on. Oh, it is just actually the most peak cinema we've ever seen. And at the very end, Lahen's just saying, like leaning over, you know, as the Nexus is exploding, they've won the game. And Lahen's, even though they've just won, he should be excited. He's just like, Fisher?
I think Fisher has some consistency issues, and Gideon is the opposite, where he just seems kind of locked in.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of been slept on by us a bit.
I think Gideon and
We love
Raptor.
him.
Gideon
We
and
love him.
Raptor are like
Oh, I do
two
love him in the
players who
Raptor
have been
shout-out.
playing really well.
I think Gideon is a lot better than Raptor, though.
I think Raptors started to show up recently, but I think
Yeah.
Gideon's just really consistent.
Raptor could be the next Gideon.
I think they're just
be.
better
Like
than they're better than where we put them. I think we had like a top 4 junglers and then just said we don't care about the rest. And I think that was relevant and valid until like Gideon and Raptor
I
started
still
moving
think
up.
Gideon needs to, like for me, Gideon hasn't made the jump yet, but I do think he's getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
he's definitely number 5, though.
yeah, I
Like,
would. Yeah, I know.
he just
100%.
has to be.
Yeah, I agree.
We just have too many good players.
And Kingen's great. You know, Lahens is just Lahens. It's what you get. You know what he
Kingen
does.
is great on most champions, but maybe there's a certain Moon Lady.
Can we not bring it up?
It was just that one game.
I-
It was just that one game.
I
You felt
really-
like that, Diana, was a personal attack.
I
didn't you?
want to know what happened because I feel like they would have gone to the booth, the coach's booth, and it would just been like an interrogation where Lahen's just like, what is going on? Like, you sold us a false bill of passage.
No. Lahens can't do that because if there's one guy that has done that
Yeah.
a million times in his career, it's
No, but
him.
like he does it and it wins. He's the Singe guy,
Sometimes.
wins. Shen wins. Elise wins, becomes meta. Like,
I'm-
I think he's allowed to be pissed off. He's
I'm
like,
not gonna lie.
we have to trust.
Okay, hear me out. A bit of a this question is going to be over the top. Is BNK the biggest winner in terms of glow up between LCK Cup and current performance.
Yes.
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 I'm arguing that they're sixth.
You would forsake KT like this?
I think
I did put
is
an
eighth.
arrow and a question mark next to it. Like a swappy
So
arrow.
no perfect 50-50? You're losing
I mean,
your
the
religion.
perfect 50-50 is already, like, that's cooked because Nongshim's just looking way better than them, and it's not even close.
You can be
KT
50-50 in sixth.
The thing I will say, KT did make some changes to the lineup and finally got a win. Do we think that with time, maybe those changes could blossom?
I think we've seen enough of Peter and Padak, to be honest.
I need
I
to
don't
look
know. I
into
think I
more
know-
of the
I know
player
where their
loan
ceilings are.
rules just to see whether they can get hype back or not.
No,
I don't even know if that helps.
Hype for me has been the.
I think Padak is
this
better.
hurts me as a challenger, as the challenger enthusiast. I think hype.
Oh,
out
you're
of
a
the
challenger
whole-
enthusiast?
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, shocker.
I haven't seen her stream for a while.
I'm gonna stream tomorrow, which
Oh,
the time, yeah,
great.
yeah, gonna be fun.
Nice.
Because I really haven't really followed as much as I want to. It's because DK sucks.
And you guys will know about this because he will have streamed a couple of days ago. I hope you watched.
Exactly. I'm not gonna do the full day though, because I'm not gonna do 9 games. That's too.
Yeah. I mean, it
But
could
I'll
be
do a
6.
lot.
You never know.
But I really I was hyped for hype. I was hyped for the whole team, and then Wei has been sent back as he should have been. Hype has looked like maybe the worst AD carry
Yeah.
out of everyone.
Because
it
Berserker
was,
is
I
good.
think it was Doc Dom.
Berserker's good. Padak is better. Teddy is better.
Diablo's better.
Diablo's the
Diablo's
only other.
great.
Diablo's the only other guy. No, I think he's not that good actually.
That's-
He had that
that's
one
fair.
moment against DK where they all ran into a Callista, and then after that, he's had slight moments here and there, but he has no consistency and no carry potential.
It's fair to dock him for that, but even then, you would like. I think he's still pretty far out of hype,
Well, yeah, I think he's ahead of hype.
which
But if
makes me really sad because I really wanted that whole lineup to be good.
It's super weird because I feel like for AD carry, they can be made to look very bad by a lot of the assets that are around them.
That's
I think
valid.
Polu had probably the worst first week of a support that we've seen almost ever.
Since effort.
Yeah, since effort. Who was on the same
I mean,
team.
we had Kellen and Andil face off, and that was
Oh, and then Moham
don't
had
even-
that
don't even-
time
don't
where he
even
just
start.
looked like he was like his hands were gonna fall off.
Well, yeah,
Oh, God.
Mohammed Worlds is actually that's
was
No,
rough.
but to be
Yeah.
fair, I feel like that's because that wasn't like his first week, you know.
True. I mean that. Yeah.
But like, and the thing is, like, that's well, Worlds is a different. We've seen a lot of players fall off at Worlds.
My issue
mean,
is that
it's
the
okay.
more recent Polu performance.
Top esports
Jackie
isn't here
hates it.
tonight.
Like Polu looked great in their last series. Like,
did,
actually,
yeah.
yeah,
actively
he did.
good.
No, he did.
So I find it hard to rate him badly. If that series hadn't have happened yet, I'd be overreaction. Like Polu's cooked. Get him out of here. We need someone else.
So maybe they'll break and they'll end up being with the rest. This might end up being a Nongshim 2022 situation. That roster
That's the closest
that
thing to it
retired
feels,
like
yeah.
3 people. The only one that really came out unscathed was BDD.
I still wonder what happened to Dread.
we don't know.
I assume he's
maybe
doing
not
well.
he
as
went
much.
where Fly is.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe not as much
Yeah.
as Wolf wondering about Fly, or us wondering whether Ixu is still buying more graphics cards to like build
Yeah.
the blockchain.
Well, with the current price,
blockchain.
no shots.
Yeah, yeah.
DNF, it's just, sometimes when you can see a team, you can just see that they also know, and there's just no confidence in any of and there's no confidence that they'll win a game no matter what
Yeah.
happens. That is like, it's rough.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the teams, if DRX are losing, if Bro are not, well, Bro is a special case, but at least you can kind of see. I don't see anything. With
There was
DNF.
the one season that KT went 0-5, and then they won 5 in a row, and they win
Yeah.
5-5. But I think that was a little bit of a
KT.
schedule.
Yeah, it was a
KT as well as like a schedule diff, and like they had like a really tough schedule and then a really easy schedule. DNF have played against not only strong teams; it's been against everyone. They've been struggling. So yeah, I think it's more of like the Nongshim 2022. That's what it's looking like. It's kind of sad. I like
think,
those players.
I think it's different than the Nongshim 2022 only because I have much lower expectations for them than Nongshim in 2022.
So what was it? Rich that was top in that team.
Kana.
Yeah.
Kana.
Yeah.
It was Kana, Dread, BDD, Ghost.
Was it Ghost?
Ghost Effort.
Ghost. Duck Dom was later with Gory and
Yeah.
Peanut. Or was that
Gay.
earlier?
No,
Was that 2021?
No, so 2021 was Rich, Peanut, Gory.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, sorry,
With
with
Duck
Duck
Dom
Dom
and-
Kellen.
Dr. Dom Kellen, yeah. Yeah, so that was the roster that didn't fail as hard, and then
No,
they,
that roster was super. The
yeah,
2021
that one was like pretty good.
That was good, and we were
Peanut
getting
got,
hype, and then they
MVP.
Yeah, and that was like a Graves meta, and Peanut went ballistic.
Yeah.
That was after he just came back from LGD.
But
Yeah,
then they kind of failed in playoffs, I think.
they did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they,
So
they tapered out.
They fell off hard, but they were good in regular season.
Yeah. Whereas again, Nongshim 2022 made an end to the career of Effort, Ghost, and Dread.
Hey, Effort's still playing.
Yeah, he's still
He's
in,
getting.
he's still in
I
Challenger.
don't want to talk.
He's
about
still playing.
it. He's still.
He's
playing
still there.
Challenger, so it's not
He's
good.
giving it his best effort.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that anymore. That's
No,
making me
DNF.
sad,
That's
but-
DNF. I hope they get better because I like a lot of these players
Yeah.
are at their best, really good, likable, or both. And right now they're really none of it.
And I actually think that, like, the really cool thing to me is that two of the teams that I think a lot of us had a lot of doubts about when we had a look at the rosters were Bro and BNK, and they are clearly not the worst teams in the LCK.
Yep.
I actually thought that the roster decisions for both DRX, even though Rich is he was retired and he came back, and that was a little bit of a worry. I don't think Rich has been the problem in that team whatsoever. And like DNF, it's obviously just they haven't meshed. But BNK, surprisingly good. And Bro also, even though they borrowed some players, or at least they definitely borrowed hype.
Yeah, so
I haven't confirmed. Was it
Humbug
confirmed?
is just a bro.
So Humbug's just a bro.
Humbug
Okay.
is signed.
Wow.
Yeah. The
Which is so strange because they've also now signed Croco,
yes.
But
who can then come in the middle of the season.
They also played LM, which is something we ignored on purpose because I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I'm just so lost as to like how they went from the best part in the LCK Cup was the mid jungle for Bro.
Yeah.
Like clearly.
And
And
Humbug
they-
was obviously the best part
they
of
also
even the
won
mid jungle. Never
Closer
mind.
Cup.
Well, Closer was
Clo-
really,
Clo-
really good.
Closer and
But that
Humbug
was only
was
because
so-
they were both really, really good.
Like the thing is, I genuinely think if we came into regular season and they changed like everything else but those two, I'd be like, damn, that's a big change. I'm not sure I agree, but they kept the best parts. But I'm like, how would you come to the conclusion that like handback was the issue? I don't understand
Because
that.
it was the same as with Lucid last year, where half the time he's winning you the game, and because he's a rookie, he's a dumb jungler, and sometimes he just
Yeah.
walks in and dies a
He's
bunch
a
of
challenger
times.
jungler.
Because
He's
he's a
gonna do
challenger,
that.
and
yeah.
especially because he went completely unchecked for a full year. So
And
obviously,
their arcs are exactly the same because exactly the same thing happened for Humbug.
but then Lucid got more time, is now one of the best junglers in the LCK, and Humbug got subbed
Being
out.
coached by Bengi and Hachani.
And Humbug gets subbed out like what after a week and replaced with
and
Ellen.
Humbug is coached by Edgar. Come on, it's the same.
True.
Yeah,
And
In
Guga,
what way?
I think.
Guger is there, yeah. I do like that. Guger seems
Yeah.
like he has great vibes.
Got a vibes. Yeah, a lot of vibes.
It's all about the
Joker there
vibes.
as well, I'm pretty sure.
Joker's at BNK with
BNK,
Ryu,
never mind, with Ryu.
which, by the way, we
Whose
have been
drafting has gotten better, by the way.
we have been vocal against their drafts for a long time. So I'm glad you mentioned that. We're on the same page, kind of. But they have slightly gotten better because their drafting has been horrific. I think some of that does come
Valdez
from.
hates it so much.
It's so bad, especially from
They've-
LCK Cup. It was bad.
been-
Last year it was bad.
Yeah.
At least it's gotten a little better.
They've
Recently.
been drafting the same since 2018 Sandbox.
No, they've gotten a little better.
Well, I don't think it's bad. I just
A
think
little
that's
better. A
what-
little better. This week was a
This
little
is
bit
what
better.
they do, Valdez.
Yeah, it was a little bit better.
So a lot of what they were doing in the week that Valdez was the most upset was drafting for losing lanes and no cohesion in their composition
Yeah.
whatsoever and 0 win conditions. It was like just the epitome of terrible.
It wasn't a comp. It was just like random comfort and like it was just all over the place. It was bad.
Comfort
your
is losing.
expectations are a bit too high for a draft. You know, they locked in 5 champions. Like, what more do you want?
It's a very good point.
Yeah, they didn't miss many bans at least.
They picked
like other
champions that
teams.
fit into the roles that they were picked for, okay?
True.
Mostly.
Unlike the Diana top, right?
Oh no,
Just to
I thought
bring
we
it
needed a
back.
jungler.
You know
my
what?
bad.
You know what? I just want to say, I'm glad we have a new Peanut Shyvana. It's now the King and Diana. It's
Yeah.
just-
Yeah, it's
What?
Peanut and a Fury.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Guys,
we
Peanut
now
Zyra.
have, like the Nidalee
Yeah.
card, we have the Neferi card. Except this isn't really a card; it's just a permit for one man.
Yeah.
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 Well, Canyon was good, right?
The Canyon was pretty good. I think Raptor had a good game, but the only person right now where you see it locked in, you're like, okay, he's gonna.
It's
Sponge. Attempt at carry.
Sponge, baby. He can even carry
Sponge,
that.
yeah.
And welcome to week 3 of the LCK, as we've got our teams back and ready to go to get themselves in position for the group stages. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid, and a big one to kick things off. But how was your couple of days off here, Mr. Daniel Ox Harrison?
I played a lot of video games.
You play another games, right? Yeah.
What else is there to say, you know? I had some hummus that my partner made for me, which was really tasty, so that was great.
Can't wait. Hummus.
Yeah.
What did you do, Wadid?
Playing tennis whole day. Actually, I'm kind of addicted to tennis right now. I mean, I also played a lot of solo queue too, because I was really into fiddlestick support after watching LEC. So that was pretty interesting and enjoyable.
All right, well, I guess we'll see if some fiddlesticks support shows up today as we take a look at the standings. Gen.G finishes week number 2 on top at 4-0. D+ had that opportunity to catch him, wasn't quite able to. And then a battle here for that 3rd place spot, Nongshim and T1 to kick things off.
I think this early in the split, you always have to take into account strength of schedule. You know, some teams have a more difficult strength of schedule, and some teams have an easier strength of schedule. Gen.G had the hardest strength of schedule, and yet they won every single game. So absolutely deserving that top spot.
And they did that on the back of Chovy, as he and all these players on your screen are all tied for first 2 Player of the Match awards.
Yeah, everyone here is the key player for the team, and I think they all deserve to get these points. And also, it's kind of exciting to see if the players are keeping up the points right here.
You know who doesn't get a lot of points? Me, in terms of predictions, and Wolf again. Wolf cooked a little bit with his T1 versus Hanwha prediction. I cooked on the, I was a DRX believer. That was not so good for me.
Yeah, must feel bad being a 7 out of 10. Pretty unfortunate. You know, we did over here 8 out of 10. Good try, good effort, you know.
Thank you.
But obviously I'm a 9 out of 10. That's how I go.
All right. That was
Bill,
the
Bill
setup.
different. Well, speaking out of 10 out of 10, let's take a look at the top 7 champions from week 2 in terms of pick ban. How about that? That worked really well. A lot of Vi, a lot of Kalista, Gwen, and Azir top the charts here.
Yeah, I think both Gwen and Vi performing really well. I think Vi having good matchups into a lot of the meta champions, really shutting down Kalista, also really good into Neferi, being popularly picked into that. But also, I think Kalista, part of the problem is we'll often see him picked up B1, and then teams will work really hard to counteract her, making sure she's outranged in lane, making sure there's picks like Talia who can make a team fight really hard. So, it's not that Kalista isn't strong. I just think because she's picked so early in draft, there's a lot more counters available to her than something like Gwen necessarily.
I mean, this meta right now, it's all about the priority, especially in the early games. So those top 7 picks are really just relied on like early priors, and I think the early pressure is the key for this meta. So that's the reason why there's Vi and also Jace, Azir, I mean also Gwen on the top side, because
Oh, the Gwen counter pick.
special.
Who's going to stop my scissors? Well, you know what beats scissors? Rock. But no, don't play Malphite. You'll get absolutely... You'll get murdered. You'll get murdered. Don't do that. Do not do that. Yeah, I think ultimately Gwen is at the point where obviously her team fighting is so strong, her late game is so strong, she's very hard to deal with in the later stages. But her laning is also really powerful. We saw the Diana picked into her, still won. We've seen Ambessa played into her twice, and she kind of just mangles Ambessa as well. And I think that is why teams are really struggling to deal with her right now.
Yeah, let me make it clear. Like there is 3 things make Gwen really special. Its AP pick on the top lane is really rare to pick it, and also it's high value and it's synergizing really well with the jungle picks, and that's the reason why Gwen is really good. But also, Jace is one of the great pick on the top lane because it's first pickable, reliable, it's also a value pick, but also it's really easy to work with it. So that makes Jace really special too.
Yeah, I mean, everyone watched Arcane, huh? Cronny? Question mark?
Yeah, perhaps that's why he's not clued in. But the big 4 top laners right now are Jace, Gwen, Rumble, and Ambessa.
That's interesting.
And Jace wins against all those other 3 in lane.
That's true.
Has advantage in the matchup. So it means if all of those top laners are open, you first pick Jace and you feel comfortable in the matchup. We saw this situation where Jace just dunking down on the Rumble.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately that's the thing, is that if you pick Jace, you're pretty confident in every matchup. We've seen Sion taken into it a decent amount, but essentially Sion's not like, oh, I'm going to shut you down in lane. It's like, I'm going to survive and scale, and hopefully the rest of my team can do well, but you're still on the losing end of that matchup. So right now, Jace definitely a mega power pick in the top lane.
Yeah, all the ones that watched Arcane would know. Cronny.
I mean, you watched Arcane.
I did watch Arcane.
You watched Arcane?
Not season 2, sorry.
You watched season 1. That counts.
I watched.
No, but that's Connie level.
Wait, is it?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna watch Arcane.
What do you mean you're gonna watch? You should have already
Yeah,
watched.
it should have already been there.
All right, I was watching anime. I mean, it's also anime, but I'm more about...
What's the next segment? Move it on.
Yeah, chat.
All right, sorry.
Fair, 07's in the chat for Wadid. As we take a look at the week 2 win percentage by side selection, it has been dominated by blue side, specifically off of game 1 choice. 80% of the way for blue side, and then it levels off after that.
Well, I was expecting more like teams picking up red side because of Fearless Trap, but maybe not in the case in the BO3. I guess in BO5 you can pick more of red side after game 3, but in this case, I feel like, as we mentioned, there are so many great priority picks in the early game, so you gotta pick it first on the blue side. And also, the advantage from blue side is that you can actually force them out to ban so many OP picks on the red side, so that's the reason why blue side is really OP.
That's sort of what we've been seeing, is like the blue side team might like triple ban mid, and then red side is trying to ban OPs, but inevitably some are going to go through. Blue side gets the first pick while also really hampering down on that person's champion pool. Later in the series, there's less OPs available. The burden on red side is a little bit lower. So I think, maybe when we get to best of 5, blue side isn't going to feel as strong. I mean, it still will be at the start of the series. I think right now there's just too many OP B1 picks.
Yeah, so I saw some teams like open up every single OP picks in the game 1, and then you just live it up, like you can go game 2 and game 3 because it's banned, So maybe that can be one strategy right there.
So we were trying to figure out multiple ways on identifying trends, like the side selection. One way that you can do that is here in the grubs. Uniquely, taking 3, 50%, you split the game. But if you take 4, it's a 70% win rate, and unfortunately, it doesn't scale linearly, right? It's
I mean,
not
it's
like
kinda
it's
random.
more up, more means winning.
I think ultimately there's opportunity cost to everything. So in situations where one team has 6 grubs and the other has 0, the 0 team likely will have secured 2 dragons as a trade, which is pretty solid in return. And we're seeing Drakes. The more you get of them, if you get to that 3 point, like 2, obviously doesn't mean that much. But once you get 3, there's that pressure of Soul for the rest of the game. And obviously once you get Soul, a 93% win rate. So I think that plays into the grubs as well because. If you're really far ahead and you're stomping and you're 10,000 gold up, yes, you can grab every objective, but most games aren't like that. If you're taking 6 grubs, you're giving up those dragons in return, and I think that's really the cost.
I mean, it was pretty normal to trade 6 grubs to 2 drakes, right? But now teams are trying to put more resources on the drake because, I mean, it's more valuable. And also, I think maybe there's a new strat about the grubs and drakes. You can actually go for 3 grubs really fast and then fight for a second drake.
Yeah.
And I think normally you just give it up 2 drakes, but now they actually fight for 2 second drakes. So I feel like teams are more relying on drakes nowadays.
Drakes scale linearly. And one thing that's been scaling a lot lately in the LCK and across LoL esports is Rod of Ages. Mid laners have been finding a lot of value in this.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying that the extra level and the big amount of stats it gives once it's fully stacked is obviously really valuable. But I think another big reason is just the catalyst in lane. If the enemy mid laner picks up a lost chapter and you go a catalyst, then yeah, you're both going to be fine in terms of mana. But when you trade, you have more HP, you have more healing, and it's really obnoxious to play. Even like a scaling champion with a catalyst can be really hard to force out of lane.
Yeah, and it's not only about the stats, it's also about the XP control, because when you hit the late game, level 16 for level 3 ultimate is so important. And I think Road of Ages helps a lot on that one, especially in the XP controls. And I mean, in the late game, having tier 3 ultimate means so much, it changes whole team fight, whole plan. So I think it's also about the XP control. So, and you can see it from the replay here. You call level 15 and hits level 16 after that.
Yeah, he's been one of the guys that's using a lot. Chovy as well. So as we take a look at some of the comments that he had, Rod of Ages is a component that provides both sustain and tankiness in lane, making it especially efficient for his squishy mid lane AP champions, which is why we've seen Victor get a lot of priority on that. Ari has gotten a lot of play on that, not a lot of wins. And then Silas as well, 3 wins so far in the LCK, but it's not just him. We also have Chovy's comments as well, who has had a great run of form so far. Rod of Ages is more efficient than other AP items. You can intentionally delay the build to activate its unique passive Eternity at an optimal time.
Yeah, optimal time is a big thing, but also obviously the later it is, the more XP you get as later levels are worth more. Going from like 15 to 16 is a lot more than going from like 12 to 13.
Well, one way to scale on late, or one product that you get from scaling on late, is getting a lot of gold, which leads us to this week's Uribank Gold King, going to the player that had the highest average gold earned in the week, as long as they played 4 games. And this week, it's a mid laner, Zeka, getting it after a couple of matches, one against DNF that went 3 games, and the T1 series where he took over.
I mean, it's kind of surprising that HLE Zeka got the Gold King, because normally when you have messier game, you get the Gold King. But I guess HLE had some messier game, but after that Akali game, I mean, he definitely deserved it.
Yeah, I mean, the golden standard for the Gold King has been aiming, and D+ had a lot of longer games where they took time to close out, because it's not average gold per minute, it's average gold total, so those longer games definitely benefit. The reason I think this is interesting, because they had that series against T1 where frankly they stomped them, but I think just as you said, that Akali game, he was just farming up kills so effectively.
So congratulations to Zeka for receiving the Uribank Gold King Silver Coin for being the weekly winner. And for you all at home, you have the opportunity to win a Polaroid, signed Polaroid by the Gold King if you head on over to Uribank and sign up on the app. The steps are there on who you can predict who it will be. If you are predicted correctly, you have the opportunity to win yourself a signed Polaroid. Congratulations to Zeka. This one was of Chovy, because he has won it before, because he gets a lot of gold in his games. As we take a look at the Week 3 matchup, kicks off with T1 versus Nongshim today, as well as BNK Fearless versus Chovy and Gen G. The Saturday showdown, Gen G versus Bros, but Wolf's pick Nongshim versus Hanwha, and Chronicler's pick T1 versus Nongshim. What jumps out at you, Wadid?
So it's both Nongshim, I guess. But I mean, that makes sense, because I think Nongshim they are considered as the lost spot for the legend group. So I feel like Nongshim right now showing off so many great performances. But personally, I want to watch match 24, Bro versus KT. I think that hits really hard.
I think that's an
Me too.
exciting one. I mean, I think the Nongshim point is really valid because this is a hard week for them, but they've obviously played to a really high level before this. I think this week, genuinely, I feel like a lot of them it's a bit easier to predict the outcomes, but we always get upsets that come through.
Speaking of Nongshim, in the mid lane, they made a change. You talked about it on the podcast. You know, you got a couple of pillars on that team. Fisher, who's had ups and downs, gets subbed out. Calyx moving on in, and Atlas is the only one invested with the Nongshim stocks here over T1. And then the only other change is me versus everyone.
You didn't go for Brovius Gen G? That's the matchup with the upset.
Yes!
You could have been such a legend for Bro.
It's a Saturday showdown as well.
Oh my... Come on, Digon. You call yourself a
my
bro?
God.
It's a solid 1-in-1 week for the bros in my predictions.
You know what?
Solid
You know
1-in-1
what,
week.
Digon? People talk about paying bro tax with channel points. You could have paid bro tax with your prediction points, but you didn't.
Oh
That's
my
not
God.
a thing.
You cannot.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing, guys. That's not a thing.
I think it should be a thing.
That's a thing.
I don't think so.
You're skimping out on bro.
I think that's
I
the
don't
thing.
think-
If you believed in them, they definitely would have won that series.
Calyx in for Nongshim. How does this change things here, Ox?
I think Fisher has been pretty inconsistent, like high highs, but also some low lows. So I can understand them wanting to try something else out. I don't think he's been the biggest underperformer. Ultimately, I think Jiwoo has had some rough performances, but maybe some stability in the mid lane. Maybe if Calyx has been showing up in scrims, could lead them to having a better performance.
Final thoughts, Final thoughts, quick.
Oh yeah, you say kick, so
Quicker.
Okay, so I think Nongshim, they really want to set up with the just great rotation. So I feel like if Calyx just do not do anything special and just follow up the team, and I think that's the way how you fill up the Nongshim mid lane.
All right, big week for Nongshim, and it kicks off here. Nongshim versus T1 to get into week 3.
Started with a whisper. I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Makes me stronger. T1 fighting!
Nongshim, fighting!
fighting!
Welcome
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK 2025. I first want to start talking about that beautiful shot of the Han River just north of Gangnam there. Absolutely lovely. First time I've seen that one. I'm Alice. This is Chronicler, and I guess I've got some explaining to do.
I get you if you feel like you have to. I can see it. You want to explain it?
I mean, kind of. We do need to address the elephant in the room. The fact that, you know, a Nongshim prediction seems wrong, seems odd, but I'd like to direct you to the stats. And the stats say Nongshim win more games than T1 in 2025 LCK. Undisputable logic.
You know what I hate about this is that you actually have valid reasons to predict this, and I know you know them, and you still didn't go for them.
Yeah, that's the best part.
No, it's
also,
not.
Sample size and like if you look at the strength of schedule, I mean it's looking great for Nongshim. It is going to be an uphill battle, you could imagine, because this is an angry T1. And you can see it written, see, right here, angry T1 versus Nongshim, aiming for 4 wins. And we'll see if they can do that. Of course, T1 looked shaky last week, but Nongshim are bringing in their lethal weapon. And his name is Calyx. He's been here before. We'll see whether he does better than Fisher this time around.
Fisher, as mentioned, I think has been wildly inconsistent. I do think Gio's lows have been lower, but Gio did have the one series where performed. I think Fisher in LCK just hasn't really been up to par. He was alright in LCK Cup, but I'm excited to see Calyx. This is a guy where, you know, we have somewhat tempered expectations. I don't think we're really, because before he debuted, because he did play a little bit last year, I was actually quite hype on him. I think that coming into mid lane in the LCK is just kind of hard because, as it turns out, we have some pretty good mid laners. But I understand this reasoning, and we gotta be frank, thus far, a lot of members on T1 haven't been able to perform. In that Hanwha Live series, we saw it very clearly. Really, no one looked good.
Yeah.
But Faker, I think, hasn't had the best LCK thus far, even in some of the other games that they were able to win. So for Calyx, this could be his moment to strike and make a big splash.
Yeah, and if I was to be honest, the main reason that I chose Nongshim is because I looked at that top side and the form that Kingin and Gideon have been in so far in the LCK has been outstanding. And so winning through topside is certainly something that they can do, especially when they just sacrificed you on the bottom side. Lehens is a top side of the map player anyway, and he's going to be trying to influence the map there. Kingin versus Doran has been something we've seen Kingin find ways to win in the past, and we'll see whether the world champ is going to be able to make that difference. I'm really hyped for this series. I think a lot of us looked at this on paper, like this whole week, to be perfectly honest, thinking that it was relatively predictable. And I think this is the most contentious series outside of Bro vs. KT. Bro vs. KT, you never really know. It's surprising that most of us picked KT there.
That's always a red flag.
Yeah. I think I'm with Digon on the fact that the Bros could definitely win that one. But let's have a look at the key player matchup here. Doran versus Kingin. Kingin's damage per minute, the highest in the league. And this is a league with Zeus and Keen cutting people up on Gwen and things like that. This guy has definitely been a linchpin of Nongshim.
We do have the head-to-head between Doran and Kingin. I don't know if you caught it.
No, I didn't catch it. How is it?
It's quite bad.
I imagine Doran is relatively far ahead because he was on a pretty good team for a lot of the time.
Well, it's the Zeka special, so it's 41-11.
Oh God, that's horrendous.
But you know which series Kingin did win?
Yeah, there's a few.
It's
probably.
the World
Looking pretty good.
Semifinals. Every time!
Yep, every time. Zeka had that stat for a while as well, where it was like, he just lose to everyone, but he's like,
Giga Chat, Zeka.
Look at where I won.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Pick your times.
Well, that's
maybe week 3 is not necessarily the time to lock in if you only have a few chances to take your shot. As we can see, Faker doing his patented reload, making sure that all the bugs are out as he gets ready to jump into this one. Calyx, he's had a lot of time now to sort of marinate in Challenger. He was definitely very hot and cold when we saw him. I think that he made a debut and we were like, wow, this guy's got the potential to be great, but wasn't able to find any level of consistency at all, really. And since having some time in Challenger, hopefully he's been able to sort of even out the performances.
We have actually seen this with Peter. I think Peter has markedly improved in the time that he went down to Challengers compared to when he left the LCK compared to now.
And he's kept what makes him Peter as well.
Peter.
We need to make sure that Calyx keeps what makes him Calyx.
And guess what? coming in as Calyx in this roster compared to last year, this is so much more comfortable because you're flanked by Gideon, who's possibly having his best season ever thus far, just has looked legitimately like a contender for some of our top lane or top junglers. We have Kingen, who has known throughout his career many ups and downs. Right now, very much trending upwards. Diana picks notwithstanding, but at least that's funny. And then Lance, who is also playing well. So I do think that compared to the state Nongshim was in last year, right, which was like the tail end of the we're trying the challenger team thing. This is a much better situation. Also added to the fact, because we focused a lot on Nongshim, that T1 right now clearly not in the best of spots for multiple reasons. A pretty harsh loss towards Hanwha Life. Which, you know, the Gen G loss at least was hard fought. The Hanwha Life loss was kind of hard to watch because it was not close whatsoever.
Nope. And the one thing that does, as far as the vibes are concerned, bring this back into a T1 favored matchup is the fact that often after a rough week, they come back and they destroy.
They lash out.
Yeah, and I expect that that is what they're looking to do here today. They have blue side as well, which we saw has a very high win rate. We'll just have to see whether they can put their money where their mouth is as we dive into the draft here for game number 1. Sejuani already taken away from Gideon. His tank play has been outstanding. A good idea to take that one away. I wonder whether a cheeky Xin Zhao ban is going to come on through from Nongshim because Owner has been so good at that pick, or whether they leave something up that needs to be prioritized and take that away.
Owner, to me, been the most consistent player on T1 this split, and I'd say even this year. Carrier's highs have been great, but I think particularly in the last series, we did see him struggle a little bit. The vibe ban, no surprise. And I'm with you. I expect that they leave open the Xin Zhao and just pick it on first rotation.
And they can leave open the Gwen as well because they have the counter pick of the Diana.
Oh. Okay.
What?
Well, I was actually thought you were going to make a serious point. I did not enjoy that.
Wait, you thought that I was going to make a serious point?
That
was your first mistake.
How can you always make it my fault? This is...
Because I'm a manipulator.
It works well. I'm an easy target. Don't give yourself too much credit. So the Xin Zhao ban is because I think Xin Zhao is the best jungler on the patch that people are still allowed to have. And they also knew that Owner was never going to get it, because I think that's 100% early rotation.
Right.
So I assume it's a Jace and Gwen trade is what you're going with here. And I think those are the only two top laners right now that feel like they're of similar power levels. It's going to be the Gwen for Doran and then Kingen. I think guaranteed this is going to be a Jace lock-in. The big question is, do you then also slam something like the Azir, which is what I would be looking towards next. That's been a target bent at T1 fairly often, and it's something that I think works well together with the Jace, gives you a lot of ranged threat and firepower.
Well, Kingen taking his time thinking about it. I think the Jace is almost a guaranteed lock-in, and there is at least the hover. The lock comes on through, and now Gideon to take the highest priority jungler left over could be an option here. We'll see exactly where he is going to go. The Azir will be the lock-in instead. So like you're saying, Deny one of the strongest mid laners at the moment, and Faker's most played champion by a mega margin.
The Fury is open. Could see it go Owner towards that. I think he's looked decent on it. He did have the really great start against Hanwha Life, but you don't really need more damage. The Gwen alone, I think, is enough, so it's going to be the Skarner. Another benefit of the Skarner is that it really frees up Keria to play something a little bit weirder. Although, without looking right now, I think Nongshim is very likely to get counterpick for Lahens, who is also a known jester in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Now, mid lane here for Faker. The Victor is something we see pretty often, would make their top side very AP heavy. With the Talia, you have the same, but you have a lot more utility. Mid-game, you have the ability to impact the rest of the map. Does also mean that Smash most likely is going to go for something with a lot of AD damage here, because I do think that Talia can struggle a little bit early. There's the Poppy, and I think Poppy jungle, I'm glad we're starting to see come back. Gideon had a monster performance on
He was so good. Easiest POM ever after that game. It did make it a little bit more difficult when Kingen did mega boom boom damage. But he still managed to pick it up. That was absolutely fantastic. No shade to Orcs for his Kingen vote, but still Gideon was super duper good. The Renata going to be banned away here from Keria, and I think Nautilus Elise, you know, the standard second round bans against Lahens.
The best part about this is that they're not locked into this being a jungler.
Yeah.
So they can pick AD carry on 4, and then either, depending on what carry ends up picking, go for Lahens counterpick, which Lahens is, outside of carry, I think, the most notorious counterpick support player that we have in the LCK. And what is going to be the setup here? Notably, the Varus has made it through the draft, and with that Azrael ban, I do think that that is going to be taken away here.
I think you almost have to.
By T1, well, especially because you can't really counter it reliably, and so many of the possible things you could go towards are already taken away. So the Renata, which would enable, like, if you go Ashe Renata, I think you still have a really strong 2v2.
Yep.
So I think the Varus ban would make a ton of sense. You do have a lot of threat with that Gwen, so maybe they think that that's enough, but with Jace as well, I think you just ban Varus. There's going to be the Rakan instead.
Wow, that's interesting. I think maybe they were expecting perhaps the Lovers Duo to come in. Lehens has been very good, as instead it will be the Alice to prioritize.
Is this a Nila angle? Is that, like, I don't think it should be. There's a Talia on the enemy team, but...
Oh, would be kind of fun. They've got Jace for at least a semblance of range. And Nila does better into Gwen, because Gwen can't be immune to Nila, because Nila has no range. Checkmate.
We'll see. Is Gio, I think he's, as mentioned, has not had a great performance thus far. We had him for one series, a 2023 Gio, and then he was kind of gone after that.
Okay.
That is the damage we were talking about. I think also getting a bit of an X factor in the early game is going to feel great.
The Zeri Yuumi?
It's that or Lulu, right?
Yeah, I guess
You
so.
could always go just
All
for a... Okay, there is a Lulu. I think the Lulu makes sense to really hone in on the very aggressive early laning pressure, which of course with lane swaps you can't swap away from the Lulu anymore. And this is actually a pretty reliable bully lane. So what is Gio going to pick here? Because if you end up with something short range, I think you are really going to struggle in the matchup. Ashe has made it all the way through. And the one thing that I do think that you would really appreciate is Nongshim here is a way to kind of non-committally start fights. Varus also does that. I don't think it's quite as good as the Ashe Arrow, but that is going to be the lock-in here.
This is very curious. I think T1 have a really well-rounded composition. Still very magic heavy.
Yeah.
From like everywhere. So I'm interested to see whether like Gideon's just going to be immortal later in the game.
It's also the hard engage on this comp is pretty lacking. Like looking at what they have, there is so much range, because I assume this will be Lethality, Varus, Jace, and Azir on the team. And engaging onto the T1 comp, or the Nongshim comp, is really hard. There's Poppy, there's Azir, there's Alistar. So if Nongshim play this cleanly, like the disengage is crazy.
Yeah, but if you've got no engage, what's their disengage going to do, Chronicler?
Well, they get outranged, so they do kind of need to engage.
Oh yeah, I guess so. It was almost like a cute little,
I like
you know, like it's like, wow, we don't need engage. They've got too much disengage. So what's the point? But you're right. If in neutral you get outranged, it becomes a very large problem. And so T1, I think they're going to have to be extremely proactive. And I think a lot is going to come down to how much control of the map they have. Because if they lose map control, they just cannot face check anything. They can never get into anywhere. I mean, a Lulu is not going to be running around throwing down wards with impunity unless you have a great deal of control. It is something that T1 has been very good at in the past, and that is controlling the early game, making sure they can snowball leads. Nongshim, though, if they're allowed to get any space to breathe in this game, they could just win. It's a big gamble. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of week 3 of LCK for 2025. Doran versus Kingen. 41-11, you said.
It is, yeah.
That's and yeah, that's Doran ahead of Kingen here. And I imagine there's a few of you at home that are also thinking that in your mind, the power level of Doran isn't that high. But I feel like maybe he's just been getting a bad rap, you know, over the years. He's been there in some of these most monumental failures of a lot of our LCK teams, and maybe he's bearing the brunt too heavily.
It's because the moments feel so bad.
Yeah.
But it is, for the last, what, like 4 years, Doran has been,
I mean,
on
he
average,
was the guy that got Gen G to one of their first titles. It was either first or second when he was the one that brought out the Gragas and demolished Zeus.
Opinions to this point still differ about whether or not there was another big factor, which was the Pace versus Doran MVP debacle. To this day is an ongoing source of discussion amongst casters. It should come as no
I'd
surprise.
forgotten about that one.
Yeah, it should come
I'm
as no
like
surprise.
mad about that.
No, it should come as no surprise who I voted for.
Yeah.
But Doran to me is so interesting because his teammates love him universally on any of the teams he's been on. And particularly domestically, he has been a top 3, on average, a top 3 top laner in the LCK, right? It's just that internationally his moments are so incredibly high profile, you know, they're not showing up. They're showing up in a bad way that I think really has hurt his performance. I do think thus far though, this year he has been very muted. I haven't really seen the Doran trademark team fighting, which is one of the things that Gen G in particular really relied on. And I would like to see them kind of lean into that as Gideon. He has cleared a little bit of jungle, and he is looking, and Faker might not be ready for this puppy.
Yeah, that was a weird ping that he went for as well, as he just pushes Faker away, gets the Q down, and that is just annoying.
That's the worst. Yeah, that feels horrible. Faker is going to just have to back, is going to have to invest his TP very early, and this comes to an extremely minimal delay. For Gideon, he's not going to be bothered, and there is again the most consistent part of Nongshim thus far this year has been Gideon's early pathing. He has made so much happen on the map for Nongshim.
Yeah, he's been incredibly good to watch. And Lane's going to get rid of Smash here momentarily. Of course, this bottom lane is going to be in favor of the Zeri Lu, just because they have double range, and Alistar isn't really a champion until level 3. Level 2 kinda, but mainly just level 3. And even then, it's not really going to help you in just the regular laning phase.
No.
Crab going to be started here by Ona towards top side of the map. Gideon going to be moving on over there, but there is a ward for T1 that's already in position. Ona going to come on over and scout things out. Or at least see whether there's a Raptor camp or a gank onto Calyx as he picks up a rock, and in he comes. Let's see whether Calyx is going to be okay, and it's just a drive-by. No harm, no foul, and Ona is going to come down and look for a double scuttle.
We'll get that. So that is the price that Gideon pays, as it turns out, for his transgression. There's a dive angle here, though.
Wow, oh my god, he's almost just dead.
Base right now. Ooh, yeah, I think they know.
He does have flash, but I just don't know whether there's any way to live.
He might just be dead. Oh, the flash.
Good flash on the heroic charge.
Still, though.
Yeah, gets his flash.
Gets the flash.
That's a whole wave.
Yeah, it's going to go into the turret. TP now is a lot more punishing. Do not forget. That's going to really solidify that CS lead for King. It's nothing crazy, but the experience is a big deal. He's now half a level down, and that is going to impact. Jace is not, you know, the hardest spiking champion on level 6. The swaps come through.
Yeah, Calyx eats a few rocks here, but
he still has TP.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Been hanging around for quite some time. Might be why Faker is in a pretty good spot CS-wise. This wave being picked up. Calyx is playing very respectfully, as we can see. Slurps up all of the minions. Faker knows, looking for a reset. He's going to hard shove as much as he possibly can. As Doran back to it here, this time on the bottom side of the map, and it is somewhat cathartic seeing a Gwen not completely run away with every matchup ever. Kingen playing this one pretty well so far, with a bit of help from his Poppy.
Yeah, and that honor is only reserved for Jace, who has done that for I don't know how long, as it's been an ongoing theme, as we do have the continued pressure of Smash and Keria. Keria's flash did get popped, which I'm pretty sure we didn't see, which Lanzus is also used, so I assume he just went for engage towards the bottom side of the map. But it didn't work, and I also imagine that play is what led to this CS lead being very, very big. It's 350 gold this early on.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
It's pretty gnarly. We'll see if Gideon can impact this top lane matchup. The one thing that I do want to highlight, we haven't really talked about yet, that is in favor of T1 when it comes to the team comp. Obviously, they skill insanely well. I do think range can be an issue for teams that have limited hard engage and are playing into a lot of disengage. But there is also not really a great way to reliably lock down Smash as Lahans and Gideon.
Right. Yeah, they're looking for an angle here, as Smash could be the target. There's the headbutt, double pulverized from Lahans, as Gio just not really able to do anything because Ona's making his way forward. He picks up a Poppy and looks to see whether he can get rid of him, and there is first blood, and it goes to the Zeri. Flash forward here from Ona. They are not done yet. But actually they are, because Nongshim will make it to their turret still. The push is going to continue, and T1, yeah, this is angry T1.
Flash from Owner notwithstanding. Amazing counter gank there. That was definitely very optimistic. I maybe thought with the slow that they could force Gio's flash. I think killing him there is always out of the question, or maybe Lahens But the counter gank diving there was really, really clean. A bit of a hard force there from Nongshim, right? You are still in a very long lane, so actually getting on top of the target there was something against Lulu and against a Zeri is always hard. Smash also has Ghost, so between Ghost and Heal, even with the double knock-up, not quite going to be in range. Just another attempt at the play.
We're going for it one more time. That's another double pulverize, getting the flash this time out of Smash.
That's good. Good play.
Yeah, well played.
Chiyu has not been hitting these arrows, as Doran might be in trouble again.
Yeah, it doesn't have flash this time around, so he's just going to get booped around like a ragdoll, and Gideon going to help Kingen grab his first kill of the game. And he'll get some plates for his trouble as well. The Gwen still struggling here.
Price that is paid there by Nongshim is free grubs, which Owner did pick up. But with the ward, Gideon knew that this time there was no pesky counter gank available.
Wow, Calix, that was brave.
Well, you know,
Seismic Shove is an awkward skill shot, right? Like it feels like it has a lot more hitbox from the back and a lot less on the front.
I've played a ton of Taliyah. It's weird. Sometimes you have days where you just, you're in the zone, you're hitting all of them. And then sometimes you're like, please, someone on my team CC someone so I can do some damage.
Just set it up for me, please.
Yeah. The CS lead on both top and bot for both sides respectively is getting increasingly large here.
Yeah.
And it's been, the impact of Gideon has been really big for King. King was also doing fine in the 1v1, not even going to miss anything there. Single minion.
Yep.
Gets the XP, so he's not going to be too bothered. Still up a level, by the way. And then on the flip side, Chiyu level behind. And if a few of those arrows were a bit more on point, I do feel like they could have had a little bit more pressure towards Smash and Keria, because this bot lane is going to be a problem. And again, outside of the Poppy or Alistair somehow getting on top, I feel like that shouldn't happen unless Nongshim have full control of the vision or a specific area. Locking Smash down reliably is that's not easy.
I mean, Poppy has always been considered a good champion for it, but like you say, you have to get there.
Well, there's also Skarner and Taliyah on the enemy team, which I think make it a little...
Yeah.
Skarner into dive is always going to be big. But again, for me, if Nongshim played patiently, it's going to have to be T1 that starts off any specific sequence. But T1 can obviously try to play around that by getting Prio on an objective, pushing the waves. Because if they force Nongshim to move into them, I think the composition still works very, very well. And we have just basically even gold because of the extremely lopsided matchups in both top and bottom.
Yep. And so there are certainly some leads starting to form. Like you say, they're answered. First Dragon hasn't even been looked at here 10 minutes into the game, as Kingen is just wandering around being frustrating. Owner making his way in though, as Doran kind of giving it away. Misses the last needlework there, as we can see. So Kingen...
missing Kingen.
All right, he's feeling pretty safe. Does have the flash, elects not to use it, as he does then jump over, but the Seismic Shove comes in, and of course, he is just going to die. T1, with the help of Faker, are able to grab their second.
Big mistake there by Kingen, using that flash. Dying to the gank is rough, but it's the flash specifically that I think he definitely could have helped. The moment you see that Taliyah wall, you're not getting out. Does Gideon just kill him?
He might. He's at least going to try. Let's see how this one goes. Yeah, okay. Good side steps. His owner's going to turn up, and Gideon has to flash. A little bit optimistic by the Poppy, as the teleport is going to bring Kingen back to lane. As we can see, gold lead now starting to move in favor of T1.
If he hits that Q, it might have been enough. Grasp Gwen is crazy, Atlas. Like, Gwen already is a champion that's known for being frustrated to try to all in because her sustain is kind of out there. But when you add Grasp on top of that, the healing that it does is wild. And also Gideon misses Q, so, in this instance, you can't really feel too bad for him. And it's going to cost him his flash, but it's Hex Flash.
Yeah. Just activates the Hex Flash. It's totally fine.
What is nice to see is that Calix, even while getting counterpicked and also this kind of feeling like a pick away, has been able to kind of build off of the early lead that was given to him by Gideon, right? Build up a pretty respectable lead. Was able to get one plate, I think, and is just a little bit ahead. Nothing too crazy. We are really trying to put all eggs in the shut Doran down basket, as the grubs now going to be fought over.
Yeah, Owner is at least going to be able to take one of them, so that is Void Mites activated here for T1. I believe Gideon will be able to at least steal one of them away, as they do go for a bit of a reset.
Owner might be
just
looking.
Being some artillery here.
Yeah, to just cheekily smite one away, but no, not gonna... maybe thinking about it. Even a single smite going to 5 would be nice. Not a necessity, but it looks like they want to try and go for that.
Yeah, Smite actually going to be invested. Hex Flash out from Gideon. Owner just barely unable to counter that. And 5-1 in Grub's going to be the thing here as Jiu going to have to flash. As Faker with a really nice lineup of that seismic shove. Calyx towards the bottom side is still continuing to put on pressure. You can see has a CS lead and is going to waste another minion wave, but there is a cannon here, so Faker should be able to get most of it.
Oh,
Some
Calyx?
vision here as Calyx does look for an angle. Conquering Sand's going to come on through, doesn't hit the flick. And there is another plate to come on down. As Kingen just playing 1v2, but there is a cheeky little cow here on the top side.
Doesn't
Gideon's
know!
looking to move in as well, and there is. Doesn't quite find the angle there on the Pulverize. As now Owner coming on down to meet Calyx, and Calyx says goodbye. No lawnmowers for this pigeon.
That's a gruesome imagery. I'm glad that I'm glad he just was able to fly away, Atlas. Oh my god.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got a family of pigeons on your balcony right now.
have, yeah. There is actually, one is already hatched, the other one is still an egg. They're very cute. I've been told it's a mountain pigeon. I'm not into birding myself, so I'm not too well acquainted.
Thankfully, you have G-Sun there to tell you what all of the different pigeon breeds are.
Yeah, I had no idea that she was aware, but you know,
She
it's
knows
been
all.
very cute.
Have you heard of omnipotence? That's what G-Sun has.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Nope.
She is also always in our heads telling us what's going on. As the first dragon of the game taken, what, like 15 minutes in? 40 minutes in?
Yeah, 14 minutes. We'll give it that.
And a half?
We'll round it up. And I feel like Nongshim shouldn't have this little control for this stage of the game. Right now, the gold isn't really too much of an issue, but it feels like T1 are kind of doing whatever they want. As Kingen still with a lot of power here on this top side, but I think Doran is just going to get happier and happier as this game goes, right? He is a Gwen, scales quite nicely, even if it was mainly her, early game. That is why she's so high priority here in the LCK at the moment. She still is an absolute menace later
Yeah,
on.
so what they did is they buffed her early and then nerfed her late because her late was too good. They did a great job of buffing the early. The nerfing late didn't really go through as much as I think they had hoped, so now she's just kind of always good.
Yeah.
I think Jace is kind of the same though, and I do think when you have a lead on a champion like Jace, you are able to kind of maintain that. And we are going to have to see Nongshim set up proactively, because I do think that they can struggle if they're not going to objectives first. And the big thing is that consistently, Jiu has not been able to maintain the level of prior, right? Which is why Smash has been able to build such a big lead, but it's also kind of locked Lahens in. We haven't really seen him go off on journeys by his own. He's mostly been alongside Jiu, and again, I think the matchup is really rough, but I also do think that at this point in the game, being almost 1,000 gold behind without really any intervention is not where you want to be as Lahens.
Yeah, Faker going to look for him here as he holds the seismic shove for a really long time. Gets turned into a little snowman, which is adorable, and keeps his cool. Holds onto the flash.
That's
Faker
big.
takes a big Q there from Jiu at the same time as Doran going for it once again. That last needlework not quite going to connect as Faker is everywhere, but Calyx is still going to kill this turret no matter what he does. Let's see whether Faker can finish him off. The answer is no, because there is a Sun Disc being put up. Calyx just going to stand down here and continue to get money in his back pocket. 650. Now the gold lead just for him.
My man is PvEing hard.
Yeah.
Okay, unfazed. That was a teleport invested from Faker, by the way. Was really looking to deny that turret getting taken, and that's a big deal. That means that now, even if T1 is able to pick up the next objective, they won't be looking too hot when it comes to defeats.
Yep.
They would need at least another kill, which...
Yeah, right now they are poised to get the other two, as Lahens doesn't have ult, remember, and Owner doesn't have the ability to get close to him because he presses Pulverize. So that is going to interrupt.
Oh, it's the grub fight. One-item spikes have been hit across the board, but Nongshim sets up first. I think for both these two compositions, being to the objective first is a really big deal. Look at the zone control to come through here, but there's no Leandris yet on Calyx, so he doesn't really bother Owner too much.
Yep, and you've got Jiu now positioned in the mid lane. Doran on a flank angle as the rest of Nongshim just going to move down to welcome him to this fight. It might give Owner a bit of an angle here, as Shock Blast will be avoided. The rest of T1 just not wanting to overextend. The ebb and flow here as Calyx looks for a flank angle. He is spotted. And remember, there are rocks, so he can't just use that shifting sands with impunity. Jiu now continuing to get some control here as Smash comes down to collect the wave. And Nongshim still holding on to this one, but it should be a 50-50 as he just gets rid of him. And that is just going to be a bit of a burst onto this Rift Herald as there it is, it's stolen by Owner. Not going to be able to pick up this Azir with the Impale, and now Jiu comes on over Carrier. Gonna have to get himself out of there as Lahans does have the ulti, and back in he goes! Oh! Smash gets taken by this Azir, but it's still feats of strength going over to T1. Gideon in a lot of trouble as well as Kingin. Gonna have to try and get out of there, but Faker, there is no way out for the Jace. And now Owner is running from Calyx, but he's got a blast cone, and Faker says, get out! Here's a wall, and step behind it, and they do so.
What a crazy sequence of events there. We have the successful hit from Gideon, then 5 damage short, because there's no one that can actually damage the objective.
Yep.
Calyx can't walk up because they don't have banana brush control, so he can't DPS until it's already too late, which means Owner gets it. I think it was Lahans that autoed that eye, a little bit troll there. And then Lahans, I think, saves this fight because they're not actually able to take down Carrier. Smash goes over the wall, the flash pulverized to take one of the biggest damage, and then,
Jiu's just dead. Faker is just going to murder him underneath his own turret.
We don't even get, Lahans?
Okay. He's looking for some sort of angle here, as it's Carrier that he's elected to try and kill. He gets thrown back, though.
No flash.
Oh, Kingin, yeah, he comes on over. But they're not going to risk it because they don't know where Owner is, and we know that Owner was just on his way.
We didn't even get to see my favorite part of the fight, which was Calyx actually holding his ult until the end, then using it, and then Gideon getting the wall slam into the ult, which I always like to see. But I think T1, they were able to get the Herald. They're looking to set up Dragon. And the play itself was fine, but it's the run-off effects of this kill on Jiu that, oh my guy.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah, just walked up to cue the cannon. Jiu's struggles, unfortunately, do truly continue. Not looking good. Calyx, though, looking great. No notes on him. But Jiu not losing in sums in particular as well is really rough. I do like itemization, so that's something. You know, Serpent's Fang is a really good item into T1. There's a lot of shielding between Faker, the Lulu, and the Skarner. But T1 got 2 dragons. They got the bot lane turret. Gold still is relatively even. And the 5v5s was actually looking a lot closer than I was expecting, given how rough that started for Nongshim.
Yep. There is the fact that T1's just being kind of able to take whatever they want. I think Nongshim not prioritizing these dragons at all is a big issue here, because I think a lot of their strength comes from their ability to fight for neutral. As Gideon looking to try and stop Owner from being frustrating, just press a Steadfast Presence, runs really fast, and it is not going to be too much of an issue. Atakan is going to spawn. It's of the voracious variety, because we do not have very much action so far this game. And Lahans going to have his back stopped, and maybe he is just dead. He does have his ultimate, so it might be that one that needs to be pressed first, but he doesn't even want to do that.
I feel like he should have.
Yeah, I'm going to say that that was an unforced error.
Now, maybe the reasoning is that they can't do Otacon off of it, so if he uses ultimate, then they can Otacon, but it looks like they are just going straight to Otacon.
Yeah, there's a teleport down from Calyx as well, and he could be in trouble. There is no turret here.
I assume he has it at least with that TP angle, but not putting it down just yet. And yeah, Lahan's dying. He's gonna go and make his way over, but Smash
taking a lot of damage. Yeah, exactly right. Otacon is going to soften them up here, as we know.
Yeah,
T1, they're going to back away.
Calyx just finished Leandri's. I don't think Smash was quite ready for that amount of damage. That's a big deal, because that does take all the tempo out of that play. And sets up a... Oh dear. Calyx.
All right, playing with fire here a little bit as Nongshim assume that it's their turn to go for this one. They have so much vision around this area, and now with the Leandris, they have a lot of DPS to try and take this one down as well. No vision given over as
Gideon has his ult.
Got a teleport coming in from the Gwen as Lahans gets on top of Smash. The heroic charge comes down, and that is a piercing arrow to execute the Zeri. They're now losing so much of their DPS in this fight. As now Kingen positions behind his team, and we're flipping. We are going to land the Chains of Corruption, and there goes the jungler in support. They'll take the voracious Otacon. Calyx grabs his second against Doran, and Nongshim destroy the team fight.
All part of Lahenz's long-term plans, Atlas.
Oh, there it is.
Bait them into a false sense of security by dying, then make sure that they go off the Otacon, then just take the Otacon yourself. Why didn't we see it?
Well,
we were not ready.
Yeah,
Well,
we need to be on the same intellectual plane as Lahenz for that.
It's this play from Lahenz that wins them this fight, right? He walks back, out of vision, sneaks behind enemy lines, and then Smash with flash up ends up dying. And then that alone, I felt like maybe with the Otacon debuff was salvageable, but after that ult from Gideon, no salvaging. No, sir. And that means that that soul point, I think, is going to be denied. That means that, just look at the timing here, that's going to be the start of the stacking of Dragons for Nongshim. And it's not the end of the world for T1, but this first game, Atlas, what a banger.
It's looking pretty good so far for young Nongshim. We do want to talk about T1 and their control of all of the objectives at the moment. Of course, they have the 5 grubs, the 2 dragons, and Nongshim going to need to continue to press forward.
It's not one.
Yeah, definitely not. And you can see it in the gold. It's like 400 or something like that. But Nongshim can play around this Otacon buff to try and get some more advantages. As Calyx and Faker are going to face off, and Calyx is going to look a little worse for wear as he makes his way out, but
it's
have that needlessly large rod.
Because Faker had a Lulu.
Yeah.
So
Calyx
that's
does
actually
have a
cheating.
free life as well.
He does, yeah.
That's
So
somewhat
as a Nongshim predictor, how are we feeling so far?
I mean, this is better than I expected, to be honest. As there's an Impale, maybe it's going worse, as Gideon's going to have to flash to get out of the way of that one. Activating Hex Flash, maybe a positive. Now Doran gets into the mist. I don't know about this one, as they evict the jungler, and Gideon is just going to say, that is time for us to take the outer turret.
That was actually really funny. So Doran used the mist, which meant his backline got hit by an empowered shot block.
Yeah, blocking it,
I think they were going to lose control of that turret anyway, but definitely not the intended thing to have happened there. And do note, Nongshim will not be able to use the buff for this dragon. And if if Owner ends up still getting this Drake, you know, if it's a smite fight and they take it, T1 is going to be completely unfazed by what has happened so far because the gold is still even. T1 was able to pick up the feats. T1's composition still skills insanely well. Again, range issues is something we're going to keep going back to, but Nongshim, as well as they've played so far, I don't think have been the most calculating, you know? That's just not really who they are, so I could see a scenario where they don't really use the range to the maximum potential, just kind of run in. But they do get the dragon, and that's a really big deal.
Yep. I think the thing that's impressed me the most is how they've shut down Doran so effectively, even within team fights. The fact that Gideon gets on top of him, presses Steadfast Presence, and then he can't do anything for the entirety of the team fight means that if they are able to kill Smash at the beginning of every fight, he doesn't just get McHale's down to the first CC and run amok, then I think Nongshim should be able to get something done. Calyx, good head on his shoulders there as he sidesteps the From the Darkness seismic shove.
I think he had vision, but he's been playing. This is not the same Calyx that we had last year.
Exactly.
I do want to highlight that. Obviously, it's the first game. As mentioned, I don't think Faker has been nearly as oppressive as he has been many of his other seasons. Thus far in spring is, Jiu.
This is looking somewhat oppressive if you were to ask Jiu his opinion. He does flash away and has the barrier there as well. Headbutt Pulverize onto Owner, but he is looking mighty tanky right now as Smash looking a bit worse for wear. Lahenz presses his ultimate button and has to flash away, and that is a lot invested just to get their cow out of the slaughterhouse.
And that matchup was just looking up for Jiu because not due to his efforts, mostly because the team is team fighting well. They'd actually been able to get him back to within touching distance. It was only like 300 gold. Now his sums are down again. Now I don't think Jiu is the main character on this team. That is very much Kingen and Calyx, and honestly even Gideon is, oh my god.
There is some vision here for T1, but they're just over the wall.
They're not clued into this at all. You don't see any pings. It's a T1 Baron! And they're getting T1'd!
Oh, look at all of the vision that they avoided.
It's gone!
It's just gone. It's just gone. They are masterminds. They are using T1's strategies against them. Now they're going to get the idea of what's going on, but there goes the Baron, and Lahan says, Owner, get the heck out of here. They might lose their Alistair, but I don't think they're too worried about that one, as goodbye Gwen. And the Impale is going to skewer him, but I mean, you can eat a kebab, but you're not going to win this game. I got to stop making the steak references. I really do.
I just needed the birds that one. I'm like, what? Kebabs? What? That's too expensive for a kebab, okay? Are you giving up a Baron? That's not worth.
That's the Wagyu kebab right there. But yeah, no,
why would you do that?
Exactly, why would you?
There's so much spices, you can barely taste it. There's no point.
It's very true. However,
And
sometimes
T1
you go for it.
Well, T1 clearly, it's the tourist trap. You know, you're like, man, I'm here anyway. You know, it looks so nice. Don't do it.
Well, now with the Baron, Nongshim are looking to augment that by increasing this Rebel Baron power play. Already up to 2k, so they've got a little bit already in the tank as far as the extra money is concerned. We'll see how many of these turrets they'll be able to take down. Overextending into T1 going to be a dangerous proposition, but remember, this is the comp with all of that range. If they can hold T1 at bay, this Baron could do so much work, and already Calyx getting to it on this top side.
Ooh. And as you highlighted, I do think that we talked a lot about Faker. I think this game he has been having a great impact on Salia, a lot of impact in side lanes, looking a lot cleaner.
They're getting engaged on. There's a free double pulverized there as Doran pulls himself over. Seismic Shove doesn't get Gideon over the wall as he flashes away. Some knockouts coming on through here as Smash has already grabbed a kill, and Ona, he comes on in, but Lahenz has got an unbreakable will, and he's basically immortal. Kingen gonna take down the Scorpion and gets rid of Smash. Still, they're able to take down this Jason. Every kill that T1 gets is worth so much more because they're getting rid of the Barons.
Oh, that was very, very close in many occasions. In the end, I think T1, as you say, gonna be happy with that trade 2 for 2. As, Calyx, he is not, should be afraid, I do think.
Yeah, there were no rocks on the ground, so he's able to shift his way out.
Never mind, trying to get the most out of that buff. Kingen, don't be fooled by the KDA. Is really going God mode in this one. So there's a lot that happens here. Initially, it looks like a nice setup, but a lot of damage does go into the Skarner specifically here. Was able to make his way over the wall, and then that flick from Faker forces out the ult from Lahenz, basically kills Gideon.
Wild growth as well.
And then the this time around, Smash actually with a really nice angle in the fight. Then Kingen murders the Skarner as he gets impaled, but this wall from Faker locking in means that locking in Kingen means that he ends up dying. I think Calyx was actually looking for more there.
Whoa! Gio, what are we doing? We are baiting out the enemy team as they push Owner in. It's a trap! Billy's looking for Gio, and maybe this is why Gio is playing like a plastic bag for the early game, to set up for the greatest bait of all time.
Well, he fooled us, so of course he also fools T1.
All right, well, Calyx has got out of there and in there at the same time. Still,
a second Infernal Drake Atlas.
Yeah, second Infernal going to go over to Nongshim. I want to just consult the gold lead just for a moment. It's only 2,000. At 30 minutes into the game, that means basically nothing. But Ona being on the floor here is a bit of a problem. Let's have a look at this once again. My goodness, we're going fishing.
It actually is just straight up Gio being dangled.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even subtle. There's a TP, Lahenz is on a flank, Gideon is standing by in the brush, and they knew they were going to be there because the dragon was spawning, so they knew if Gio, again, without flash, was like 15 seconds. That's too tasty of a bait, Atlas. You got to go for that.
You certainly do. And now he has flash, and he didn't even die.
And
so...
he still has only died once this game. That's the craziest part to me.
Yeah.
I don't think he's played well by any means, but he's only died once.
Yep. Not a full-on liability, but certainly hasn't been the carry of this game. That has been Kingen once again. Calyx still 3-0-2. The young gentleman with his cool hourglass put together as well.
But look at that. I think once Smash hits a 4th item, well, a lot of these fights have been pretty drawn out. If Smash isn't dealt with early on in the fight, as soon as he finishes that item, there is no shot that Nongshim will still have the damage. We also haven't really seen him lean into the range advantage too much.
Oh, Kingen, we got a bit of a zoom in here as the Shock Blast goes wide. Very close. Nongshim still wanting to make sure that this Death Brush is still there. Faker moves in, wanting to see if he can find a Seismic Shove, but Lahenz And the rest of Nongshim playing around the vision that they already have set up, really protecting this control ward that T1 really want to get rid of. Just look at this topside vision. There is some vision still there for T1. You can see that control ward in the top tri-brush. A scary one with double teleports, both up and oh god. Carrier he's dead if he's hit by another. Okay, well, he's going to go home. And Nongshim then going to have some control. I think that Carrier also did want to go back, collect more wards and things like this, go for a bit of a reset anyway. That's probably what he's going to be saying to himself, but that is looking dangerous. And this is what we're talking about, right? Those shock blasts, you don't need to commit anything, apart from a bit of mana that you're not really worried about, and it's a 4-item Jace. Cyrilda's already done.
T1, all they want is it done? IE on Smash, there it is.
Oh, wow.
Smash. Last fight was good. The other fight's just a little bit too trigger happy. Got focused on early. A composition for T1, particularly with Doran as far behind as he is, does rely on him actually doing this. Kingen!
Oh
Doran!
dear. There's some mist. Doran gonna have to get out of there. As Kingen, did he hit another one? Because I was busy focusing on the lady running with scissors, which you should never do. As Nongshim just gonna walk back, head towards this very dark Baron pit.
Love to see it.
All right, you can see the rest of Nongshim, they're going to move on over. There is a Scry's Orb, just to make sure that they're not taking this Baron down. And Calyx and Gideon take that as an invitation. Lahens, he could be the target. He does have to use the ult to get out of the Impale. Flick back there as well as they are committing to this Baron. Doran's getting over there, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to do this in time, as Owner is relatively low and they're still on this Baron. Owner is going to have to flash out, but there goes Calyx, and it's Smash that's being the hero. The Baron will be locked down by Nongshim, and now they really want to get out of there. Oh, that wild growth from Carrier says no to King, and Njiu's on the wrong side of the map. Gideon, the last Baron left standing, as he's going to get the flick. There goes the kill, and T1 right back in the driver's seat.
They clean aced them! That's game!
That should just be game over.
Ah!
Okay.
Not even close, Atlas.
Yeah,
this was.
Yeah. They were in control the whole time.
All along. There was no worry whatsoever.
Nope.
I did not expect the Infinity Edge power spike to be that big a deal. As they do not.
Well, actually tanking a little bit.
It's too much.
I don't think Calyx is going to be able to kill this minion wave.
Well, you will.
And they got 5 grubs.
There's the next one, right? The next one is Kongan in. That's just it.
Yep. They're just going to be able to execute these turrets. Down goes the Nexus as well, and T1 just rip victory from the jaws of defeat in game 1. I don't think that there's going to be too much celebrating in the T1 booth after that one, but a win is a win, Chronicler.
Just comes down to Nongshim underestimating how quick T1 could get there, overestimating their own damage on Baron. Because clearly they thought, even if they go in, it was a split call, right?
Yeah.
They were like, we sacrifice Lahens, we get out. This time it doesn't work. Kingen also trying to go in. He does have so much damage, but with the wild growth that just doesn't end up working out. My takeaways, T1 still look frazzled. They won this game, but the way in which they did it wasn't very convincing. Calyx looks great in his first game back, and Kingen and Gideon, unfortunately not able to actually get the team to the win, but what a first game here.
Yeah, just amazing. I think the biggest problem for Nongshim is Jiu, even though he did do a fair bit of damage, it was not nearly as much as what Kingen was able to provide.
And I thought Calyx's damage was going to be higher. Kingen, though, no notes.
Yep.
2 thumbs up.
Played a fantastic game.
He did also do a lot of dying for damage maximalization, which I do really appreciate, you know?
100%
that's
respect.
cool.
If we, if like somewhere there's a Huni that's really present.
Gwen doing only 1.5k more damage than the Skarner, not ideal.
Yeah, Gwen being the corpse dragged across the line is really a weird situation here. As it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down and we'll have game number 2. See you there. 이거 치고 있는 거 같은데? 치고 있는 거 같은데? 그럼 세개 나오면 한번 써볼게 이거. 만 원만 써봐. 가방 없어?
일단 알리부터.
알리부터
알리
땡겼어. 크게 뚫어볼래? 알리 잡았어 일단. 이거 두고 보자. 피 7천. 피 많아.
할만해 천천히. 들어와 있어.
나 위로 줄게. 아래 조심. 나 위에 가는 중.
얘 아직 나 때릴 거야.
오케이. 알았어. 알리 잡았어.
왼쪽 빠져. 바로 못해. 쌈 봐야 돼. 할만해. 베니 제이스
해결해볼래?
오케이. 높이야 형.
야 되거든. 형, 나 봐봐. 다 미드 간다 우리. 가거든. 둘이 차해. 오케이. 나이스. 알았어. 미드 가면 끝나겠다.
When you're T1, every game is a big game. That means you get the best from every team you play, and Nongshim did exactly that, but still came up short with the last-second Baron call as T1 wrapped this one up. It is game 1 in the books for them. After a shaky start, Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid, it all starts with the draft, and you had both of you guys had contrasting thoughts here.
Yeah, so I think the first thing to talk about is at the start of the day, we were talking about the 4 big top laners at the moment, Ambessa, Rumble, Gwen, and Jace, and how Jace is the one who has the winning matchup against all of these. And it's interesting that T1 opted to go for the Gwen instead, and we saw King have a field day in the top lane, but we kind of saw the opposite a little bit later on, where Nongshim opted to go for this Alistar on 4, obviously really strong engage support, but it gave T1 the freedom to go the Zeri Lulu. Even with having a Zeri Lulu who's a very scaling lane, they had Prior, they had a CS advantage, and that was kind of the split between the two teams. You had Kingen farming up a Storm top, and you had Smash and Carrier farming up a Storm in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I still like the Alistar pick because I consider Alistar as a tier 1 right now. Like, it's one of the great picks, especially with the Glacier argument. It's really, I think it's really great setup just in general. I think you normally kind of outside of the lane after level 4. I think even though Zeri Lulu gets the Prior in lane, I think they can actually fight back. Think about the 3v3 in the bot lane. Zeri Lulu in the early game not have enough of damage, but when you have Varus and Alistar, it's really easy to set up the fight, look for the fight. So I still think the bot lane pick was okay, but I'm kind of wondering that why they are forcing Zeri and Lulu. Is that because of they think it's still good, or it's just Smash being there, so we have to play that? Because I mean, it's obvious that the priority AD carry is meta, so the hyper carry is not in here, right?
Yeah, they had ample opportunity to go for like a they could have gone like double range bot lane if they wanted. Like they could have gone something just to really punish the lane, because Zeri Lulu, as much as they had a lead, it's not like stomping lane that hard. I also think the fact that they had the Lulu and the Skarner kind of makes the jungle support combo weak because there's not that much damage. Whereas like if you had like Lulu Xin Zhao, that's a lot stronger combo, and like Lulu Xin Zhao Talia is a lot more threat. So
yeah, and also no setup for Talia as well.
Yeah, well, we talked a lot about the protagonists of highlight number 1 here. Alistar making the play on the Zeri and the Lulu.
Yeah, and Carrier kind of, he gets his polymorph, but he steps up too far and ends up really caught out. This is really rough positioning for a Lulu. This is positioning like a Rel would. He has to burn all his cooldowns, and then Smash makes another mistake. You know, you've just seen your Lulu burn every single cooldown, and he dashes over to try and make the play. I think both of the bot laners for T1 really had a sync on this one.
We could see the disconnection from T1, and it's kind of rare. I normally say T1 is king of the skirmishes, king of the team fight, but they kind of feel like disconnected from each other. So I feel maybe that's kind of outcome from their team comp, because it's kind of hard to set up the fight with Lulu, Talia, you know. So yeah, maybe that's the reason.
And that's what I liked is what you pointed out there, because a lot of people have a close eye on that bot lane of T1 with Smash, and they saw him go over the wall, but maybe they didn't see, and I didn't see it live, they didn't see Lulu kind of position like they were a tank, use all their sums on themselves, and then there's nothing left for the hyper carry that you've been setting up.
Yeah, it's kind of like the two sides to it is Carrier definitely positioned wrong and was playing like, that's not how you want to be playing Lulu in fights like these, but when you see your support flash out having been all cooldowns, probably you don't want to go in.
Leave your support, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have another one here at 33 minutes. This was the catch out onto Alistar, and then you get to see the cleanup from the AD carry, but it all starts with Faker making this play.
And this is, you know, the other side of it, where it's Nongshim who lose the Alistar quickly thanks to a great pick, and Smash now has Carrier backing him up with all cooldowns. It's also a late game Zeri, and it ends up a really unfortunate position. Smash finds an angle to take out Calyx on the Azir, and then from here it's just this cleanup where Nongshim just don't really have a response. Even with the Jace jumping in, the Wild Growth comes in, and that is the bot lane working well as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nongshim kind of struggled to snowball after the early game, especially the mid game. I think there were some team fights that Nongshim could win so much harder, but they kind of fall because of the T1 special team fight. So maybe that was the reason why T1 really wanted to play that kind of team comp, because you trust your players that they can actually bounce back in the late game. But I'm still curious about their team comp, because yeah, I still think those are not that optimal picks on the bot lane.
I think as well, Nongshim got a bit panicked because they're against, you know, Zeri, Lulu, they're against Gwen. They're like, oh, they're scaling well, you know, it's really urgent. But like, your comp has so much poke between the Jace and the Varus. Starting the Baron, being on the objective first without getting that poke down is never the right play.
Yeah, unique watching both these squads figure out their compositions throughout that game number 1. And will it be a T1-2-0? Will Nongshim battle back? Let's find out as we send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, it is time for the second game of this series. Likely to be a bit of a swap of the sides as well, as Faker once again rebooting. Getting, maybe he's doing a defrag on his hard drive at this point. People don't really do that anymore, do they?
Well,
they're normally solid state these days.
I think a lot of people will not know what you're talking about.
Do you still have a spinny disk hard drive?
No, I have a solid state as well. But I also think that the people that do probably are at work right now and not, not watching the LCK.
Hey, unless you're watching LCK at work. Sound off in the chat.
From home.
Yeah, or you're working from home. Anything at all, if you're watching from work, let us know. Let us know that you're being productive and also sharing a little bit of attention with the LCK. That's what we love to see here, as it is going to be a blue side Kalista ban. Not wanting to risk it against a player that's pretty good at the Caitlyn. In fact, T1 kind of awash with Caitlyn aficionados, as the Yone also going to be taken away here. So Victor. So we are skipping a few of the OPs, as only Kalista really from that list has been taken away so far. The Vi, almost always a red side second place ban. T1 don't often like sticking to the script though, so might be thinking about some other spice.
So Vi, Xin Zhao, I was going to say Rumble, but Rumble also taken off the board. The next in line would be things like Mbessa, but people have been pretty happy to just play into Mbessa.
Yeah.
Even though the pick is still very clearly top tier, does have some counters that seem to do well into it. As yeah, Faker, you know, the one at the top of the reboot I think was necessary. After that, I don't think you need to update. Like, clearly everything was up to date in that last game.
It was feeling pretty good.
For what feels like the first time in at least the LCK. I think LCK Cup was a different story, but LCK thus far has been a slow start for the GOAT, as Mbessa does get taken away here. Xin Zhao seems like a no-brainer here. Sejuani is another. So I'm going to signify what Gideon would rather do. And I like this. I think owner Sejuani is still crazy. But T1 are the team that uses Xin Zhao the best out of, I think, possibly any team that we have, because the all-in potential, the ability to re-engage fights and split them up when it's brawly, when it's skirmishy, when you have these long, drawn-out back and forths, the owner just plays it incredibly well. So I think this is a good call-out. That it's probably going to be the Sejuani is a definite lock-in. And then we are getting towards the, you know, slightly less broken top laners. There's still a lot, and we'll see what Doran is going to be looking towards.
It is, for me, Camille and Jax that are kind of on my mind at the moment, as both of them synergize exceptionally well with the Sejuani if they want to play around that top side. Of course, if they're playing in a top 2v2, generally the Xin Zhao is very strong. And Doran now wanting to have a little bit of safety up there, as the Na is going to be picked. A very comfortable blind, but doesn't really, you know, reek of excitement and happiness.
It doesn't spark joy.
No, not a lot of joy sparking.
It's fine. What this does do is give the possibility, if Nongshim do pick a mid laner, to get counterpick for Faker. That is, yet Nara's already picked.
Nah, Sejuani has some pretty good ults already being represented. And you could see Calyx counting there. He did 1-2. He was like, that's 2 good ultimates. Let's do it. And he locks it away. I don't know whether that's what he was doing at all.
That's what it felt like.
It is what it looked like.
Also, now you still get Ash Sejuani.
Hey,
know,
true.
Just with extra steps.
There you go. As Renata is going to be picked away potentially.
Blind, like and then they're gonna. Well, I was about to say, and then they're gonna ban Nico, but it looks like they are not going to do so just yet. Ryze is gonna get picked up instead here for Faker.
Oh my god, this is one of the most classic combos of T1 from years past, and that is Ryze and Na.
Yeah,
picked together.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where you're like, one of Faker's most iconic. I'm like, I don't think that's true at this point anymore.
It has sort of run around a little.
There are a little bit too many of those. Azir is the big one, but that one is obviously taken off the board. The Nautilus, the Braum, taken away that does signal to me that they are, in fact, not picking Renata on 4 and are going to just save counter pick for Keria. Probably pick up an AD carry for Smash here. This is looking very Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
I also think Nongshim know that.
It's looking Zyrie too. So the Rakan
there
is
is
going to be
the-
banned. I actually think that's really smart.
The downside to Kai'Sa, obviously, is that the lane into Ashe can be quite tough. You have a lot of setup, so I think that both MF and Jin make a lot of sense. Jin does well on the follow-up, and Jin is obviously also quite solid in lane. Then again, so is MF. So I feel like both of these do make a lot of sense. I think the one downside to MF is that actually getting a full ult-off into both Ashe and Zinzao, I think, can be a little hard. Zinzao also is able to just function regardless of that. And then what Leona here, I think, makes a lot of sense given that the Braum has already been taken away. And it also cancels the ultimate from the MF really reliably.
Galio would be very Lehens if they were to lock that one in.
Is it going to be Kingan's GP?
Oh god, yeah, create the
Into Gnar.
Thunderdome, make the circle.
Right?
Let it rip, baby.
MF ults and you just
say no?
You say no. Because there's no shot that the Galio is not going support, right? You're not picking Galio into...
Unless you are
pick
taking Silas top. Yeah.
Oh, that could be the angle. Yeah, Silas top. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. So it's Silas top for Kingan here, which early on is rough. But yeah, post 6, obviously, you have...
And so many of our top laners have been practicing Silas in solo queue recently. Like, this is not like a new thing. This is something that people have been waiting to bring out for quite some time. And it was an OG pick into the Gnar many moons ago as Keria diving towards his Nico of old. This is a champion that he's found a lot of success on in the past, but it was often in Kalista lanes. So he would often have a whole lot of extra pizzazz to play around post 6. And we'll see whether he's going to be just as deadly with MF at his side.
These setups, kind of crazy. Love Zinzao Galio. That one is a classic for a reason.
I am very worried about Pop Blossom being picked into Silas.
Yeah, okay, so, well, Silas already had like 50 ults.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm with you, though. So, the Nico, to me, I think the idea is, obviously, with the clone, you can catch cocoons. You also are playing into 2 short-range characters. Both Elise and Ashe kind of need to walk up, where Nico can really abuse the fact that she has a generally great time when she's not severely outranged, which isn't the case here. And then we also have the top lane matchup to look forward to. When it comes to the skirmish, though, like the 3v3 of Galio, Zinzao, Silas, that's a little disgusting. Atlas, that's a lot of gameplay power that is there. The side lane impact from Ryze is also matched. Ryze does obviously outskill the Galio, so a lot of intricacies, a lot of interesting decisions being made as we go into the game number 2.
Yeah, and a different story when it comes to range and things like that. I feel like both teams are pretty similar. Maybe Nongshim with a slight advantage there, but it's not going to be the same situation as what we saw in game 1. I still think Nongshim looking absolutely fine, but they looked fine in game number 1 as well. We'll see whether T1 can close this one out or whether Nongshim are bringing us to 3. Double Poros, what does it mean? It's both teams making their way out onto the rift. It is blue side for Nongshim this time. As T1 setting up the defense. And Gio moving down with Lehens as they do clear out this ward. And they are just going to park themselves down here. So no one getting too much deep vision or any level 1 shenanigans or anything like that as OMG, couple of Poros walking past one another, and Calyx going to get some vision down. Onus seeing it immediately. Grats on the extra gold.
Nicely implemented OMG there. Very subtle.
Mm-hmm. All right.
2 Sejuanis. It is kind of crazy.
It is. And now there's 2 Fakers. Now there's 2 Smashes. Don't you think it's kind of cool that, you know, Smash is playing for T1 and one of T1's most famous AD carries is called Bang. We've got onomatopoeias as, you know, T1 AD carries. It's kind of dope.
Yeah, it is dope. I have nothing to add.
Yeah.
Good thought.
Thank you. I've had good thoughts before, and I'm glad that there's proof now that I had a good one. Thanks to you for recognizing it. awkward conversations aside, let's have a look at how this bottom lane is going to go. As Lahens is going to be throwing down some Qs, trying to get some damage down. As you can see, Smash getting electrocuted here by the Elise. The Spiderlings being frustrating. There's good volley, but T1 are giving back as much as they're getting here, as Kingen moving up towards Dora and just missing the chains there, as we can see, but able to Kingslayer over the level 2 spike. Looking good for the Sylas, as the Boomerang does go wide.
Imagine how to trade. Oh, I was about to say,
yeah,
if he hits the chain.
Yeah, and he does. That's the solo bolo! And the flash down for Doran. Okay, Kingen.
Yeah, Doran did escape a lot of what I'm sure would have been some rough criticism had this team not won the last game.
Yeah.
This, to me, is more egregious because in the last game he was focused heavily, right? There was at least a lot of reasons for why he was in the position that he was in. The map was being split kind of against him. We saw Owner, you know, mostly paying his attention towards the bot lane as...
Oh, God.
Oh, God. There's no flash.
It's going from bad to worse, ladies and gentlemen, as Doran's level 3, and he's just dead. Gideon, was that like a level up? Oh no, he got the trial proc. Oh God, okay. Yep. Yeah, that couldn't be going worse. He didn't blow the teleport, there's that. He just walked it back. So there's the silver lining. I was looking for it. It was hard to find, but I got there in the end.
Hooray for small miracles, Atlas.
Yep. Calyx also having a rough time, as Faker got the counter pick and looks pretty good as well. And up towards the top lane again, the 2-0 Sylas with a couple of items compared to an empty green bottle.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Calyx that picked us into the Rise, right? Because they picked the Sylas.
Oh, right. Yeah,
first,
you're true. Yeah, you're right.
Which makes this also a little bit rough for Calyx. Now, I do think that you picked the Galio not because of the early matchup. It's mainly so that you can match the impact in side lane. And I do think post first back you should be in a position that's a lot better as...
Well, oh man, he was just confused.
Did you say what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it sounded like to me. He's level 2.
Oh.
Doesn't even
man.
flash, Gideon, by the way.
Yeah, just walked it off and then had a giggle. So things looking pretty good for Nongshim towards the top side of the map. 500 gold, the lead as a result. And Doran hitting Mega now, but it's really feeling like things are real rough here on the top side of the map. King diving in once again.
They're not getting better, Atlas, because the biggest advantage you have in this matchup, I'd argue, is the first 6 levels.
Yep.
Before Sylas has his ult, because you're actually able to...
Yeah, you can ult Na when Na can't ult.
Yes, and again, oh my god, this wave state. Oh, this is so bad.
So
and Owner is at least on the top half of the map, so we'll see if he can fix the wave. But so it's also because with Sylas, once you get enough ability haste, like the chain is basically just not on cooldown.
Oh god, if he lands another chain, and it could be all over, as Owner is coming on up, and Kingen not overextending. Oh, unless he is. Yeah, he is. He's just going to get executed. Owner comes in and takes that one as a freebie. Maybe a bit of an overextension there from good old Kingen.
Doran is just repeating the game plan of Chiyu last game.
The ultra bait strategy?
The ultra bait where you're like, okay, he's already died twice. He's just not playing well today. Q, Owner arriving. Jokes aside, Owner does actually save the lane there, because that lane was frozen by Kingen in an abhorrent state. And Owner really nicely done here as well. Look at the positioning there. Actually setting up in a way where he's not visible at all. And is also in range to go for the Q flash. Nicely done. Means that, again, Kingen's still ahead. I still think this matchup is looking roughest. Woo!
Flash traded here in the mid lane as Calyx tidies up the minion wave. Gets some priority there as well as Gideon takes the first grub out of the first set. Q not going to get doubled up on here in this top lane as we do have the swap occurring. And Gideon should be able to lock down the remaining grub here. So that is first feat of strength of the warfare variety. As Gideon now going to take himself a crab. And we've got a fake misfortune waiting in the brush. Slahan's going to see that one come on through. T1 with the information. Still going to get tagged by the volley. Lehens comes up towards the top side of the map. And the gold entirely even. It does feel like the map is being controlled by Nongshim. And this is also a very sneaky Gideon moving into the enemy jungle. Lehens going to join him there as well as Owner and Carrier looking to rotate around. A possible sandwich angle here is only level 5 for Gio as well.
Alex has his ult. They should know it. They should know at this point, though. But maybe not. We'll see. I don't think they're ready.
Yeah, Owner gonna get spotted here, but does spot out the rest of Nongshim as well as Lehens doesn't need to move up, has his spiders taken down. As another taunt coming on through. Remember, these mid laners do not have flashes available. As Faker plays the do-si-do with Calyx. Winds of War gonna go wide.
Woo. Yeah, with Merc Treads, Calyx doing way better.
Yep.
The 1v1, and we still saw both of them shadowing towards the top half of the map because Faker also clearly knew that something wasn't quite
flash.
Okay. Carrier, I assume not having his clone available, not able to get rid of that. And again, that's the counter pick.
Yeah, nicely played here by Jiu so far, who is kind of licking his wounds from the last game. Cannon is going to be taken successfully here by Smash. T1 doing fine here as far as this duo lane is concerned, but I might be saying that a little bit too
flash.
soon. And
hello.
Yeah, Jiu is going to get spotted. And wanders on out.
They know.
But remember, yeah, Lehens is there, does manage to get the cleanse this time around as the repel going to avoid the snare coming on through from Carrier as Doran with the Gnar just flashes on top of Kingin. Can he get the ult off? The answer is yes, as Doran's tanking it up and will go down. A 1-for-1 under the bottom outer turret.
You'll take that if you are Kingin, Doran. The flash invested, meaning that it's a trade up. Also, I am just wondering if you know that the Elise is there, which it seems like they clearly did.
Yep.
We shouldn't be walking up and having our cleanse burned for no reason.
He was very committed to standing in that brush, we have to admit. Let's have a look at this one once again. I think this is just Kingin being 2-0 and being too, like, beefy to take down. Has he even got the Kingslayer off? You can see there.
Doran
before.
I think he could have just walked it off. I don't think he had to stay there because Kingin obviously was going to try and look for the Gnar. You saw him pick the ult at the beginning of that play. Doran's struggles continue. Even with that kill, the 1-for-1 trade, not what you're looking for when you pay that much attention towards the play.
Once again, a dragon that has gone pretty much ignored.
It's
one ward on it,
frankly.
Especially after we've been talking up the fact that dragons have been very, very strong. We saw that in the stats, in the pre-show.
And stats never lie, Atlas.
Not ever. That's all right. Smash and Carrier up against just a lonely Jiu right now, because Lehens is having a bit of a journey. He will be moving towards the top side eventually, as the next round of grubs in 30 seconds time could be our next point of contention. Gideon and Lehens looking to gang up on Faker here in the mid lane, whose flash is still not off cooldown. There's the taunt. That is going to mean a free cocoon. Gideon should be able to come on over as never mind. Faker, that phase rush, able to run it off.
Yep, has Mercs as well, so the CC not quite that long. Big thing there was that Gideon's damage wasn't there.
Yeah.
If he's there, he definitely have enough to take down the Rise, but not going to be the case. Faker obviously sitting on a good amount of MR, but not a lot of armor yet. I'm sure eventually Rise, as we all know, will become a turret as King and...
I've seen this one before, as in the meantime we've got some grubs taken as well. Teleport back in from Faker, but it should be the first grub being taken at least. It's the rest of T1 wanting to fight for this. 3 versus 3, but it's a flanking Lehens. And Calyx is lying in wait as well, so 5 grubs going to be the answer. The arrow goes entirely wide, as there is a cocoon to interrupt the bullet time. Owner now getting a bit of a heal as the knockup comes through with the Pop Blossom. Still the heroic charge not going to be enough, and Carrier will be the answering kill. Calyx grabs that one, and there's a Justice Punch onto Faker. Lehens looking for a little bit more, as they want to take the Realm Warp out, as the taunt doesn't work. And Faker gets everyone to safety. Apart from, unfortunately, Carrier, who died earlier.
I'm not sure. I have to see in the replay. Either Calyx's taunt was a split second too late, or Owner cancelled it with Q.
I know the taunt went off, but Faker wasn't in it.
Got you, okay.
It just taunted other people and not the Rise.
Man, that either both ways could have gone very poorly. Very thin margins on that fight, kind of continuing what we've seen in the series thus far. As we take another look here, Lahen's on the flank is spotted, but doesn't stop him. That arrow missing is crucial. If that goes on to Owner, I think the fight looks a lot less close. But Lahen's getting the interrupt onto Smash and basically 1v1ing the MF, taking it out of the fight is a really big deal. And then even though Gideon dies, Keria still ends up going down. Take another look here.
Oh, right on the edge of the taunt.
Yep.
My goodness.
If he gets tagged by that, they probably all die. And
Yeah.
the game is looking very differently. Instead, it is still 6, like Nongshim still won that, right? 6 reps for them. They end up getting the dragon as a little extra gift as well, which gets them feats.
Yeah. And now a couple of plates going to be traded here, as at least Smash getting a little bit of an advantage. Jiu coming on up, but isn't able to actually get very many of these pesky minions. So they're in a bit of an awkward spot. Lahen's going to turn up though, and they're looking to play aggressively. They will get the cleanse out of Smash immediately. Cocoon going to land there as well, as Jiu's just walking at him. Frost shot going to connect. The volley's going to land as well, and there is nothing they could do about it. That's a huge knock from Kingen, who's just diving the turret. Ulti going to miss as Kingen will go down in the 1v1, but Owner now will find Gideon, and that's going to even it out for T1. They'll take a little bit more. Wind becomes lightning. There's a nice little heal there from Gideon as he's just fighting as best he can, but the damage is going to be there from Owner. Keria now pushed underneath his turret as Calyx and Faker, they need to do something exciting as well, because there is crazy stuff happening all over the map.
And as so often is the case, Owner, the shining light that salvages what looked really rough there for a situation that looked rough for T1. The play onto Doran, it's definitely hard forced, right? Kingen is already low, so him taking aggro, it feels like a necessity because of the fact that he needs to go in for the ult, but the timely arrival of Owner here ends up guaranteeing the 1v2. It's been in the right place in the right time. Still though, topside play was a win for Nongshim, right? So it's a 2 for 2 across the board by the end of it. And the woes for Smash and Keria kind of continue. I feel like the Nico counterpick thus far hasn't really made its mark, and Smash has had some cleanse mishaps and actually ends up going down there as well.
Yeah, and so now we've got a Cloud Drake coming up in 3 minutes' time. The Rift Herald should be the next thing on the cards. As 1.5 minutes for that one on the top side is Kingen versus Faker.
Alex, oh,
yeah, that Scry's Orb was real nice.
Woo. So that one coming, not going to be caught off guard, and T1's going to be happy, obviously. As
oh, trying to predict a hop, but it doesn't actually happen there from Lahen's. Trying to get into the head of his previous teammate.
Yeah, so Faker did pick this as a counterpick into Sylas, so is this, if this is the lane assignment...
Yeah, this is kind of optimal, T1.
He's very happy, yeah. And also Ryze, at times, has been a top laner, you know, so we know he can.
Keen would definitely argue that he's a top laner.
Yeah. Yeah, Keen also thinks Urgot is still relevant, which I want to be true. Let me be clear.
As a Blippo fan, so do I.
Yeah, it's fun. I love Urgot. I think he's such a fun champion when he works as...
Oh, Keria not going to quite find it. Immediately has to flash the arrow that Jiu is going to throw at him. Good heads-up play there. Not going to just assume, as they do miss a cannon. So that's a -1 in the chat, please.
Even though Ashe and Varus are so similar, Jiu's performance is really a night and day situation. It's kind of crazy. He's actually been able to keep his summoners up or use them in a situation that didn't, you know, involve him making a big mistake. As Doran is in an awkward spot here.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. He's going to try and hop away, but that's a really nice cocoon. As Calyx kind of out of CC for now, and so Doran with the extra movement speed going to be able to get himself out of there. Does have his Trinity Force now done, as well as Merc Treads that look extraordinarily important. As in comes Keria, pretending to be Owner.
Well, the Herald is spawning though, so like he's still going to have to invest his TP to kind of salvage this situation. As
I would, if I was Kingen,
I actually like this from T1. Because they are, instead of trying to contest, which I think should be quite hard with Doran being as low as he is, they're just setting up as, oh, it doesn't spot.
Yeah, all right. We'll see whether Kingen's going to be able to ward them off.
Tough.
He really wants someone to pick up turret aggro before he throws out the ulti, but there's Smash with an ulti of his own. He finds it.
Chains!
As Smash gonna have to flash for it, and he does pick up the kill. I don't think he had to flash for it. Maybe that I said that wrong. However, he did flash for it, and it did result in a kill. Still, outer turret falls on the top side of the map. T1 going to be able to grab the outer on the bottom side, but if this inner turret goes down, Nongshim are going to win out on the play. Still, they're able to defend, and Gideon is able to take the Rift Herald as Lahen's taking a lot of damage. Teleport in from Faker is going to get him towards this top side. There goes the Spider, squished like a bug. But still, it is the Galio being able to make it out relatively safe. I say safe, as they do get the taunt onto Faker here. Pop Blossom comes out from Carrier, who was pretending to be owner there as the arrow is going to connect. Now Faker's in trouble, and Gideon, with the ulti running, is seeing what he can get done here. There's King into lockdown, the first one. Chains land onto owner, smash taken down as well. Kingen, an absolute monster on this Sylas. And Doran cannot catch up here as Carrier going down exceptionally low, or at least looking like he did as he was transformed. Still, Calyx is going to fall, and Doran looking to try and get out. Win just barely not becoming lightning there. And Kingen, you can see, just desperately wanting to get another one, but isn't able.
This series has been so many of these skirmishes that just makes you go, oh, who's winning?
Yeah, this is crazy.
I am still quite unsure, as initially this looks like a way too aggressive overforce here from Calyx and Gideon, but when you see the TP, it starts to make a little bit more sense. Crucially, a lot of damage goes into Faker, and he is quite beefy. So the beginning of this fight, I think, really looks quite rough, but the CC from Calyx in this whole sequence ends up being, I think, one of the big reasons why it's even close. Smash ends up going down. And the fact that Carrier doesn't die is a big deal, as now we're not done fighting.
Yeah, Ono lying in wait. We've got a Rift Herald coming down as well, as it is going to be Gideon controlling the ulti, controlling the dragon, sorry. Now they're going to have to possibly get themselves out of here. Let's see whether they can. It's Pop Blossom from Kingen going to come on through. Down goes Doran before he can do anything at all. And T1, I think it's probably just time to cut your losses and get out of there. Lahen's is looking juicy, but I don't think T1 are going to be able to do too much more, just controlling the mid lane as best they can. Cocoon going to land. Lahen's, I don't know about this. Gideon also very, very low as the Hawk Shot coming on through, and we've got some backs being channeled.
Nongshim are not afraid. I think sometimes they should be, but they're not.
Yeah.
Playing on the razor's edge there, very far forward, as both top laners are trying to outdo each other for who can die the most. Doran currently ahead. As we take a look, nice smite there by Gideon. And I can't believe this works. Doran bone blading down, feels he's safe because he almost has Mega, and then he just dies just before he can hit it. Nice ult there as well from Kingen to make sure that the rest of his team can go in on Doran. Doran also forced a sidestep. And it's not clean, but I'm having a really good time.
Me too. I have no idea what the outcome of this game is going to be, but looking at the 1-1 for all three of the bottom side of the map players from Nongshim is cathartic. So that's what I'm focusing on here, as Lahen's trying to find a carrier.
So I do think Nongshim are looking a lot more rough in the scaling department than they were in the previous game. I think previous game was very even. This time around, the bot lanes, I think, are a bit more even, but when you look towards the top side of the map, you are not feeling super. Silence obviously feels great, but I do think Ken's struggling to the amount of CC that's available on T1. And then Xin Zhao, Galio, really pick them for, if this game ends up going for like 15 more minutes, which I thought the last game was going to, and then that one ended very abruptly. What I do think Nongshim can do is get Chemtech Soul, because that is disgusting on this team.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Ox, you are off the hook this time around. There are a lot of, like, champions on both sides, in fact. Like, Doran maybe wouldn't have died in that last fight if he had a Chemtech Soul and would have been able to utilize it, right? Like, there's a lot of value that you can get. Mainly for Nongshim, as you were saying. Of course, Sylas and the Xin Zhao absolutely love it. T1 looking to defend their outer in the mid lane. Only one turret picked up on the bottom side of the map here for T1, and on the top side for Nongshim, as Carrier seeing whether he can defend his control ward. Not going to quite be able to there, but they at least get rid of the enemies. As Duke just getting control here, doing that back and forth in the mid lane as Kingen coming on over, still with a level advantage, but you can see the gold lead is gone for the Sylas.
With Sand coming through for Doran, obviously going to be feeling great in both side lanes.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if Faker picks up something like a Banshees as well. And there's also the fact that there's a lot of beefy members on T1 The percentage health damage on Nongshim is Lahen's Q,
Yeah.
which notoriously is not a good ability. Human Q is probably one of the worst abilities in the game.
Hey, but Spider Q also does percentage
Well,
health
Spider
damage.
Q is great, but you do need to get them low.
Yeah.
Remember when Elise was a top laner because Human Q was
Just
busted?
broken? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'd just play her like Karma, just spam Q at the opponent.
Yep.
I do remember that. That was when it was just very obvious. She was overtuned to a ridiculous degree.
Oh, no, we'd never do that.
No. Making it rain here in the mid lane. Gio just ignoring it. And Gideon is going to show up here. Only going to get spotted. Hawk shot going to have a lot of value this game as well as Carrier. Possible Pop Blossom angle. He is doing pretty well controlling both the clone and himself to make sure that he keeps Nongshim on their toes. And, oh, high value dash cannon there.
This is both just being annoying.
Yeah.
Lance also knows that no one should be walking up, that there's an actual threat as doesn't get the cancel just on the edge there. We do have Faker already sitting on 2 items. That's one of the small gold leads that we have. Calyx really wants to finish his next one. In terms of stacks though, Calyx is a little ahead as Runan's now for GU. That 3rd item spike is going to feel amazing when he hits it. Right now, MF, I think, feeling a lot more dangerous unless GU gets completely untouched in these fights. And he needs to do a good amount of damage output because the amount of MR on the enemy team is very substantial.
Yes. All right.
Number 1.
We are just starting the Otacon.
I don't love this.
No, neither do I. It's a little bit scary.
Do this a good amount of times. Oh, he does get the cancel in the back. That is nice. Means Faker, but comeback. He's still at 2 items. So is it just gone?
Well, it's down to 4,000 health. They're focusing it, and yeah, I don't know whether Owner's going to be able to get it here. He does, and he steals it away. Highway robbery here from T1 is now Gideon. Gets the, King gets the flash in. They take down the Nico immediately. There's the knockup onto Faker. He is completely taken out. And now Lahen's, he will be taken by Doran, but Faker is still in trouble, and there is the taunt to finish him off. Doran goes down as Jiu gets his hands on this Gnar, and over the wall comes Calyx, or at least he tries to. Not going to be able to there, and they'll settle for a kill under the misfortune. Only Owner left standing. How many of these petals will they actually be able to pick up, though? That's the big question, as there are a lot of them strewn all around the place, and the 3rd Drake going to be picked up here by Nongshim.
Again! A crazy sequence of events here as I thought Owner couldn't get in. He can.
That was
him again.
So sick.
Don't quite have the damage, but display from King and sets up the fight. A 3-man ultimate.
And with the Otacon little wall there, I think it also stunned Owner.
He did. Yeah, that's hits the 3-man. Then Jiu actually lands giving his life. Very nicely done. King installs for a good amount of time. That flash from Smash ends up haunting him because otherwise he just gets out here, flashes over the wall and he's fine. Instead, Jiu attacks him with the slow, follows up, and that ends up being the difference maker. Nicely done there again by Calyx.
Oh yeah, Carrier actually coming over here and stealing away a bunch of these petals.
They're basically even. Nongshim, I'm pretty sure, is also or was also at exactly 26.
All right. So not exactly end of the world as in comes Owner, and they are just going to kill Lahen's. He does repel, gets onto a Mega Blast Cone, and never mind, they don't kill Lahen's, they try to kill Lahen's. And Lahen's says no. As there's a taunt on to Carrier here, who's dead. That's a colossal smash to the noggin, and instead of Lahen's being dead, it's Carrier who's dead. Oh, how the turntables.
This Nico pick is not quite working out, Atlas, as there you go, 32. Okay, for T1. And they did get Otacon, but they also have not gotten...
Yeah, they're not getting the dragon value that the
or
Otacon
the grub
provides.
value. There's no epic objectives. Now Owner can just steal Nash, and then they get...
Right. Yeah, that's actually a really good game plan. Mind control them into taking the Baron. It's Lahen
working.
Possibly in trouble. Smash could be in the wrong spot now, though, as Faker is realm warped in. Gideon engages on top of him. The rest of T1 a little bit too far away, though. And down goes the jungler. Arrow also going to narrowly be hopped here by Doran. And King is in the mid lane, just defending here at the same time. Yeah, there's no smite here anymore. Owner cannot smite when he's dead, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I'm discovering.
That was the game plan!
Oh god, King also has a Gnar ultimate here. is going to be really dangerous if T1 go for a counter engage. So the Baron is just gone. The bullet time is an attempt, but it's a failure. And the first Baron, once again, here in game number 2, is going to go over to Nongshim.
Last time Nongshim went for a fight that just went completely awry. They started the second Baron and it was a complete disaster. This time though, actually looking a lot more measured as they try to go in on Lahens, even with the Realm War, but Lahens is at least actually locking him down is really hard. And Gio, when he's uncontested, can obviously just shred down Owner. But this all goes back to that attempted pick from Keria. Him not having the pop, or him not being there because he doesn't, he's not live, right? Not able to actually show up to the fight, not having the pop loss.
Oh, Owner thinks that he's found an angle, but instead it's Lahens that cocoons him up. The rest of T1 are turning up, but Gideon is ignoring them. Wind becomes lightning. Owner is going to get taken down so incredibly low as Kingin finds an ulti. Gio finds an arrow. He knocks it. He takes down Bristle and Sejuani. And now T1 looking to try and defend their inner turret, but these are Baroned up minions. These are 6 grubs, and Nongshim are having none of it.
Atlas, by any chance, have you looked at your hands recently?
Yes. Oh man, it's quite moist. I'm not gonna lie, there is game all over these hands, Chronicler.
It doesn't have to be wet. It could just be game.
It is though. It's really warm in here.
As Nongshim, the gold lead remains within touching distance. That is important to note. And T1, I do think, still have some scaling elements to look forward to, particularly with that Rise. But Faker not been able to have the impact on the Rise that he did on the Taliyah. Doran not doing so hot. Smashing Carrier not doing so hot. This is kind of feeling like a rehash of what happened against Hanwha Life, where Owner was the only one that looked okay, and then eventually even he went down.
Oh god, Faker taking so much damage here. That's 3 damage items here for Calyx as he realm warps his way out. The fake smash moves in, which terrified me, I'm not gonna lie. Thankfully there is the Nico hue on the champion.
The Baron perfectly ends up setting up for the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah.
Nongshim might have actually done it this time around, Atlas.
Well, you say that, and you also often say that curses aren't real, but I want you to be a little bit more careful if you could, because we want to get as much series out of this one as we possibly can. Control ward, making sure that Nongshim are unseen as they do spot Gideon moving on in there. We'll be able to clear out this ward here. As, yeah, T1, I mean, yeah, they're looking to try and get some control here of the top side, but that will not help them get a dragon. It's going to be up in 25 seconds time. Nongshim now able to move on down there. There's a Rift Scuttler coming up at the same time. Kingin is dealing with that minion wave as this one being taken care of by Gio, and they always have hawk shots and things like this to throw around to make sure they can get something done. As Calyx stepping real far forward, but that was a fake carrier, so not going to need to worry about that too much. And T1, they know that they need to fight for this one. In goes Gideon, just deciding to start off the fight. I don't know about that one, as the ulti does come on through, and he does stay alive. But he's going down relatively low. Kingin on a flank angle finds an Gnar ulti once again. He's been so good with these. I think mainly because he likes playing Gnar, and so he's pretty good at it in general. Doran has a Gnar bar in perfect position though as Calyx gets engaged on. He just goes into his Zhonya's though. That's going to buy a lot of time here as they take the Soul, and Chemtech Soul is going to help them so much. Look at these health bars already prepared as the Pop Blossom does nothing, but the Gnar does everything from King, and bullet time is just going to get immuned by the 2 members of Nongshim, and the Realm Warp does work, but it just tries to buy time. It just tries to get them out of there, and T1 is still going to die. And we are then going to go to 3 games. Here we are, Nongshim. They find the angle here in game 2.
Nongshim got close in game 1, but it wasn't quite enough. The Baron ended up being their downfall. That start of the fight with Gideon getting chunked, I was worried, but I needn't be, as Nongshim knocking down the Nexus.
Amazing stuff. And as far as bounce backs are concerned, good old Gio in, like, what was it, 5-1 and 9 at the end of that game. His Ashe was pretty good. Missed a few of these arrows, but hit a lot of pivotal ones as well. But Calyx, man.
You know, if I thought he was going to do this, I would have been a lot more smug about it. I did not see this one coming. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah.
What a performance thus far. I think he's died like, what, like 2 or 3 times in the whole... And this has been messy games.
Yeah, in the whole series. He died definitely at least once, but that was really late in the first game, and he died once in that last one as well. And if we're talking about KDAs, he's certainly winning. Still, I think Kingen has been my main character for this series thus far. I think in the early game, his Sylas was absolutely fantastic. And even though there were some hiccups, there was T1 taking some control of the map, Nongshim with that incredibly proactive Baron play, and then just, they took the whole game away from T1 after that. They made all of the right map movements. They made sure that they got that Chemtech Soul.
One man foresaw this when no one else did.
Well, one man just decided they'd mix it up this week. I don't know. I was coming into today and I did think that T1 were probably going to take it, even though the day prior I was like, Nongshim got a chance. Maybe I should have been a little bit more smug myself, Chronicler, but perhaps we can just be surprised.
Hey, you might still have the opportunity if they end up winning.
Well, they're going to have to in a red side victory as well, as T1 will have side selection as we move to Game 3 after the space and a break. We'll see you there.
야 태준 동원 태준 동원
나로 누공이야 나로 누공이야.
야 미코 아야 니코부터 니코 나다 야 미코 하자 미코 나 하나 따랐고
야 위에 봐 위에 볼래. 나 이거 펄스.
축구래 가자 가도 되지 마
아 여기까지 할게.
가자 라이즈도 높을
받아.
나이스
잘하는데 우리.
현민이 잘한다
잘하는데.
아 이대형인데 어떤 놈이 이대형인데
야
범인 미안하다
가자 범인 누구야? 범인 내 옆에 있어.
범인 미안하다 범인 지우야?
이대형인데요.
범인 찾아봐 범인 누군데 형이 범인이야 형이
Do you think even if I bet on this that there would be anything? I don't even think it'd be interesting.
This is what I mean. This is the sort of game where I don't think there's that caveat. There's not like the I just think they're so behind with the composition. That's
To be fair, I did think my hair was safe that last time as well. There's Sponge and Rich going to get this one turned on them. They thought they did a fair bit of damage there to Kingen, and in fact, Kingen does have the Otacon buff, so it doesn't even matter if he dies. Snip goes to Gwen, and Kingen's just playing a game of inches here towards the bottom side.
잡을 테니까 할 거 하고 싶은 적당히 하면 될 듯.
But they did end life again. Zeka has 12 kills! And he's getting to 13! He just keeps getting more! You cannot stop this Akali! And he has 25 stacks. I mean, we were right about that, Chronicler, at least.
This flash R2 for maximum disrespect.
너 잘한다 야 너. 맛있다 야. 나 크게 돌게 이거. 나 완전 크게 돌긴 했어.
not going to follow up there. Bigla does get isolated. Kellen is going down. This is a very messy fight for the Cloud Soul. Still taken by BNK. In goes Bigla once again. Look at that damage from the True Shot barrage. But no follow-up here for clear. The magic is the pin. Sealox 2 of them down. And just baited by the Fed Renekton once again.
이겼어. 클리어가 다 나왔어.
Lucid is in a bit of danger here, is what it kind of feels like to me. Of course, can't go on target, won't keep himself safe as he doesn't get the smite. Shiyu now dives in on top of all of them as he tries to get out. There's the Pop Blossom onto 3 somehow from Barrel with the first kill. Gonna go down already. Keen gonna get bailed out pretty quickly, and there it goes.
Got on T1, and I think they're making the right call.
Yeah.
Otacom. Oh, they're gonna go for the late contest. The objective is gone, but looking for the fight. He'll take on the flank.
Yeah, in goes Carrier. We'll see whether they can get some of these petals, but it looks like the answer is absolutely not. It's Zeka finds a gorgeous ulti. The layering of the bullet time there as well is just like poetry from HLE.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space as it is Nongshim tied things up 1-1, and yet again another T1 Nongshim series going close here. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid, and again, great series on our hands.
This was a scrappy game. This was a very scrappy game. I mean, I feel like from level 2, I'm like, okay, this might be a 1-1, and then it kind of went like all over here, and you know, we got to the end, but it was just a very interesting path to get there.
Yeah, the messy game, but I think Nongshim really wanted to have that kind of messy game because of their draft, you know, because they had Ashe Elise, which is the strongest early game, and also Xin Zhao Silas and Galio makes great early game skirmishes. So I feel like it's kind of Nongshim's way to make this game happen. But when you think about the T1 side, I feel like they had great bot lane synergy with Misfortune Nico, but I don't feel like they played the laning phase that well. Like, I think from level 1, ISO Ash and Elise was kind of denying the level 1 and they could have the early lane prior. So that kind of early game details was kind of huge difference.
Yeah, Nongshim's bot lane was trading really well, I feel. And then, I mean, I feel like the big thing for this draft was this flex that came out. You know, the Silas into the Gnar. We've seen it before, but not for a while. But you get so much value from the ult. There's also the Sejuani ult for huge value. But I like the fact it was the Galio into the Rise. You can match that roaming because game 1, Faker's roams really decided a lot of the pace of the game. And here you have a pick who can just kind of match wave clean to the Rise and then match those roams if he goes for them.
Yeah, solid draft. The early kills up top for the Silas. The counter ganks on the 1v2s as well is huge. Then leads us to Otacon here at 23 minutes. And it's a great steal by Owner, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good steal. And they actually managed to get a lot of the flowers, but the following fight gets completely decimated. This great engage from King, and that comes through. The Galio's there for the follow-up. They do manage to turn around and look to pick up the Silas here, but they're just losing these split fights. And unfortunately, Smash flashes in to kill the Silas, and now isn't able to get out again after the fact.
I think after the early game, every team fight started from Nongshim side, not T1. I mean, Misfortune needs some setup, needs some Nico ultimate. I think if they set up well and manage to engage on them first, I think they could have great chance. But every single time Kingen, he had Gnar ulti, he had the opportunity, he had the angle. Like, I think he set it up all the fights good for Nongshim side.
And that's what you want if you're Nongshim. If you're picking the Elise down on the bottom side for Lehens, you're getting agency on the top side for King, and you want these messy fights, but you need some stability in somewhere, and in the mid lane, it has been a great job so far by Calyx. And here's our last fight here on the bottom side as we try to get in the river. They try to hop into Calyx. Great Zhonya's.
Yeah, the Zhonya's were so good, timed just to buy them so much space. And then once again, it's King and having that Gnar ult available. There's just such a threat. Nico, unfortunately, doesn't connect this follow-up here. And once more, you get the Gnar ult in from the Silas, you get the Galio follow-up, even ults here to buy some more space.
I mean, I think we should talk about the Calyx more. In the pre-show, we didn't really talk about him that much. No one expected him to be this solid against Faker. I mean, I think he showed up the reason why he picked up over Fisher for Nongshim here.
Yeah, I mean, I said for me, Fisher had some high highs, but some low lows so far. From what we've seen so far, it's a small sample size, but Calyx has only had those highs. So if he continues this way, I think he definitely is looking to earn this spot as a starter.
I mean, Nongshim already have a good players, you know, like a Kingen. He already set up really great team fights. Lehans, king of the rotation. So, I mean, I already mentioned that only thing you have to do as a mid lane is just play a normal mid lane. You just don't need to do something special, you know. You have the leader, you have the engage, you have the playmaker, so all you need to do is just be stable in lane and click the buttons.
Interesting how in game 1 we got to see a clear game plan based off of the players that were in for T1, pick the hyper carry. Here in games 1 and 2 for Nongshim, it's been create some stability in the mid lane so that you can have chaos elsewhere. And this team now vibing well. At the very end of the game, the mic check was Lehen saying, this was supposed to be a 2-0. We need to know who the culprit is. Who was it? And Gideon saying, I'm sorry. The vibes are high for Nongshim, and the opportunity for an upset is there for the taking here with it.
Yeah, I really love those kind of vibes. I imagine Calyx right now. He's on so much pressure. He's playing against Faker, you know, in LCK. But those kind of mood from Lehans, that's the reason why I high rate Lehans as a player and also the leader of the team.
Yeah, I think it's so important, especially when you're bringing in less experienced players. And this is how you get the best performance out of them. And they're now one game away from taking down T1, which would be a pretty big upset.
But more importantly, one game away from a fortune teller, a future seer, a man who walks alone in the way that he does things and sees things. Atlas could potentially be the only one getting this upset correct. Will it be him? Will Chronicler ever be able to recover if it is him? Let's find out as we send it on over to them.
Thank you very much for that beautiful introduction there, Dagon, but I don't know whether I could necessarily stand up to those words because it was a guess. It was a gamble. There was not a whole lot behind it. It was just a feeling in the waters.
Atlas, you are vastly straying away from the Aux playbook. I don't come on.
They would do, baby.
Lock in.
All right, well, we'll see whether they can actually do it because if we have a look at the facts, T1 have won game 1 on blue side. Nongshim won on blue side in game 2, and now T1 have the blue side. So if we're having a look at it from a objective point of view, I mean, it's T1's in the bag. But let's see how these bans are going to change. As once again, it's just going to be the Yone and the Rumble taken away. Vi and Callista also taken away. The victor might make it through this time. There are quite a few things that have now been fearlessly banned away from both of these squads. Who's going to have that flexibility as the Xayah is going to be the ban here, as Corki was taken away as the final ban. So that means a lot is left up and available here for both teams.
Even that first game, let's not forget, felt like Nongshim for a large part of that was kind of running the show. Well, running the show maybe is a bit much because there was a lot of back and forth, and neither team really looked that clean. But even looking back at that Baron play, that game was not over if, say, Gideon just runs it off, right? Like, actually try to go back in. If 1 or 2 members survived, they could have probably held there. Could have been the difference maker. Could have been looking at a 2-0 for Nongshim here as the Faker. Victor gets picked up. His performance on the Talia was amazing. He was kind of invisible on the rise.
Ooh, ban Xayah and then pick the Kai'Sa. That seems like a decent game plan, as that's a lot of power for Calyx as well. Damn, that's a decent 1-2 punch. You can see the young man with a smile on his face after that one.
Is it like Neferi? You gotta pick something that pairs aggressively well with Ahri. Xin Zhao is already gone. Vi has been banned, as would be expected. It's like Neferi, Lee, Jarvan. That's kind of what you're looking towards. If they pick up an 80 carry without mobility here, that could, I think Jarvan could actually be an angle.
Well, Sion is going to be a beefy option, as that feels like putting Doran in jail.
Well, he should be, unfortunately, after those first 2 games. And again, I wanna really give Doran credit where credit is due. I think Doran is generally not being given the respect that he deserved over the last couple of years. Thus far, though, in LCK, he's just not been good. And we know he can be, right? This is a man that, for good reason, has been winning a good amount of LCK titles, has been known to be a very consistent player, and just getting chain solo killed by Kingen is not really part of that.
No.
So I like the Viego because it's an owner comfort pick, and also because it picks it away from Gideon. I don't think it really works with this comp at all. So it definitely is something where you really do.
This is what I thought Owner was going to pick, actually.
I'm telling you, it's just to deny. Like 100%, because the Viego and Ahri is, I think, one of the best combos when you look at junglers that are actually
the double resets.
Lee just isn't in a good spot right now, right? We don't even see like Canyon or Lucid or even Owner playing it. I think that says enough. The Nocturne definitely feels worse because it doesn't have the immediate setup for the Kai'Sa. It doesn't have the ability to really go quite as, or set up as nicely for the Ahri. You always want something with instant CC, but it does enable you to go for some crazy plays that otherwise you wouldn't be able to. And if Gideon and GU sync up, you have an incredible amount of backline threat later on.
It's a Lehen Shen angle.
It is 100% the Lehen Shen angle. Yeah.
That needs to be banned. That's got to be the last ban.
No, I'm with you, particularly with the Nocturne.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't see it before, but I'm seeing it now, Atlas.
Yeah, the Shen delivery system certainly going to be there. As there's that 80 carry with mobility going to be banned away. You can, of course, outrange this Kai'Sa pretty aggressively if they go for like a double ranged kill lane in the bottom side. That would also mean that picking the Shen is going to feel a bit worse.
Do you just go Kate Karma?
Yeah, something like that is what I was kind of thinking. And
like
Blitzcrank going to be taken away.
I'm looking. Corki has been banned by T1. That would be another one that I would look to go towards.
Yep. Oh, Rakan, though, is going to be the option.
That's a classic.
Yeah, speaking of classic, Smash, considering the Jinx right now, will lock that one in as the support Graggy. And no, it's not going to be that. It will be the Tahm Kench. So Carry is famous. Engage Tahm Kench.
This is
coming on through, but it's into Rakan. Isn't Rakan often picked as like an answer to the Tahm Kench because, you know, you want to be standing next to each other and stuff?
From a comp perspective, this is like a crazy Kench angle.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because you are... Oh, my God. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh,
King and
God, the GP. And if ever there is an ego pick angle, the GP into Sion from Kingen is certainly looking at that. But also it fits, you know, you've got like a lot of these globals and things like that playing for side lanes with the Nocturne on top of the fact that you have the Cannon Barrage is really going to skew things if they are going to be playing for the late game. Not to mention Killer Instinct from the Kaiser as well.
So the T1 comp looks amazing if you can get past the first 20-odd minutes, right? Once you hit 2 items on Victor, once you hit 2 items on the Jinx, you're going to be feeling great. But when it comes to early contest, what do? You're playing as Nocturne Ahri.
You hope that Nongshim play like they did in Game 1 and give you everything for free.
Yeah, but they didn't in Game 2 at all.
Right, but
that's
blue
the plan.
side.
Yeah.
Blue side, if you have blue side, then
okay.
everyone agrees that you get all the stuff.
There is Owner on the Viego, and Owner has actually been the only member of T1 that I feel like has been consistent in every single game. I did think his end to the previous one was a little bit iffy, but outside of that, I think he has actually
that's
been
amazing drawing.
Amazing. Yeah, we saw that one in the intro as well. So well done. That's Jiu on Kaisa as well, which he's playing.
That's what he's doing right now. T1 though, a lot of scaling, as we can see here. And Carrier, an amazing Tom Kench. Needs no introduction on that one. The engage Kench is very, very strong. Nongshim though, a very aggressive composition, a lot of side laning power. 2 very different styles clashing here in Game 3. All right, here we are. Onto the Rift 4, game number 3, the decider between T1 and Nongshim. And for those that are watching this as a T1 fan, you're like, wow, Nongshim are playing them really close. I'm really disappointed. Don't be. I think, like, especially if you watched the recent Pog State episode, I think a lot of us have Nongshim as a pretty comfortable Legend Group team. This is a squad that we think are starting to really come into their own. And I'm hoping to see even better things from them in the future. I think that Nongshim will be taking a lot of games like this from even, you know, the Humble Life Esports, maybe the Gen Gs, and the DKs moving further forward in the tournament.
Looking at Nongshim's record so far as well, have been facing a lot of the weaker teams, right? DNF, DRX, but they did close all those out very cleanly. The only one where they really kind of dropped the ball was the DRX series, and even that, they still won.
Yep.
As we take a look. One other thing that I do have to mention is obviously Smash has a range advantage in this matchup. Rakan Zaya is also, or Rakan Kaisa rather, is also notoriously picked for everything after lane. It's a really good combo there, but this should be a repeat of game number 1, where the T1 bot lane should be able to build a at least comfortable prior lead. I don't think the bullying should be quite as heavy as it was in that game. This Calyx, his early laning has been a little iffy, but his mid games have really, again, kind of blown me away today.
Yeah, his game sense has been very, very good. But like you were saying, Faker has had the edge when it comes to getting these lanes in order, as that Foxfire was very satisfying. And being able to tidy up most of those minions pretty comfortably here. As Kingen and Doran, I mean, this is going to be a largely non-interactive lane. See how Kingen's going to be able to utilize his Trial by Fire, which is the thing that I always tend to watch when it comes to Gangplanks, and how many of his barrels he's actually able to hit, and how many Doran's able to take away. A lot of mini games you are going to have, as that barrel lands quite nicely. Brass Bucks coming on through. Man, that's another one. As I thought he actually had passive back up then and possibly could have started burning down the Scion even more. You can see it is just shoot and Q, and it's like Q, 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 and Q, and Q from both of them.
That does describe a lot of League of Legends, Atlas. Like,
yeah, that's true. It's a lot of matchups. However, it is still this matchup, okay? Whether it is, you know, universal or not, doesn't make it less true. There's another Q, for example.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't have doubted you.
Well, more barrels being thrown. Roar of the Slayer not going to quite hit the mark as Gideon looking for an early gank angle, but there is a ward in that brush as the zap connects onto Lens. You're going to get slowed down here. Smash doing a great job alongside Carrier of keeping control of this lane. As Owner in the enemy jungle actually steals away a blue buff. will be able to get on out of there, or at least spots the blue buff. Wasn't actually keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, they have even clears, although Gideon is a bit delayed because he wasted some time towards the top side of the map. Obviously, both junglers are happy to farm, but Nocturne kind of has to because his early presence is very, very negligible. I also wonder what Kingen is going to do in terms of build. I personally would not be opposed to just go like Triforce into LDR. This is one of the occasions where being able to bust tanks reliably is, I think, going to be a really big deal that we'll see. We've also seen like the collector prio be high, and in this case, you could argue that Doran is going to die just because Geo is going to auto him, and being able to actually do as much damage as possible to Smash and Faker might be what he indexes towards. I also wonder whether he's going to pick up a Colt. We're about to see as Calyx not quite able to step out of that one.
Yeah, still able to get these minions though, so as far as lane control, he's doing just fine. Couple of the red rocks picked up that we've seen be quite a trend here in the LCK. As Kingen looking for a little bit of a reset angle by the looks of things, didn't have a lot of the blue stuff as Smash is going to get ignited. Jiu looking for an angle here as the Battle Dance gets the Rakan out of there before the Flame Chomper's arm. And that is a very nice trade. Kingen actually electing to stay, as we can see, but Calyx is in a whole bunch of trouble. He's going to have to flash. Gets out of the way of the gravity field, but thank goodness he didn't walk into a Viego.
Outplayed there. Faker presenting him with two bad scenarios. Either you don't flash and you end up getting killed by Faker, or you get herded towards Owner. And again, the early laning troubles do continue. Ari, as long as you hit 6 and he's like 20% off, you'll be fine. Particularly against something like the Victor. Victor doesn't. If it was a, like a Lissandra or something of the sort that actually had immediate CC, it'd be kind of tough, but
we did see Lissandra, didn't we, in the OPL?
I think so. Lissandra to me is one of those champions where I'm always like, I hope she comes back every now and then, but if it is a Lissandra meta, it's not fun.
No, it doesn't feel all that interactive. I feel like Talia is like the more interactive and fun version of Lissandra.
Yeah, Lissandra to me is just when she's good and her laning phase, her weak laning phase can be kind of negated. It's Smite Fight.
Yep, gonna be secured here by Gideon. Nicely done. Takes away the first one. The rest of Nongshim are grouped up, but you can see Smash and Carrier moving on down. And that should be able to secure the remaining 2 grubs, but denying the feat of strength. Going to be nice here for Gideon, and wanting to just get the experience, right? The rush to level 6, obviously the thing for the Nocturne, as Lehen's able to get himself out, but will get licked for his trouble.
There is that engage Kench as Carrier goes in. And this is the benefit of having an outranging bot lane matchup, right? Like the winning matchup means that Gideon has to peace out because Geo is catching the wave on top. Smash and Carrier are already there. But Nongshim is happy. They just want to get the 1 grub so that Gideon can get as much XP as possible. And he is about to hit a level 6, which T1 should be aware of as well. Doran isn't really in a position where I think he's very gankable because he is still quite healthy. Faker, though, needs to be careful because I think that's where Gideon might look. Once he gets this blue buff, should be 6. Faker still has Smash though, or he still has Flash though. He also has Smash, but Smash is in the top lane.
Yeah. Standing in the brush, as we can see. Zap going to come on through there as Jiu able to get out, but Lehen's not going to be as lucky. Has another charge on the Battle Dance though, and the idea of trying to kill a Rakan still looking dicey.
Generally tough, unless you can actually lock him down. That's the one weakness that I do see with the T1 comp. Once you CC someone, I think all the setup is, like, it's great, right? You have the Chompers, you have the Cyan Q, you have Viego. But starting off the chain is kind of tough. There's a lot of really mobile characters on Nongshim. There's oranges, there's spell shields.
No, the way they start off any fight is Doran just drives into the enemy team.
And then Gideon walks up and spell shields.
Yep. Yeah, but like still Doran's in there, and then they hit Doran, and then Doran dies, but then T1 probably wins the fight.
I could see it.
I think that's the angle.
Which is why he's on Cyan. Which again, I think we don't, like to say players have earned Cyan duty, but this is one of those situations.
Yeah. I think that does make some sense. He will be very deadly when it comes to you know, following up on any sort of skirmish. Nongshim always need to be careful of the follow-up. Speaking of follow-up, Cannon Barrage coming in immediately as there's the Devour used, but the knockoff keeps them in place. First blood goes over to the Nocturne. The Flame Chompers with the massive value as it's not quite up, but Calyx comes in. Spirit rushes in, Spirit rushes out, and then dies. Faker going to be able to pick that one up. 2 for 1 in the end, but you'll take that if you're Nongshim as they eviscerate the bottom lane.
That's worth. You take that as Gideon getting 2 stacks as a Wool owner. Yeah, he definitely wins this 1v1.
You would say so.
Although,
rest of Nongshim are in here though.
I think the big thing is mid-prio, because I think...
Spell Shield's good. As owner is going to be able to take the red buff. Fear going to come on down.
Particularly because I think the nerfs to Viego have kind of done their work. He used to be that he was able to duel anyone at any point. Nocturne is actually kind of crazy with the attack speed power that he has. What I love there is they're going on carry out, right? As you highlighted, that's the thing you can do with Rakan. Because if he ults on Smash there, he's not in a position. Smash gets gobbled up, and he might not have the damage to actually take him down. As Calyx here does get bodied, but I think that's worth it, right? You trade a 2 for 1. And you get Nocturne the stacks that he's looking for. I think you're going to be happy with that.
Yeah.
Not too bothered by it. Does mean that the individual lead for Faker when it comes to the CS remains about a wave, but Calyx did get the kill, so not going to be feeling too sad.
Yeah. Well, hence now moving on over here as Calyx trying to avoid this gravity well. Oh, Grand Entrance not quite going to work out here as the Charm will connect onto Faker. No follow-up. And I don't think Calyx's Ahri has been nearly as impressive as his Galio or Azir so far. We'll see how he does as we move further into this game. There's a couple of plates already down here for T1 on the top side of the map. Flame Chomp is going to get supercharged away from, but it's a 1 versus 2 here. And Ona now moving on over. Gideon looking for this fight once again. Off a fresh buy, but still going to miss out on the smite. Ona's smites have been just absurd.
Well, Gideon didn't have his.
So
it was a little unfair. Yeah.
Dorian going to lose a shield by the looks of things, and Nongshim going to lose 5 grubs this game. As T1, with all of that control that they had on that top side, is going to reward them with these grubs.
The mid game thus far not looking the way I think Nongshim is looking towards. Gideon made a great impact with his first ult, going to be looking for more of that, and Kingen obviously pre-first item, you're not really going to have that much pressure on the side. Doran actually able to navigate this game quite nicely thus far. GP is always going to pull ahead in gold. That's just inevitable.
Yeah.
But Doran still skills insanely one again. Outside of Calyx, actually taking him down I think is going to be, or outside of Kai'Sa rather, taking him down is going to be quite tough. As the Dragon should be on the board here for Nongshim, because I think they need to start stacking some objectives and put some pressure on T1, because if you just end up in a straight up front to back, Nongshim has good scaling elements, particularly when it comes to sideline. GP is going to be a menace, but I think their execution barrier is a lot higher compared to T1, where it's really just protect Jinx. And I think it's Faker and Smash will just kind of run the fights later on.
We'll carry a face checking Gideon here. He will get a little bit frightened, as we can see. Lahen's turning up as well as the quickness comes down. They do manage to get a charm, but the rest of T1, they're turning up faster, and there's the teleport in as well from the Scion. Flame Chompers will be eaten, and so is Lahen's. As Ono looking to come on over, gets that transformation as the Viego, of course. And Gideon now underneath the turret, but I don't know whether he's out of dodge just yet. Ju is there. And Carrier not going to go in for any more. Smash looking to pick up this minion wave and crash another one forward as Cannon Barrage still there from Kingen.
They need to dive because this is very costly. No one is matching Kingen right now. Faker's on his way, but we'll see if this works.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage. Oh, right on the edge of the queue, and down goes the Nocturne in the blink of an eye. Owner now gets a turn to be the spooky Nocturne. And so, yes, Kingen did get a little bit of spare time, but Faker did just waddle his way up there. And T1 just got everything out of that trade.
Very worth. They're going to be very happy with that whole sequence. Yeah, who was the other play? Was it Diablo that just walked into the sign queue?
Yeah, and just died.
Yeah.
Gideon also, it felt to me like he was almost out of it. But
you can never trust the sign queue hitbox.
Yeah, no. It's a little bit naughty to see.
Early game's looking really good, as it's Lahen's just being a little bit too trigger happy here. If Calyx is here, you can kill him here. I think, without too much issue, but going in this early when there is no damage follow-up just doesn't work. In theory, trying to go for the Kench, I think, is quite nice, as then Lahens feels like he can't move towards the top half because he's getting zoned off. I'm kind of wondering, I feel like Gideon dies here even if this Q doesn't hit, but maybe not. Not 100%.
Yeah, see, he thought he was out of it.
He was out, but like, if you've played enough against Sign, you know that that is definitely not a safe space. But even with the King and ult, I think they got the crash in anyway, so probably someone would have died. It's Gideon looking for an ult again.
Yeah, and there it is. Once again, it's the paranoia to come on out. They get the knock up there as well as the Jinx is very healthy, and there is the triple knock-up from Carrier. Ona turns up as well, but the barrels explode for a lot of damage, and Lahan's going to need to try and get himself out, does so with the grand exit. As Calyx also invested ulti to try and stop Faker there, as we can see, avoiding these orbs of deception really nicely. And Nongshim seem to be falling apart at the seams a little bit here in this game 3.
In the short term, that play not working out. Do note the summoners, though. They got 3 flashes for that, and no one ended up going down. So it's a bit of a shame that Gideon's ult didn't hit the mark the way it did on the previous one. As with how Gio has been playing, I was a little worried that he would just walk into a Q there and die. We've seen a good amount of Sion, or players into Sion, do that now. A little bit too consistently for my liking. As Kingen, the expectation is that this GP is going to scale into a legitimate win condition, but we saw there as well, not that much damage actually available between the barrier, the rocket shield. Couldn't quite match as a King going to pick up yet another wave here towards the bottom side of the map.
Yep, pairing all the minions, that was satisfying. Whole wave just getting obliterated. The thing that I'm worried about is the fact that Smash has been free farming, now 20 CS in the lead. Lahan's also possibly in trouble, as we're seeing. Still able to dance his way out of there, but it does mean that he's unable to just walk around and get wards down where he wants them. And Gio defending this outer turret as best as he can. Do have the feats of warfare already completed here for T1 as they made it to 3 kills, but still no first blood, and only 1 objective has been secured here. T1 being able to grab a 3-stack of grubs, and no one has taken a dragon again!
No dragons and no turrets? It's in my LCK? Yeah, that's not surprising at all. I don't know why I tried to sell it.
Yeah. But I think the dragons thing is a little bit...
The dragon thing is, yeah. As much as we joke, we both know LCK teams love trading dragons.
Well,
ideally for grubs as well, that's gonna be feats going over to T1.
Yeah. So turret going to be secured. Upgraded shoes coming on in there. As Lahans, you can see, really wanting to find an angle. They dive onto Carrier, who does have the grey health, eats it, and still goes down. The train is going to land. Massive double knock-up. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in, but Smash is going to get CC'd by Lahans. 1 more auto required, but look at this. T1, they just say, we've got a train, and we will just run you over. No! And you cannot even get it. Oh, no. That is insult meeting injury. That is an ace, and T1 take full control.
Doran actually saving the game there.
Yep. Oh, man.
That's where we're at, Atlas. I didn't see it coming, but I want you to watch the absolute cinema of this crash. As initially, this fight looks rough. Carrier just goes down. They bait them in, and then look at this. 2-man knock-up. Then 2-man Q, sets up for Smash. Smash gets his passive, and the rest of Nongshim already way too deep. Untouched is the Jinx because so many resources have been invested into killing specifically that Kench. Gio doesn't even get the eye for his troubles, and now Smash sitting at 2 items, and this game...
2,000 gold the lead just for Smash on this Jinx.
Atlas.
Yeah, I have a feeling that perhaps this one is in the books. However,
it is good
to see T1 having a bit of a bounce back, even after just that disappointing game 2. This is what we wanted to see, you know, it was supposed to be. Angry T1 just stomps Nongshim. I think next best is Nongshim plays up to T1, and T1 is still able to put them down. As Faker in this side lane here. Kingen still going to be, you know, attempting to scale as best he can. You can see Faker able to even win the barrel mini game.
There's the collector. I'm not surprised. Seen a lot of GPs. Oh no, not the miss. Oh, it's a bait!
Yeah, it is. And Faker goes down exceptionally fast here as well as Kingin. Gonna have to eat some oranges, but Faker is actually gonna stay alive. Teleport comes in from Calyx as the zap will protect the president. Now that is an immediate charm onto Doran, but he's a brick wall, and they're not gonna be able to get in there. So they just save Faker. 4,000 gold, still the advantage here for T1, and there are bounties on the Rift. And remember, T1 sculpted themselves a pure scaling composition. This is Tahm Kench Jinx. This is the classic hyper carry, get to the late game and dominate.
It's Tahm Kench, Jinx, Victor, and Sion.
Yeah. Yeah, this certainly fits the old front-to-back team fighting composition MO.
I went for Serpent's Fang instead.
Huh.
I mean, it's, you know, there's a lot of shields on the enemy team.
I guess it's fine.
I guess, yeah, you go Serpent's Fang into LDR. I guess you can go Executionist as well. Executionist is quite good here, actually. Okay, that makes sense. So, things are not looking too hot for Nongshim. Even though, again, I think there are comps of their element that scale well. There is the Kai'Sa, which eventually does get to the point where if you can get access to Jinx and Kench isn't near, you can blow her up.
Oh, Kingin's found Doran. Kinda. Well, actually, he's taken real damage. In comes a Kai'Sa to try and help out as well as the barrels are connecting. He just wants to get to a good position, but doesn't have the ulti anymore. As the knockup comes down, but he is still going to die, ladies and gentlemen. The trial is by fire, and he has not passed. So the Sion is killable. It just requires sort of everyone and a whole bunch of time.
Even gets the cancel on Kingan's back there. Kingan does FTP, and now a vision trap being set up by T1. They're faking an Otacon take.
As Faker does turn up. And
they have to be a little careful here.
Away, yeah. Lahan's going to get engaged on, and there's the chain CC. The Rakan nowhere to go, although does at least manage to get an ability off, but that is going to be Ona securing the kill. Turns into a Rakan of himself, and will be able to now look for the Otacon as this outer turret does fall, but the Otacon will do the same thing, and this is going to give them a whole lot more as well. As all of these blood petals come on through, they get all the experience and all of the extra damage.
Yeah,
it's a rough one for Nongshim.
Nongshim going for the classic, well, I guess we cross-map, because we kind of have to. It was 16 to like 15 before. Now we can just, oh my god. Yeah, number keeps 43 to like, what, 15, 16. The experience, Smash and Geo were even. Now Smash is about, what, like upwards of half a level ahead. Mid lane, looking similarly rough for Calyx, who, as you highlighted, unfortunately, after 2 insane games, this one a lot more neutered. I think we see the reason why Victor has been so consistently banned or picked away, as Calyx on the unfortunate receiving end of that one, and T1 looking clean. Owner going for the current classic Viego build, where you just really want to kill them.
Yeah.
You always do, but with
he's also
Black
3-0 and 5. That's like one away of 100% kill contribution as the Viego in this game.
Oh, my POM vote is not difficult, Atlas.
No, it's not a toughie. It's definitely not a toughie. As he's like won every single Smite fight as well throughout the series. Guy has been doing good.
Yeah. Yeah, he has been. Love to see it if you're an Owner fan. Nongshim, again, not out of it. Geo is about to hit his Nashers. And this is the type of champion that can actually bust through things like the Kench, like the Sion, but we're going to need more than that. We're going to need to see Kingdom with a third item. We're going to need to see Gideon with a second.
Yeah, Calyx can at least
inside, but like, who do you even go for? You can't kill Doran unless Geo's there, and even then it's going to take you a good amount of time.
Yeah, Doran is stacking up the magic resist as well, as we can see. And with both the Kai'Sa and the Ahri being the damage sources outside of the Gangplank, you're feeling pretty good about that one. As Nongshim, I think, have a little bit of an idea that they want to start something. And of course, they want to be playing on the front foot, right? You're a Nocturne composition. You're the one that wants to be making it dark, making the plays. Slahens will be able to get himself out. Speaking of Nocturne, he's going to be now going back home.
Yeah,
the Dragon has spawned, and that is just immediately going to go to T1.
This is gone. There's no way for them to really contest.
Ooh, nice sidestep there from Faker. He's going to be able to avoid barrel damage.
Yeah, we're looking at, you know, Hail Mary barrel. Not the player, the ability.
Yeah.
Or someone in T1 overextending inside, but that's also easier said than done.
Interesting.
Interesting.
That makes things pretty good for T1. I'd say that Doran's pretty happy about the good old Chemtech situation.
Yeah, Viego as well, as
and
his catch.
Tom Kench, yeah.
Even Victor has a good amount of his shield build in his kit. He has his Seraphs as well. This is T1 also not taking any gambits. No shenanigans. No weird jungle fights.
I mean, you say that, but in 50 seconds.
Well, the Baron is going to spawn and they're going to do that, but that's normal. You know?
Yeah, and I guess they can probably actually just do that as well. As Kingin, he's going to try and go for it once again. As
Passive does a lot of damage.
Doran not going to be able to get the ulti to work out as the immediate follow flash comes through. Cannon Barrage says that there is no way Jiu's going to show up as well. They're investing a lot to kill this Scion, and kill him they will. It's just at what cost? As here in the mid lane, we are going to find out. As Calyx dancing around does manage to take down the minion wave, as the zap is collected by Lahens pretty diligently. And the steal away on the red buff is going to also conclude this whole play. Calyx on towards the top side, and with the wave clear that he now has, with this couple of items that he's built up, is actually able to stem some of the bleeding in the cross-map play.
Well, again, Nongshim is behind. I think both in scaling when it comes to, you know, relative ease of execution and composition, as well as in gold and objectives, but they're not just out of it yet. I think T1 also identify this because they're not just, you know, throwing a Hail Mary Baron.
Yep.
Just starting it up, seeing what happens, as they are often happy to do.
Mortal Reminder completed.
Yeah, Kian didn't even have that, by the way, on the previous play, and it just really highlights how insane Trial by Fire is, that with just Triforce and Serpent's Fang, he was cutting through Doran.
He did have a Last Whisper.
I know, but that's not that much armor.
It's not enough. And so now actually going to be a legitimate threat.
Ooh, Geo with Nashor's as well.
Yeah, okay.
Still, what's most likely going to happen is T1's going to start an objective. Nongshim is going to try and get anything.
Oh, God.
Owner is, yeah, he's big. He's very scary.
Calyx learning that he does not want to fight Owner. Of course, Owner is still Paper Man. If they're able to chain CC him, he does die. Unfortunately, has a lot of mobility.
IE done now for Smash.
3 items for the Jinx. They're more expensive than what Jiu's put together as well.
Yeah, so the cool thing about this game is that we will know within about half a second who wins the team fight. I'm not, because if anyone on Nongshim dies, they lose.
Yep.
Because Smash will get excited, and Owner will start resetting, and then the fight is just not, I think, not playable. So they need to make sure no one dies, which is easier said than done. T1 have a good amount of damage available, and a
picking a fight here could be an option. Doran does have teleport and can get in, but if they can execute someone, there might be an angle. However, T1 also, I mean, they are pretty far ahead, and especially where it counts, right? The Jinx is so scary. Smash having a great game, and he also has a Tahm Kench, which makes it even scarier. Locket of the Iron Solari completed as well. And Owner is almost like keeping up with solo lanes as far as completed items are concerned. Jiu doing his very best to just get as much money and scale into this game as best as possible. This is one of his better champions. I just don't know how much it matters.
We're getting to the point in the game, though, where relatively the lead for T1 is going to mean less and less. I just keep going back to the T1 comp. If they get a front to back, is amazing. And because they've been in such great control, they still have their mid lane outer.
Yeah.
So actually getting a creative angle for Nongshim is really hard.
Oh, Kingen just not able to get any of these barrels. Does eat some oranges in order to get out of the way, but that is going to spell the death of the inner turret. And so that lane has become even longer.
They're probably just going to give up the Drake and try to play force, because you want to force T1 an uncomfortable position, right? If T1 can just set up,
Lahens.
You're in deep trouble, as that is a lot of damage there, Lahens. I haven't highlighted this. He won Blood Song.
Interesting.
I feel like he really wanted Celestial with how a lot of this is played out.
Oh, the charm just not really going where it wants to as the Chaos Storm gets every flash under the sun. Kingen going to be the first to go down, and that, like you said, is just going to spell the end. Oh, Voidseeker almost killing Owner here, who's still ticking down as there's the paranoia to finish him off. I think it's a one-way trip, though, as Gideon trying to get himself out of there. The zap going wide. The knock-up not connecting, and he has the spell shield. Oh my goodness, is he out of there? No, Tongue Lash going to come on through. The zap not quite going to work out, and there's the Fear Tether. He sidesteps the next Tongue Lash, and there is a Mega Cone to get into safety. I think there was a flash in there from Faker.
Wait,
and
did he get Drake?
Roars. Okay, yeah, maybe they're going to be able to get the Drake as Gideon going to Fear Faker, and now he's continuing his merry jaunt. He now knows that he's dead, but that was, you know, he made that choice. And they take the Drake.
They're going to lose Nash, most likely, because Gideon is dead for 40 seconds. But they got Drake. That was cool.
That was really cool. Chronically, you're exactly right.
The dramatic, like, zoom in as he was flying across the rift. As Faker says, guys, you can't be in a choke point. And he's right. Even though Kingdom takes a little bit of time to die, everyone else is very much on the back foot as expected. T1 start this up. All the damage dealers are here, though.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage not available just yet. Alex going in, misses the charm, and gets crashed into, or at least Kingen does. He needs to get out of there, but he has no options. Over the wall goes Calyx. Land's gonna follow him, but Ona gets over there as well with a Heartbreaker. And now T1 looking for even more. Super Mega Death Rocket just to make sure that they get out of there, and they do so. It is only the Gangplank going down, but he's dead for 40 seconds time. And so that Cannon Barrage that's up in 4 is gonna have to wait as well. As Doran's over the wall, but this Baron has been started. Voidseeker going to at least get on in there, and Gideon does have Paranoia, so
flip it.
They might be able to make this a 50-50. Still, it's exceptionally dangerous as the charm is going to come through onto Doran.
One-way ticket.
There's the Paranoia, and he needs vision. He needs to be able to click on someone to get in. The triple knock up there from Doran as well, as the Baron is now low. In goes Lands, over the wall they go. The Baron is still at 1,000 health as Gideon unable to get it because Owner is the king of smites. Calyx able to get himself out, but the fight is well and truly lost, and T1 are going to look to push for the win.
It was Smash!
All right.
How did Smash get it?
Well, maybe because Gideon died. Because they just ignored the Baron. It was really smart stuff there from T1. A swift call to say, we are killing them. We are not going to take down the Baron.
It's the Smash Splash damage, Atlas.
Oh, God.
He got them. Oh, God.
Well, okay. Maybe the game isn't over just yet.
Let's,
Kingen?
No.
What?
This game,
it's that one extra longsword that really did it.
It's been too entertaining. I don't want it to be over. I know it is over. Atlas, we all know that. But I don't want it to be over right now.
Oh, we are driving into the top lane.
You know that feeling when you play a game and you know it's almost done and you're like, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, it's like when you get like that ultimate deck in Slay the Spire, and you don't want to kill the heart.
As unfortunately for Kingen, he does not have a dash, and he's very far up, so Doran just ults him, and he kind of dies. Now we take a look here. A lot of resources are invested by T1, a lot of time rather, to try and make this play work, as this looked a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Actually, nicely done by T1, play around the vision denial very well. Also, don't damage the Baron until the ult from Gideon times out. And then Lahens goes in, but the problem is that Smash is untouched.
Oh, Gio also goes in.
Yeah, that ult for Gio was unfortunately not it. He saw blood in the water. Unfortunately, it was precognition and it was his own, and he ends up dying.
Yeah.
And now that gold lead has gone to a nigh insurmountable level, although it's only mid-inhib. I'm trying to cope at this. Although it's only mid-inhib, all right? Mid-inhib, and they're not going to lose soul.
True.
Now they
Doran
lose their
has
Nexus in about
70,000.
Atlas, let me cope.
Okay, got it.
I got nothing.
I think Doran can actually just walk up, tank all 5 of them and the turret, and then T1 kills the turret.
I thought that on side, and it was never true. Although I didn't have the rest of T1 backing me up there, I feel like it might have helped.
Yeah. Just having a look at how many bits of health bar he has, you know? And they're just guarding this siege minion.
So 30 seconds.
Has to clear out vision where he can. And Doran's doing it. He is making the play. Yeah, where he just walks up, tanks the turret, minions stay alive, and the second inhibitor is going to go down. Nongshim, it's up to them to try and start a fight here. And they do have all of their buttons available.
Unless...
All right.
T1 are going to play it slow.
Smash gets tagged. And it's not Soul.
No, I know. Because of Gideon's shenanigans.
All right. Still, they lose 2 inhibitors. Now, I mean, let us cast your minds back to a certain game that did have a smolder in it, right?
Oh, Gio, the smolder moment.
Yeah.
Got mercilessly shut down in perhaps one of the most cinematic moments ever when the arrow pierced the dragon. I'm being made
that
fun
moment
of.
hasn't happened yet.
I'm being made fun of by the
copium overloaded
we
here
both
from
are.
the cast. Because
we know this is over.
Yeah, it is. It's done. But we need to now take this moment to try and see whether there are any angles, even if there are not. As it's 8,000 gold is a pretty big deal, and it's the Jinx mainly that has most of it. 2.8k is really just ludicrous. He's got a GA as well as an extra cheeky BF sword because he can.
You need to get through GA, barrier. Flash will probably be up by the next fight.
Oh man, there's just more and more copium images on the prompter right now.
Oh my god. They're really spamming those.
They really load them up. As Lahen's just taking a cue for
fun.
fun.
It's bait! Oh no.
Yeah, well, they do manage to get a charm onto Faker, who just goes golden. Lahen's now just going to get knocked up and taken down. Sometimes you just have a Zhonya's and you're just feeling fantastic as Ona Heart breaks in. Jiu gonna have to flash as Ona gets over the wall and just flashes on top of him. He goes golden as well though, and it's another charm that's looking pretty good. Death's Daughter rains down onto Ona, but he's able to get himself out of there. And Nongshim, they are bleeding. They've lost a Rakan, but they have a few of their tanks, their damage dealers still left alive. But Doran just doesn't take damage. And now Carrier's diving forward. Down goes the gangplank. Carrier will fall, but he's making the sacrifice for his team. And the GA is procced. The Nexus is exposed, and T1 will be able to take down Nongshim here in our first series of the week.
And T1 looks like they just dodged a gangplank queue because that was a very, very hard-fought battle. This first game, definitely the least close out of the three. As Lahens, you saw, as always, a little wry grin on his face because he knows for Nongshim, I think you're going to be happy with this. Yes, you didn't win, but you brought it to a free gamer. Calix looked great. And for T1, that third game was the only times I think the T1 they were expecting coming into LCK, but not the T1 we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I think that the first game was a bit of a wake-up call, and the second game was definitely confirmation of it, and then T1 got the message, and this was played a whole lot cleaner. I was expecting, actually, that this would be the game, based on the drafts that we saw, that Nongshim might be able to find an edge, but man, the way they just played out your classic front to back, have that big boy in the front line and allow Smash to pop off. It worked very, very effectively. And Carrier picking up his Tom Kench looks real nice. But you can see there aren't the broad grins on the T1 faces at all here after this game. I think they're going to need a few more wins that look a bit cleaner than that if they want to be really happy.
Redemption game for Doran. Really, the takeaway is maybe Cyan Duty is the best spot.
Yeah, he's always been a pretty decent tank player.
He would have been my player of this game. If there was a POG, he would be it for me in this one.
I would agree.
I think he had actually a really good Cyan game, managed the early game well. Ended up dying, twice after very heavy resources were invested. As T1, initially it looked like this was going to be yet another of those crazy back and forth, but this fight right here, you know, with a composition like T1's, if you win these mid-game fights,
oh god,
things look amazing. So yeah, Doran really hitting incredible. They're also forcing, I didn't even catch that the first time, the barrier from Jiu. Jiu, unfortunately, on the Kaisa, not quite showing up this time around.
His day was not a great one.
It was just the Ashe game.
Yeah.
And even that one was fine, but not crazy.
Smash having a phenomenal performance on this Jinx. We know from Challenger it is one of his better champions, one that he has had a lot of success on in the past. As this was the Hail Mary here from Nongshim, checking this one out. A triple knockup from Doran. Put that in the top 5 plays next to Bin. Know what I'm saying? As then Nongshim will just jump into the meat grinder and get ground.
Oh, Jiu. Not so sure about that one. Unfortunately, as we're taking a look, Faker Yeah, Victor, with the current build, is not squishy.
Yeah.
He has Rod of Ages and he has Zhonya's, but no, Nongshim have to try and
Doran's
marry.
health bar, it is obscene.
Like 5.5k health, close to 6.
Yeah, I think it's closer to 6. I don't know what it really looks like.
There you
It
go. He's
always
actually,
has like
as
a
you're
massive
saying,
shield.
look at that.
Just tanking all the turrets. And then Carrier goes in, and you know it doesn't even matter that they lose a couple, as they are able to take down this turret. Having a listen, communications are looking good. You can see it's not a massive amount of excitement. It's more sighs of relief here from the T1 players. As we have a look at the damage numbers, and Faker, a phenomenal performance here on the Victor in game number 3.
That really felt like a sigh of relief. You know, I wasn't quite DDD level sigh of relief. I think T1, because again,
the audible thank God without saying thank God.
Exactly. I think T1 obviously still looks shaky, but we have to acknowledge Nongshim is just a good team. That's where we are. They are very clearly, at worst, the 5th best team.
Let's give Owner his POM.
Lock it in.
Bring it up. Here we go.
Imagine if we were both wrong and it's not Owner.
Nah, that'd be crazy. There's no way that it's not Owner.
It might be Faker.
No.
I mean, I think it should be Owner.
Owner just like, he got all of them smites. And it's Faker, so never mind. 406 on the Talia was pretty good. And 214 his Victor was fantastic.
So his Victor was amazing. And on Talia he also had a ton of impact, so I'm not too shocked by this one.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I think
the Rise game was...
I think Owner had like all of the control in almost all of it, as we are going to just rub my face in it here as, yeah, the Nongshim prediction was wrong. But was it bad?
You made, you know, a prediction that was bold, and I think that you earned it.
Thank you.
It was close.
Thank you.
Good.
It's all right. You get your day tomorrow, Dagon. Don't you worry about it. As let's dive over and have a conversation with Faker. Thanks to Tia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Tia for the POM interview translation, joined by Faker on the side of T1, who just defeated Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! Thank you. Faker, this is your first POM of 2025 LCK regular season. How do you feel? During this regular season, we already had 2 losses, so today's match win was so important. And I'm really glad that we're able to secure it today. Yeah, in games 1 and 3, you displayed such dominance and earned your POM today. And so what's your secret for playing so well despite the changes in the meta? You know, it must be because we're doing our best. There are some difficult moments, like the Game 2 defeat. So what aspect did you keep in mind while playing today? For Game 2, I think I felt like it was really hard to face the team in terms of team fighting. So I think that's just something that we try to focus on improving afterwards. And today, the 2007 born mid laner Calyx played for Nongshim today, and that's a heaping 11-year age difference with you. So how did it feel playing against him? You know, it's so surprising that there is a 2007 born players on stage. And for sure, today, Calyx did play above expectations, and that's what really brought today's match to this degree, and it was a great match today. And the AP mid item Rod of Ages is a hot topic lately, and the analyst has highlighted the importance of this item. Yet we noticed that we sometimes skip this item at times. So how do you rate Rod of Ages? No, I think this meta really focuses heavily on damage and CC. So I think Rod of Ages is one of those many itemization paths that you can take as a mid laner right now. There's been some analysis on how important the top side is in the current meta. So how did you think of the Viego pick today? I think the enemy comp, because they're going for that rush comp with Nocturne, I think that's just something that we've tried to deal with that counter pick. So with the importance of the top side, so the top and jungle and mid, what are your thoughts as a mid laner? I think lately, besides the top side being so heavily focused, I think bot lane is just as important. And any words for your fans? You know, this is so early on during the regular season, and despite us not underperforming, I want to make sure that we are able to come back and show even better performance. And thank you so much for the ongoing support. And that's the end of the interview with Faker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayayas. That was a fantastic translation of the GOAT getting the victory 2-1 over Nongshim. T1 back to winning ways, and Nongshim made him work for it here, but they get the job done, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest series, but, you know, series against Nongshim ever are. I think T1's going to come away from this one with things to work on, things to improve on, but also happy that they got the win in the bag.
All right, let's take a look at the POM. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, talking to you. No, we did. No,
it's fine. Like, Digon today is like, quick, what did you have no time? And like, you're skipping me as well. So.
You can't talk about being quick when I'm like, you need to be quick. You just got to be quick. So we did quick. It's your turn. Go before we get into the comments.
All right. I mean, it was great by Nongshim in general. I really like their draft. You know, it make sense every single time, especially from game 2. I really like their playstyle, but not Digon.
Oh my god. All right, let's take a look here.
Respect.
At our comments, it was 9 out of 13. Just Cronny, the Korean analyst, and Left Media.
I think it's fair. I think it was going to be one of those two. I think the others, although they had good moments, also had some rougher moments. You know, like for example, I think the last game of Sion from Dorani played really well, but some moments early in the series were a little bit underwhelming. So I think those two are the most consistent across the series.
All right, let's start with some of the comments here. We'll start with Chronicler, who voted for Owner here. If my life was on the line, I would call Owner to save me if I had his number. I think that's an attempt to get his number.
Yeah, I think so too, man.
Does Lucid know about this?
Oh my god!
Chronicler!
Oh my god!
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard him ask for Lucid's number before.
Yeah, he hasn't. That's interesting. I thought Lucid was his favorite player. Oh, so I would explain this comment, but it would be spoilers for Chronicler and Wadid, because they haven't seen Arcane Season 2.
That's true.
So, you know, if I go into detail about why this comment is relevant, then I'll just ruin a great show for them.
Oh, I know! You mean that one! Wow, that's nice! What a comment right there!
He's not a knower.
He has no idea.
He has no idea.
He has no idea what that even means.
He has no idea. What did your turn? What would you have for us here?
All right, so, I mean, Faker, he was everywhere, you know, everywhere where a team need. Nongshim should check under the bed before you go to the sleep. Faker might be there too. He was actually on the bot side, on the top side, and the mid lane. He was saving the game, saving the day. And everywhere I go, I see Faker's face. That's the Nongshim side.
That was a nice little
intimidating, honestly.
Yeah. Have you watched that movie?
Of course.
What was from?
Of course.
What movie is it from?
Spider-Man.
Which one?
Wait, I'm joking. Wait.
Boo that man!
Something home, right?
They're all something home! They all have home in them, that's the point!
What? Oh my gosh. All right.
Oh man, he's not a knower.
Boo him. All right, let's go. What else do we got here in terms of comments on the Korean side? I want to play arena mode with you, or with me. I want you to play arena mode with me one more time, as Helios had the opportunity to play in an event match showing off arena.
That's the flex, you know. I'm not gonna lie, if I had played arena with Owner, I would also say something like that.
That honestly feels like being like, oh, if I need someone to save me, I know who I would call because I have his number.
Helios just mogged Chronicler. He's like, yeah, I play arena with Owner. I've got his number, you know? Maybe Chronicler needs to speak to Helios and ask if he can get his number too.
Oh, actually, you know what? I played the football once with Owner, by the way. I have experience.
All right.
Ask.
Journey.
Oh, man. We're just dunking on what did today, man. Owner, every moment of you is a highlight. Prince just turning it to little dreamy, and then here he shines even more when it matters the most. That's Faker. That's the GOAT. Cloud Templar. Again, getting back to the writing ways. Okay, Cloud Templar. We see you here. We see you on the English broadcast.
Good message. I mean, it's very true. It's very accurate. Don't think this is like the highest stakes match, but I think the team needed him to show up to get this dub.
They did, because in moments, a lot of other teammates did not. And then he was there, the consistent, the best. As we take a look at the highlights here. This was one moment where one of those teammates did show up, clean up.
Yeah, so they end up trying to target the Tahm Kench first so they can remove the Gobble. They then turn on a Faker, and Faker does so much damage here combined with Doran. And it's perfect scenario for a team that has a Jinx and a Viego.
This is probably a dream of Jinx player. Every Jinx player wants this kind of situation. You can actually hit freely. No one cares about you, but you can actually kill everyone. And also, Owner, he was on point too.
I think that's the thing, is that like even if you kill Victor, if he presses all his buttons, his job is done. Jinx and Viego being alive when everyone gets low just means the fight is never going to be winnable.
Man, and even there at the end, Jiwoo not able to get the Eye of the Herald. It was just insult to injury as Nongshim fall, T1 climb, and they move ahead of them in the standings. Both at 4th place, but the head-to-head currently for T1. Overall, what are the takeaways from this series, Ox, when you think about, again, the subs and the play of T1 and the substitute in the mid lane for Nongshim and where things went wrong?
I think T1 still have some improvement to do, especially considering they've lost to Gen.G and HLE, which, there's 2 spots for MSI. They want to be claiming one of them, so they're going to have to sharpen up by the end of the season if they want to be able to do that. Well, by the end of the first 2 rounds. And Nongshim, I think Calyx look good. I think if they stick with him, I wouldn't be surprised, and hopefully he can continue to fit in with this roster.
Yeah, not only about their Game 2 win, it's also about the Calyx. I think he filled the spot really well. I mean, that was the one that we really didn't expect, right? So I think it's going to be really fun to watch more games of Nongshim and Calyx.
A great start to our week 3 here in the LCK, but we're not done yet. Up next, it's Gen.G versus BNK Fearless. The Fearless Foxes trying to come up with a big upset. We'll have that match for you in just a little bit.
unprecedented 2-0.
LCK의 호랑이 젠지가 OK 저축은행 브리온한테 사냥당합니다. 어떤 분들은 뭐 경기 내용이 일방적인 것 같다라고 하지만 오늘 같은 날 의외로 기변 드라마가 나올 수 있어요.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
even if I like bet on this, that there would be anything. I don't even think it'd be interesting.
This is what I mean. This is the sort of game where like I don't think there's like caveat. There's not like the I just think they're so behind with the composition. That's
to be fair, I did think my hair was safe that last time as well. As Sponge and Rich are going to get this one turned on them. They thought they did a fair bit of damage there to Kingen, and in fact, Kingen does have the Otacon buff, so it doesn't even matter if he dies. Snip, snip, goes to Gwen, and Kingen's just playing a game of inches here towards the bottom side.
잡을 테니까 할 거 하고 싶은 적당히 하면 될 듯.
But they did end life again. Zeka has 12 kills! And he's getting a 13! He just keeps getting more! You cannot stop this Akali! And he has 25 stacks. I mean, we were right about that, Chronicler, at least.
Good flash R2 for maximum disrespect.
너 잘한다, 야, 너. 맛있다, 야. 나 크게 돌게, 이거. 나 완전 크게 돌긴 했어.
Not gonna follow up there. Big Clutch does get isolated. Kellen is going down. This is a very messy fight for the Cloud Soul. Still taken by BNK. In goes Big Clutch once again. Look at that damage from the True Shot Barrage. But no follow-up here for clear. The magic is a fin. Sealox 2 of them down. And just baited by the Fed Renekton once again.
이겼어. 클리어가 다 나왔어.
Is in a bit of danger here is what it kind of feels like to me. Of course, Tango on target won't keep himself safe as he doesn't get the smite. Shiyu now dives in on top of all of them as he tries to get out. There's a Pump Blossom onto 3 somehow from Barrel with the first kill. Gonna go down already. Keen gonna get bailed out pretty quickly, and there it goes.
Got on T1, and I think they're making the right call.
Yeah.
Otacon. Oh, they're going to go for the late contest. The objective is gone, but looking for the fight if they go on the flank.
Yeah, he goes Carrier. We'll see whether they can get some of these petals, but it looks like the answer is absolutely not. It's Zeka finds a gorgeous ulti. The layering of the bullet time there as well is just like poetry from HLE. He's done a great job cutting it, though. We know that he was filled with a bit of anxiety about this whole portion of the show earlier on. We're also making him cut his own cake.
You kind of sound like a British bowling commentator. When you said that, like, I had a bit of anxiety about this.
Is that what British people sound? How much British bowling have you
We have one right here. Like, I've heard enough.
stronger.
DRX 화이팅! 야불 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅! 눌러! 초비! 젠지 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, still joined by Chronicler here as we're ready to get into our final match of the evening. The Tigers taking on BNK Fearless, and we'll see whether the Sandstorm can find a victim or whether the Tigers are going to continue eating everything in the zoo. It's kind of ridiculous at this point in time. This team is looking well and truly back in form.
Conceptually, I'm struggling with Tigers beating a Sandstorm. I guess it just shrug it off.
I guess if the Sandstorm fails to kill the Tigers win.
Well, but they're still stuck in a Sandstorm and very uncomfortable.
Maybe the Sandstorm peters out.
Ah, there you go. You just have to wait it out.
Yeah.
And when it comes to gameplay, this is not expected to be particularly close. I think BNK have, they've kind of dug their way out of what was an abhorrent LCK Cup.
Yeah.
It was really rough to watch. They looked by far like the worst team. I think right now, they're looking like they're about where we expect them to be. I could see them, somewhere between 6th and 8th. I don't think that the expectation is that they do make it towards the top 5. But I also don't think they're quite struggling as much as teams like Bro and DNF are. There is, however, a problem.
This is a shared situation, isn't it? A lot of teams have struggled to beat Gen G in the last very long time. The last time we saw a graph like this, it was DK, and now it is BNK Fearless not being able to win more than 3 singular games since spring 2022.
Yeah, DK not looking good in matches, a lot better in games, as Duro obviously going to...
facing off against himself.
Yeah, well, oh man, that's deep. I guess in some way we are all facing off against ourselves, as BNK is going to have to watch the support that was together with Raptor, the reason for their kind of revitalized form last year.
Yep.
And now Duro, he had a rough start. LCK Cup clearly wasn't coping too well yet with the pressure of being on a team like Gen G, but he has been steadily improving, he's been climbing, and right now, he looks like a great support.
I think BNK Fearless need a fair bit of credit for the players that they can produce on the bottom side of the map. Kyle, another one that comes to mind.
Oh, don't remind me.
And Diablo looking pretty good so far this season as their most recent call-up. And, of course, Duro being provided by them for their opposition in this one. Just want to say that some of our up-and-coming talent looking absolutely fantastic here as we are going to see the teams make their way out into LoL Park. We'll have to see whether the fist bump meta is going to tell us anything about this matchup. Clear and Keen. Keen, obviously a bit of a brick wall when it comes to getting a reaction, and And so far, it's looking just like Rye smiles from the mid laners more than anything else.
I swear, Claire is like 1.5 heads taller. That's like one of the most pronounced differences I've seen in terms of height. I guess what's the other one? The big one would be like Chovy and Showmaker.
Yeah,
that'd be
I'd
a big
say
one.
that one's relatively large.
BNK, they've looked worlds ahead, streets ahead, some might say, of where they were in LCK Cup. But still, this is Gen G. Gen G have faced off against all the other good teams in the LCK, and they've beaten all of them.
Yeah, they are coming to the easier ebb of their first round robin. Let's just say that.
Atlas, they dropped 2 games.
They did. And they faced off against, who was it? Hanwha Life Esports, T1,
It was DK and T1 that they lost games to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And Hanwha in the very first week, their first match, of course, wasn't even close. Having a look at the key player matchup here, it's going to be Diablo versus Ruler, the veteran versus the rookie, if ever I've seen it. As you can see, Diablo's numbers looking pretty good.
He's been great. He's still has the classic challenger. Will he go in and kind of lose the game? Energy every now and then. But by and large, he's been very solid. Ruler has been great. I don't think Ruler's been a standout. If anything, particularly in LCK Cup, I think he was getting criticism that was valid on him not really stepping up. There was it against T1 or against, I forgot who against which team it was, but there was a moment where he like E'd on the way and just lost them the game.
Yeah, I think that might have been in the T1
I think it was in the T1 because they 2-0'd Hanwha and it wasn't against DK. So yeah, that did happen. And that is not something that Ruler wants to be known for. Unfortunately, the Ruler spot has been coined for that specific reason.
It did make for the greatest regular season series we've seen ever, since maybe the 92-minute bonanza.
It's the game. Yeah, that one game was not normal. And also, unfortunately, perhaps the biggest mismatch that we have in terms of individual matchup, because we have Vikla versus Chovy. And Vikla has been, even with BNK's resurgence, not looking too hot. I think the only one that has been having a similarly rough performance has been Bulldog. So if you're a fan of 2023, 2022 era challengers mid laners, life is not great.
Like Chronicler calling himself out in this moment.
Hey, I had my Calyx moment today. I'm not going to be too sad about it. Also, disbanding your screen right here. Duro doing well, but that is where I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of hopium. We got to be upfront.
Do you want me to
this.
kill the rest of it? The only games that Gen G have lost so far have been on the red side, and they have blue side to start.
So what you're saying is you and I are going to be having some great conversations about not League of Legends?
That could potentially happen, or BNK Fearless can buck the trend. They can move themselves into legendhood, perhaps. As of course, all of this is about qualification into the Legend group versus the Rise group, and this is our first champion select of our second series of the week. BNK Fearless, never mind, they actually had blue side. My sheet is entirely wrong in every single way, as the Gwen going to be taken away. So let's just pump it back in again. Get the hopium into the room, Chronicler, as the Gwen going to be banned, which is very, very normal, but...
Atlas, 3 games in 3 years.
They're going to have to play maybe 2 games on red side.
3 games in 3 years. I'm going to have to see something.
You are
crazy
venting
drafting.
this room, like, very, very quickly, and I don't like it.
Okay.
Stop with the exhaust fan. Okay? It's my hopium chamber. I'm building this hopium chamber for the both of us.
I'm here with you. I don't know why. I don't want to.
So stop venting it.
You know, when the copium is needed, I will be there right beside you.
Yeah.
We did great job last game. We were very believable in saying the game wasn't over. Together, you and me.
Yeah, really believable when we did that, and the game was in fact over.
Shocker.
And you did say that it was over.
All right, so getting into this first draft.
What is the first pick angle here? Is the both Jace and Gwen banned on blue side? Well, it's not Rumble.
Sejuani? Varus?
Very high Varus priority here for Diablo.
So Canyon will go Sejuani.
Is it just Sejuani Yone? Something like that?
Yeah, they definitely log Yone. There is Chovy on the enemy team, or on Gen G, rather. So that, oh my god.
Azir is still a champion. Oh, it's just Azir Zin, isn't it? Or Azir Skana? Is that what Canyon wants to play?
Oh.
Flavor of the month would be Xin Zhao Azir.
Yeah, Zin is banned.
Oh,
So,
right.
But that would be Azir Zin. Yeah, no, 100%. I'm with you there. It's Canyon, so maybe he plays Nidalee and it's fun. What
I
do you
just
want?
wrote the Zin down.
He's going.
And then I just evicted it from my mind.
Oh, I was expecting.
Wait, you can take a priority jungler here if you want to, but instead they want to answer Raptor's pick.
It is Canyon. Raptor has been a Neferi enjoyer.
True.
So
Ooh, Neferi Ari, just lock it in. It could be an option. That's a lot of high priority champions.
I like Neferi Silas.
Ooh, so do I. Into the Azir matchup? Not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds scary into Chovy's Azir, who doesn't really let you play the game in the early game. And Talia is another one that can work out. And this is one of Vicla's champions that is actually pretty good. He has shown some signs of life on this particular pick. And so, going to have a pretty dastardly duo in these two. Let's see whether Canyon is going to lock in his answer as Sejuani.
I was afraid this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Genji, someone on your team is going to have fun. Come on, we need to say.
It's Kane.
Get me the Keen crab.
No, give me the Yorick. I want the Yorick.
Keen Urgot. Oh, I'll sign up for Yorick is fine.
Don't let us go maidenless again.
Really, any champion that starts with a weird letter will do. Quinn.
Hey, that's not bad. Well, actually, Quinn just reminds me of Doran pausing the game because his static shiv didn't work, and it was because he didn't have a static shiv.
Counterpoint. That's still perhaps my favorite moment.
Ooh, we've got another question. What about Keen Cho'Gath?
Love that.
Keen Cho'Gath.
Yeah. That sounds like a name.
I cannot read.
It sounds like a name from Dune. I could see that. That sounds cool.
Yeah, it's like the Jomgabar.
Yeah.
Or Dom Jabbar. Which one's the World of Warcraft item?
It's Gom Jabbar.
Okay, got it.
Pretty sure.
John Goodbye.
I think that's the...
I read that name a little bit more often when I'm swapping my trinkets. Okay, the Alistair and the Renekton both banned away, and there is the Rakan.
Oh my god. Genji, don't... Okay, ban it. BNK, we need to see something fun. I don't want Keen to play Ambessa. Don't let him. Please. Please.
Well, they didn't let him.
There we go.
All right. So now we get to see the Yorick.
No, because they're going to pick support for Duro. They're going to pick Leona, aren't they?
Rel, because they banned Alistair.
Ah, good point. Yeah, it's probably Rel. I like Leona because I think playing Leona into map is really good. So I wouldn't be opposed to that. Or we use the Duro counter pick because he's Duro and he wants to pick weird stuff.
Oh,
there we go.
Wow. No one is having fun on Genji at all.
Genji have clearly... Canyon has actually taken this wisdom from Showmaker, which is that the best game is when you get to go home quickly.
Aha.
Right, that's kind of what he's going for here. Because this draft by Genji, no fun. Come on, BNK.
Ooh, Kellen is thinking about maybe having some fun as
you can't blind rank. It's just going to be Nautilus. Maybe Leona? I like Leona. Leona Prio has dropped, though.
Diablo is spending a lot of time on Blitzcrank, but Kellen isn't saying any words. So I think they'd already decided that it's not Blitzcrank, and he was just doing a little bit of trolling.
What's it going to be, Claire? Like Aatrox?
Does this mean that it's going to be on Hitvarus as well? Because that could be kind of fun.
Yeah, I think so. Although it's hard to actually get autos in. Jax? Yeah, Jax is fine.
Yeah.
Also, actually, I like the Jax a lot because, I mean, I would say deny, but become...
Oh, the Braum.
Braum for Duro.
Wow, this is the most anti-fun draft that we have ever had. I really want someone to put up a Reddit thread saying, like, are these the least exciting champions you can lock in every role? I think it almost is.
I think I'm with you.
Is Sion less exciting than Gnar?
No, Gnar's... Aatrox could have been just as bad.
True.
Okay,
I feel like there's a lot. Renekton could have been just as bad.
Yep. Well, Renekton is here.
But I mean, they fit into the same category, don't they? Oh man.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you.
Well, I don't want this to deter you from your enjoyment of the series. We'll see whether Genji can stay awake long enough to win the game.
I closed the window to make sure that the room was filling up again, you know. And then Genji, they just are like, no, we have AC. We're not falling for this one. We're joking a lot. And I truly hope that BNK can show us what has made them such a fun team, a lot of that trademark explosiveness. Because, there we go. This guy gets
the
it.
sandstorm! I can feel that.
Look, it's a tiger! The tiger was swirling
Yeah, it was
around.
swirling in the sandstorm. And like you say, as far as the imagery is concerned of these two teams, a sandstorm does definitely win. And if you saw the opening cinematic, that was a really cool tornado that we saw there.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether BNK Fearless can embody that as they look to take on a Gen G with the most It's Business composition that we have ever seen. Let's dive onto the Rift for game 1. All right, a little bit muted here at Lowell Park. We will wake up because there is action already. Raptor is just trying to get some bleed damage onto Canyon, and that's actually going to do a lot of work.
Callan!
Closing the distance. The sandstorm is coming, Gen G, and Chovy is dead. First blood to Nefiri.
I can't do the music, but you all know what we're thinking. It's Sandstorm!
Oh yeah, Darude Sandstorm.
Yeah!
Get out your recorders, everyone. It is time.
We're starting early. Kill for Raptor. Woo!
All right, and actually, getting a Nefiri snowball is pretty powerful.
Okay, Chovy, we have already given your whole team flack for being boring. You can't then also play Grass Bazaar.
That is a little bit less fun. Okay, so Raptor going to be starting on his blue buff with a whole bunch of extra money.
Didn't spend it though, so won't be too crazy in the clear speed compared to where it might otherwise be.
Well,
you know what the best is?
Look at that. Love tap onto Callan, who then just hooks in.
Callan, no, you were the chosen one. You did so well. You hooked the wall when you needed to.
I have the high ground. Ooh, that double up value, that was really nice.
Oh, he did hook the wall well. That was well done.
He did.
But then he thought that he had to do that again, which he did.
Ooh, look at Duro. That's a cute little ward there as Callan is going to sweep a ward he
Are they gonna let
cannot
him
get to, I don't think.
They're not going to let him get it.
Nope.
That's a sweeper wasted as, oh my.
More double up value.
Stop lining up.
I would stop being next to each other, Callan and Diablo. Let's not do that anymore. This wave, it's going to be level 2 gained by Gen G. And this is already just kind of awful if you are the Nautilus. Braum is just pretty ridiculous.
He's going to demolish second win.
Oh,
ew. Chovy, he's just going to PvE.
Well, we were saying that this is the no fun allowed draft, and that is well and truly in sync.
You know what the worst part is? Is that for so much, particularly in recent era, Gen G, I've been defending this team and saying, guys, yeah, okay.
Okay, here's a little bit of, never mind. Hook is going to connect onto the door.
Wait,
the dog's coming down though, as Duro is in trouble. He spins, he launches, and there is a flash out from one of them, and the other one's dead and flashes as well.
Ruler, you gotta flash immediately. Why are we waiting?
Because maybe they don't kill you.
Atlas?
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, the AC that it's on here is not doing enough. Because I'm starting to I'm starting to believe.
I'm trying.
That's a really good rendition of the recorder version.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah, you nailed it. Ruler, truly illegal flash there. I'm like, okay, so I guess he doesn't flash, which I get. But instead he does flash, just when it's not allowed anymore.
Yeah, the illegal flash is what he went for.
No, I've been a Gen G defender. You know, I'm like, this team has a reputation of always being really boring at internationals, and I just don't think that's true. I think they're way more creative. And then they play stuff like this. I'm like, okay, well, I got nothing.
Oh, Callan with the sick flash in.
Yeah, it looked initially like bait, but it's the pathing of Raptor, who has been such a big instigator early on, and then just flash. Just flash. And then he flashes at the end!
And he was already dead to the bleed anyway.
Yes.
No matter what was happening.
And we don't want to take away. I think that again was very well played.
Clear. That was a sick little
by BNK. Nicely set up by Callan. Great diversion of the normal path from Raptor. Good punish on the Gen G bottom lane.
Absolutely.
Doesn't take away from the fact that Ruler shouldn't have flashed.
The other good thing for Gen G is the fact that Duro didn't die, so it's not 2 kills going over to BNK. And as you can see here, everything's still even. This, not so much as clear. I really like the use of the Counter-Strike just so you can walk away without taking a trillion damage from the Gnar. Kind of works. As it was Keen that was the one that coined the fact that Jax does work very well in this matchup. Clear has been playing, I think, way better than we've seen from him so far in the LCK here this year especially.
Oh, 100%. I'm with you. I think we saw a little bit of Clear winning very early when he came in, and then it was very up and down. He's had games where he's kind of popped off and went crazy, and then games where you don't really see. Kind of reminds me of Sponge, which is funny because they were both, you know, DRX players. Not together, but both on the DRX Challenger team. But thus far, I think he has leveled up. He kind of had the LCK Cup slump as Raptor. This guy...
You're not allowed to take dragons this early. Isn't it a post 10-minute thing only? Isn't that what we learned in our previous series?
No, that's for boring. Well, okay, I can't say that. T1 and Nongshim are many things, but neither of them are boring.
Yeah, that was not a boring series.
No, that was amazing. But BNK are clearly punishing the Tigers for maybe being a little bit sleepy. As they are, this buff is gone.
Yeah.
And guess what? They're gonna have set up on prio for grubs because they are ahead on the rotation. We do see... Oh, that's... Okay, never mind. I thought Clear was going to shove in the top wave and then they were going to immediately go to grubs, but it doesn't matter because their bot lane is still ahead of the curve.
Okay, so we are in this room that is not being ventilated anymore. However, if you were to just like put on a snorkel and be realistic...
Wait, but how does this...
Don't think of the analogy. Just let's be realistic for a second.
Okay.
Okay. How much do we think Gen G's still going to win this game?
97%.
I was wondering.
Why would you ask me that?
I just want to dip back into reality for a second.
I felt called out by you saying, Chronicler, you're underselling this game, so I was leaning over all the way in the opposite end.
Oh, no, we were just stepping away, and then we're going to go back into our shelter of Copium, right?
Well, if Raptor gets a gank off here, it would be nice, but almost Mega plus Duro there means that that is not an option. Early
Mega
control, though, looking good.
Yep. Keen, Narbar in a nice spot there as well to avoid any sort of gank scenario. Here in the mid lane, Vikler is actually doing a great job just keeping up. And Clear with some spare time as the lane swap does come on through. 3 grubs over to BNK as well as the first dragon is what these first couple of kills are going to net you. And that is absolutely fantastic. One thing that sometimes... Oh, okay. And there's a bit of an engage onto Duro, who is just dead. That is Feats of Warfare as well. Chains of Corruption connect a flash forward from Diablo, and he picks up the double! I don't want to do it again because it probably hurt your ears, but I am thinking Darude so hard in my head right now.
92% Atlas. We are, that percentage, steadily going down.
Oh, you have no idea. And Diablo, the guy that we've been talking about this whole time, is also playing the lethal tempo variety.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about that yet, which I do love. As we take another look here, so I assume Duro doesn't have his door. So great cancel there, gets him mid-jump. And no door, so he just dies.
Yep, they turned off the ward for just the right amount of time as well.
If this is true and Ruler had cleanse, if he had cleanse and he didn't cleanse the Diablo ult and just died, which is, I think, what happened.
And flashed.
Interesting, Atlas. Interesting.
Do you want to have another go at that sentence, or?
No, I don't.
Okay, we're just going to chill. Chovy is doing Chovy things, so he's farming quite effectively, but as we can see, the gold is still in Vikler's favor. Canyon just going to move in and be annoying, but Vikler can skate around the walls and feel pretty good about it. BNK are just kind of running the map in this early game. And yes, it all stems from the fact that they managed to pick up that first blood for Raptor, but that top lane play had nothing to do with a Fed Neferi.
I'm just running the picture through my mind again.
That's all I'm hearing. I wonder whether, like, Darude could be contacted. So, like, okay. Canyon is going to ruin the route. Never mind. Untargetability there, pretty overpowered. And Raptor able to avoid any sort of trouble. The rest of the team immediately turning up. And in fact, now going on the offensive, as they will at least take down this control ward and look to steal away a Gromp. As another control would actually put down here, but you can see this is kind of dicey. But with the fact that Vikla is threatening a little bit of a wall over, it is not Gen G actually capable of going for anything.
And even though there's no Yone in this game, I keep waiting to snap back, but to reality where Gen G, you know, is
there goes
undefeated.
Gravity.
Yeah, is undefeated in the LCK. And
what happens when you're caught in a sandstorm tornado? There goes Gravity, Chronicler.
Because you're getting carried.
So you don't get to go back to reality because it's you know, it's BNK that is controlling that narrative.
You know, I'm going to be very real with you, Atlas. After the previous series, I thought that this would bring us back down to Earth. But instead, because there's no gravity, clearly, we're just getting further and further away.
Have you
From
seen
what we know to be the absolute truth of League of Legends in the LCK, which is that Gen G always wins. But we're getting further away from that.
Have you seen the hit film Twister?
I have not, but I have seen Twister 2.
What?
Yes.
There's a Twister 2?
I'm pretty sure the one with Glenn Howell. I'm 99% sure. Yeah, the new one. There's been a new Twister, right?
I didn't know that.
It's great.
Does it have Helen Hunt in it? Because she was fantastic in Twister 1.
I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of Twister. It was a fun disaster movie. I had a great time watching it. I would recommend it.
I was so scared of cyclones and twisters and tornadoes and stuff when I was a kid. And then I spoke to my dad, and he was like, Max, you're in Australia. There are none.
They don't exist, right?
Yeah, no, not ever. And I was like, wait, really? Because I thought that I was going to walk out my front door and just be pulled off to Wizard of Oz.
Very vivid imagery. I get why you would be afraid of that.
Yeah, it really got to me because I watched it when I was very, very young.
I was about to ask, and you would say like, oh, I was like 18.
Kellen looking for a bit of an angle. Another Chains of Corruption going to connect. The interruption there as Diablo just thrown under the turret and destroyed. Oh, biting off a little more than they could chew, you could say. As Raptor going to be able to take the second dragon, but Kellen is very dead. And the rest of BNK going to have to get out of there. Less clean than the rest of the play so far this game. Still with a slight gold advantage, and they get the objective, but showing some signs of trouble here on the BNK side.
I'm pretty sure it was Radiohead that said gravity always wins. I'm getting worried for the Sandstorm Atlas. It's gonna pick up.
Yeah, it really does.
Trending again. 2 dragons for BNK. And you might look at this and go, Costas, what are you talking about? There's good scaling on the BNK side, you know? They got the early dragons. They got Cloud Soul on the horizon, which is a great objective.
Yep.
But I want the chaos. And I feel with this play, we are getting pulled back to the normal timeline. And I know we're mixing too many analogies, but you gotta just have to deal with it as Keen slams Diablo. No flash, unfortunately, for Diablo. Just back
and no flash required from Keen.
No.
So this was like Duro with the flash in front of the anchor. Absolutely amazing.
Duro's timing there was really big, right? He actually is the one that I think saved that play because Keen otherwise might just get 100 to 0'd. And this is the trap of being ahead, is that you're like, well, we can make that play. No biggie. Particularly with Diablo being as strong as he is.
And the issue for me is I don't want that play to stop BNK from being on the front foot and making the plays, right?
So don't stop believing.
Yeah. We need to go on a journey, but go forward aggressively here for BNK. That's what we need to see. As Keen is just going to get jumped on by Clear, who isn't really able to do too much against the Gnar at this stage. 2-0, actually, as a result of the early shenanigans. Does mean that the side lane becomes a little bit more difficult for the Jacks than it otherwise could have been. Diablo looking for some plate money here. As Ruler and Duro are playing with a lot more respect, which I think has been well earned.
Very warranted after how the early game played out. Gold lead on Diablo remains, but the rest of the map, as one would expect, is slowly trending towards Gen G's Chovy.
Gets the flash.
Nice. Well done there by Vikla. Good positioning on the play, not giving Chovy an opportunity to do anything else.
As Raptor moves down, protects his ward. As now he's looking for Canyon just a little bit. It's going to bleed him. Too much more going to happen as the threaded volley actually pretty threatening here against Chovy. dealing with these minions quite well, though, and has the Leandri's Torment already completed. And Bullet Time just going to go for a bit of a reset here on Ruler's side as he gets the double up and does go back home. So it is just licking their wounds a little on the side of Gen G. You were talking about the scaling conversation. Often these compositions that are very stock standard that we see quite a bit have a fair bit of insurance going into the late game. I wouldn't say that Misfortune is the greatest late game champion, but Azir certainly is. Sejuani, pretty good at it, and Nara in a side lane is something that can certainly contribute to that as well.
Even Fed Narv is a great AD carry.
Yes.
I think Zeus in particular has done this a lot, but Keen is also definitely good enough to just make the champion look like a legitimate damage threat. And the gold is basically even again, Atlas.
Yep. It's also Earth, Wind, and Fire Drakes, which is fantastic. There's been a lot of music references, as there's the Emperor's Divide used on Clear, who's just going to take that as an invitation. That's a phenomenal interruption from Canyon, though, as Raptor takes down Chovy, and Clear is still alive. They're going to look for even more here as the Jax clears out the wave, and Raptor says, get out of here, I'm super fed.
I want to believe so badly, Atlas. I can't let myself get caught. We need to hold off.
Oh, wait. Can I add to the cope just a little bit? Because it's a Cloud Soul, and they're the Sandstorm.
It's powering them up?
Yeah, it's powering them up, because that's like cloudy weather, which is what's required for it to be all sandstormy and stuff.
Imagine just joining in this game and you have no context. And like, why are the casters losing their mind? What is happening? As Chovy tries to set up for Canyon, but sweeps in about 15 years too early. Canyon, nicely done on the cancel there. Just doesn't matter, right? Cancel Raptor's dash, but who cares? Raptor still presses the button, so he gets to reset when Chovy dies. Chovy didn't have flash because of the aforementioned mid lane play, and BNK are building up the lead yet again.
And it is to the tune of about 1.3 thousand gold. Which is not too bad at all. They're looking for Soul Point at the same time. The fact that they have so much map control at this point is also helping them out. Winter's Bite pretty bad into the doggos.
I don't want to overreact, but is Raptor the best jungler of all time?
I mean, I know you're being conservative. Maybe. Yeah, I'll offer you a maybe on that one.
Because we can't prove that he's not, because you can't prove a negative.
Exactly.
Nice.
All right, well, Gen G going to start off this dragon. You got a teleport coming in from Vikla. He's got the wall ready to try and split this one apart, and Clear is on a pretty nice flank angle with the minion wave exactly where he wants it. Raptor's already dove in, and remember, this guy is so scary. There's the wall. It's going to knock his own jungler out, and then the Emperor's Divide going to come on through. But over the wall he goes. That's a brilliant flick as Clear gets in there. Duro trying to help out, and they do take down this Nautilus, as Canyon going to be the next one on the menu, but Raptor is taken down, and that's the money going over to the Sejuani. No one has a jungler left, but it's BNK to take the objective. That was a mess. But it was even in kills, and the Drake goes to BNK.
Soul Point set up. Ruler, we're gonna watch the replay, and I have bad news for Ruler fans. It's not gonna look good. I'm just warning you right now. Just witness what happens. As this is a really good wall from Vikla. Credit where credit is due. Very nicely done. Yeah.
Chovy actually really messed them up there as they were trying to start that engage.
And then, so if you missed it, Ruler was on the wall, then channeled his ult for about half a second, and then got cancelled by the Jax immediately, and was forced to flash and cleanse immediately over the wall.
He didn't die, though.
He didn't die. There's a lot of going through my head right now, Atlas. I'm starting to actually believe in BNK winning, which they have a
Wait, so that means we're ticking over to like 51%?
Yeah, no, well, okay, let's not. We're towards like 70.
Okay, 70, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
but I wanted to
we take those.
Because I do think that it would be truly and deeply funny if Gen G drop a 2-0 to BNK after they did the same to Bro, after they beat all 4 of the other top tier teams in the LCK.
Yep, that would definitely be a thing. We've got Vikla taking down a top lane out of turret, and they already had feats of strength, so they didn't even need to do so. But they also deny a cannon from Chovy, which is going to make him very upset, as we all know. Keen down here towards the bottom side is being very frustrating. You can see it has a very large health pool at the moment, but is being pretty much equalized as far as items are concerned by Clear.
There's no sums on Ruler. BNK, if they can get on top of this MF, can completely neutralize him. Kane's going to try and look for the steal.
Yeah, Ruler grabs the red buff, and he's in the pit, but he's going to have to get himself out of there. Yeah, nice little pull, and the Rift Herald is going to be collected. There is an Otacon on the other side of the map, and maybe BNK are just going to look for that one as well.
No. BNK, I implore you, do not throw at Otacon. That's the most predictable way to lose this game. So don't do it. Just play for Dragon. You have Soul in 2.5 minutes. You are looking at this.
Oh, but they've got time.
No. 2 item spike.
Yeah.
Claire. 2 item spike on Raptor. 2 item spike on Vikla. 2 item spike on Diablo.
It's time to go for Otacon.
Atlas, if they go for Otacon and lose, I will hold you.
What about if they mind controlled Gen G to go for Otacon?
Gen G's not going for Otacon. Gen G's not gonna.
I mean, they're very close to Otacon right now.
No.
You don't think it's gonna? Is it possible?
Well, I just don't think it's likely. I think Gen G, because they're Gen G, are saying in their comms right now.
They have made some mistakes around Otacon this year so far.
That is true, but I think in this game they're saying, guys, chill, we scale, just 5v5 and it's fine.
That would be what they'd say. As bless you, Chronicler with a little bit of a sneeze, but he's a professional, so he stopped you guys from having to listen to it. Just needed to make sure that you were aware.
Why?
Because we had a little bit of a gap in the action, and so
well,
I thought perhaps...
I thought that you were just going to cover, but I should have maybe signaled.
I've done that in the past, but you know, sometimes...
It humanizes us to people that they know that we sneeze.
Exactly. Leap Strike comes in, but Clear mistimes it a little bit there. Counter-Strike going to be on cooldown as Keen, with the Mega Gnar on the way, is a very daunting prospect. Still, Clear able to make his way out as, okay, this is looking a little bit scary.
This is good. This is good, BNK. You're setting up for the Dragon right now. Right? All you're doing... Oh, by the way, if you guys were wondering, Atlas had a slight cough there, so he cleared his throat.
I did.
Thank you
very much for that.
Wait, we need to...
Keeping me honest.
The people need to know.
Yeah, because normally I talk about every single time I'd move my microphone away from my face, so I'm really glad that you caught that one that I'd, blatantly ignored.
I want things to be done fairly.
You are a fan of equality.
Yeah. As right now, 40 seconds. BNK, you did not throw an Otacon. You love to see it.
All right, if at first you don't succeed, press Counter-Strike again. And it's better when you have a turret. Clear able to empower that minion to death. And Keen just demolishing this turret and will be able to take it down. Wasn't the Jax winning before?
Yeah. Keen's going to have his item done, which is a big deal. That's the item spike that they have together with Canyon actually going for Thorn Mail here.
Yeah, it's complete.
Which...
I think that means that Raptor is fed.
I kind of get it. Into Diablo. Well, into Raptor it's good, right? To mitigate some of the sustain, and then also into Diablo. I don't think it's amazing, but we'll see.
Yeah.
As Chovy does not have a second item yet. Raptor, he's just getting it. They're doing it.
Yeah, they're just doing
it. It's happening.
Callan is going to see whether he can keep Canyon out of the pit as the Arctic Assault not going to land. Raptor actually going to give up on it because Vikla's looking for the fight. Chovy gets over the wall. That was absolutely huge. No rocks actually available to be put down to get him over there.
Bleed. BNK. Banana Burst control has to be seeded.
Yeah, Clear still on that flank angle though as Raptor getting out of here once again. They're playing some smoke and mirrors, or some sand and mirrors, you could say. As diving onto Keen is Raptor, but does need to be a little bit careful. Boomerang going to be dodged, but the Mega Gnar is going to come in as, thought he'd overcommit, but Keen does not. And now Mega Gnar up and available. The hook comes in, but Callan is going to be dead to start this fight off. Still Clear, getting into that backline, and he has the counter-strike. They get out of the way. The Empress Divide onto 3, and Genji, of course, just decimate the team fight. As Raptor over the wall, he's the only one to survive. They deny the soul, and Genji get right back into the driver's seat.
It's a tragedy, Atlas. You knew it was coming. All the signs were there.
Oh, dear.
They were doing so well.
Well, at least
they didn't throw it Otacon.
Yeah, the Ruinous Otacon's going to go down, and the cope is that they've only got one Cloud Drake. So, haha. Well, anyway, let's have a look at this one more time.
Keen is playing an absolutely impeccable game thus far. And then, unfortunately, at the hook, from Kellen is on Duro. Keen also keeps Ruler safe this time around, actually slams the Jax into the wall. And then after all that setup, Chovy sees his window. No rocks available. Look at that. Rocks are down, and as soon as they drop,
just sees the commitment from Raptor and then says, all right, now's my time. 0 mana, by the way. He was just doing his little staff, little bonks. That was all he needed. All right.
We knew this was coming, Atlas.
Hey, man, it's not over yet. 53-8? That's nothing. That is nothing. We got another chance at a Soul 3.5 minutes. Do you hear any fat ladies singing? I don't.
Right now, I don't.
I got noise-canceling headsets.
But
as well,
I do
so
hear
it's very
some,
unlikely.
I do hear some vocal warm-ups, and I don't think it's Costa Jun. You know, he's been going at it for a while now.
Yep.
It's okay. BNK, because this is the real threat. Is that they're not that far behind.
Emperor's Divide going to boop them away. Raptor is out of this, but clear now, not needing to deal with an Emperor's Divide. Still, if he turns around, he does take a lot of damage, as we can see there.
Yeah, not the best hold. But what I'm saying is, BNK, the game is still so playable. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like, that one play doesn't define you. You're so much more than that.
I'm still hearing it. As Canyon looking to steal away a blue buff. And Raptor is lying in wait. Something. Not entirely sure what it is. As we will have Baron up and available right now. It's been up for actually a minute. So I was a bit distracted already. 26 minutes have gone by. And Gen.G got themselves a gold lead finally. Still, there are a lot of dragons on BNK. They have themselves the feats of strength. They only lost the Artican, and yes, they haven't been able to pick very many flowers. But I don't know whether a bouquet is necessarily what you need when you're facing down the Sandstorm.
Flowers are clearly useless in light.
Yeah,
in the face of a Sandstorm, Atlas.
Unless they give you tons of adaptive damage and experience and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, Duro is up 2 levels. The only one that isn't in the hole is Vikla, who, funnily enough, has actually been chovying pretty hard. Actually, really good CS numbers. Has been able to. Is the only one, together with Raptor with an XP lead, but in the Naafiri versus Sejuani matchup, it's kind of a given. Outside of that, though, the experience situation is not great across the board. I am kind of shocked, though, with like what 8 to 55 flowers.
Yeah, it is an obscenely large number. As, oh no, Ruler baiting them in, or at least attempting to, as Vikla! I don't know about that one, as Clear is teleported forward. Vikla's still alive as the doggo gets into the backline. Another 3-man knockup, but Chovy has no support, and Raptor has taken down the Misfortune already. Over the wall once again as Keen is on the rocks. Diablo trying to kill Chovy, but he will not be able to do it. And finally, Chovy goes golden to deny the doggo getting in. Still he's gonna go down, and now it's Raptor getting the resets. Clear going in. Duro's gonna die as well, and is it the ace? Is it happening? Unbelievers be damned! The Leap Strike gets the final kill, and now maybe it's just Baron.
Sandstorm! They're doing it! They're doing the thing!
Oh my god. Just incredible. Let's have a look at it one more time. I thought this was Vikla's suicide.
It looked like that. It really did. But crucially, they still get the sums out of Ruler, and I don't think Gen.G was expecting a 5-man commitment. And Chovy's alone, but I want you to look at how much damage Raptor and Clear are still doing, right? They're keeping away so much of the threat, even though Diablo ends up going down. Raptor, Vikla, and Clear. Look at this 3-man Counter-Strike from the Jax.
Oh,
I've not seen this man put in a performance like this since 2022 DRX.
Yeah, right? It's like Challenger DRX all over again when we thought like Clear was the second coming of Christ. And finally, we're seeing what he's actually capable of now. 2-1-7. He's got his arm guard put together, and maybe it's this Cloud Dragon who will be able to get them the soul. As Keen.
Please, BNK, we need this. We need this win so badly. Everyone needs you to win this. Even Gen.G fans at this point will admit they need to be punished. They need to be punished for their hubris.
All right, Raptor trying to get some daggers forward. Another hook to start this one off. As Vikla once again finding the angle. They've taken down Ruler. Another Emperor's Divide onto 3, but it matters not. There There is no DPS remaining, and without Canyon, you are not stopping the Soul, and the Sandstorm continues to rage through the Tiger's Den.
26 measly damage is all that Ruler is able to do. The Baron buff is still up. The Soul secured.
I mean, this game is in the bag.
They're gonna do it.
Oh my god. This was not on my bingo card. I knew something weird was gonna happen today, but I guessed the wrong series as the seismic shove going wide, but it does not matter. The base is broken. And with the Baron still on this squad for another minute and a half, 4,000, by the way, is the Rebel Baron power. Never mind, it's 5,000. I tell a lie, the turret going down there. And only one more inner will remain. Let's have a look at this fight one more time.
It's actually Vikla. This wall is completely insane.
Yeah.
Gen.G just clearly are not aware of where this is coming from, and as a result, Ruler ends up getting blown up immediately, and if Gen.G was even or ahead, losing the MF like that is not the end of the world. But they are not. They are fighting desperately from behind to try and make this happen. And Ruler, without his damage, as we saw there, not going to be able to win the fight. Chovy also not going for the highest DPS build, right? This build, beefy.
A little bit more of a battle Azir.
It is.
And he's the only one with a gold lead. There's a 4,000 gold lead for this Nefiru. Has Death Dance completed, as well as building towards another damage item of some kind.
Yeah, so you obviously falling behind in CS is not the end of the world. Canyon also is playing a utility pick.
Yeah.
The real story is that Raptor has just been so good this LCK thus far. It's crazy.
Yeah, and honestly, didn't it feel last year like we had a top side of our jungle pool and then the rest were in a chasm? As now, Raptor going to interrupt me momentarily. Chovy taking a bit of damage. There's another turret going to fall down. Vikla comes on over with the wall, but this is going to spell the end of another inhibitor. And we are moving further and further towards insurmountable territory for BNK Fearless. Raptor looking for more. Keen on a flank angle hook. Once again comes in, but Callan eats the Glacial Prison as well, and Diablo is free hitting. Look at these autos rip through Ruler and the rest of his teammates. Clear goes Golden. Canyon is limping away from the fight, and now Nexus turrets are next on the menu, but maybe they move too far forward as Keen looking for the angles, not able to get the wallop onto Raptor, who has all of that extra money. And yes, perhaps some hubris here on the side of BNK, but they can go back, lick their wounds, and try again.
Oh, Diablo, he was tanking the turret there. Heroics from Keen to come through here, who really truly feels like the only player on Gen.G that's playing up to their level. Chovy, great bait there, immediately uses the Sonya's. Duro, unfortunately, the ult going wide, but then...
The Emperor's Divide was actually fantastic to deny.
It was great to deny. It also killed Ruler, but I think Ruler was dead anyway. And then Diablo but it wasn't even his fault, right? Like, he should have flashed immediately. But what happened was he used his stopwatch, and then he was just the only one that was in range of the turret.
Yeah.
But yeah,
didn't quite have enough minions there. That's okay. Keen is going to be able to grab some bounty gold as he takes down the outer turret here towards the bottom side, and Canyon is sort of helping out. Diablo has decided to fully commit, by the way. We are going for a Zhonya's.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You do have some AP scaling with your Blighted Quiver as well.
No, it's actually, your passive in particular is really, like as you're saying, like the Blight stacks, they do so much damage.
Yep.
And into the Gen.G comp, well, Flash has a pretty long cooldown, but if you're able to make sure that when Chovy goes in for the play...
Oh, speaking of Chovy, he's going to find Vikla here, and he wastes no time throwing out the ulti. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight is ensuing, and Ruler is dead. There is nothing he can do about it, as there's the flash forward from Callan, finding the double knock-up is clear, getting a couple of stuns himself, and down goes the Azir. That is game, ladies and gentlemen, as BNK Fearless will be able to take down Gen.G here, and if they can make their way over to the base and taxi in some of these minions.
There's no way. There's no way, Gen.G. They can't defend, even without the Baron buff available. It doesn't matter. Super's in the base. Keen and Canyon staring down. BNK are gonna do it!
First, they managed to take down D+ in one of the games. Second, it is Gen G falling to the sandstorm as Keen is desperately trying to save it, but he's going to be ripped to shreds. Diablo dealing with these Nexus turrets as well as Canyon. Nothing to do except look on from the fountain. BNK Fearless on. They do have blue side. They did manage to utilize it, but it could be the first time that Gen G has fallen here in the LCK in 2025.
And they earned it.
They did.
Outside of Keen, who, I'm sorry, you know, you don't want your promo games to look like that, but it happens to the best of us. Promos aren't even in the game anymore, but I'm sure that's how Keen feels. Outside of that, every player on BNK had their moment. Raptor, obviously, was
an absolute
truly a 1v9 teamfight machine. But you had Diablo and Kellen straight up gapping Duro.
Yep.
Straight up gapping Ruler. Ruler in particular having a dreadful game
It was
on the
a
MF.
0-6 game for
0
Ruler,
and
yeah.
6. And yes, MF is one of those picks where obviously
that's
you can
30k as on-hit Varus.
I want to be very clear about this. There are games where I think the game isn't playable for MF. I really don't think this is one of
yeah.
Yes, you need to be a little careful, but this isn't like a Vi, Ari, Nocturne style composition. BNK, they were just better.
My God. The Hopium is well and truly strong, but this was just BNK being amazing. I want to go back to our episode of the POG State and adjust where I put BNK on my tier list because they are playing so well. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down that game, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
내가 이 아꼈다가 나를 연계해줄게. 잘해보자 이제.
진정해 제발 진정해.
진정하고 하자.
진정하게 가볼래?
너 아래쪽부터 밀어내주면서 라인 밖에 해줄래? 하나를 5인공으로 맞지 마.
억제기 나온다. 억제기 나온다.
나만 안 맞을 테니까 앞에 세게. 억제기 나오는데 억제기. 괜찮아. 앞당 끼고 하자. 더블리 한번 볼게.
나 위에 타워 깰게 일단.
내가 하나 다 같이 봐. 앞에 세게. 자, 앞에 세게 할게. 형사. 나를 봐줘 나를. 나를 봐줘 나를. 타워. 끝났어. 나이스.
Do you think even if I bet on this, that there would be anything? I don't even think it'd be interesting.
This is what I mean. This is the sort of game where I don't even think there's caveat. There's not the I just think they're so behind with the composition.
To be fair, I did think my hair was safe that last time as well. There's Sponge and Rich going to get this one turned on them. They thought they did a fair bit of damage there to Kingen, and in fact, Kingen does have the Archon buff, so it doesn't even matter if he dies. Snip, goes to Gwen, and Kingen's just playing a game of inches here towards the bottom side.
잡을 테니까 할 거 하고 싶으면 적당히 하면 될 듯.
But they did end life again. Zeka has 12 kills! And he's getting to 13! He just keeps getting more! You cannot stop this Akali! And he has 25 stacks. I mean, we were right about that, Chronicler, at least.
Good flash R2 for maximum disrespect.
너 잘한다 야 너. 맛있다 야. 나 크게 돌게 이거. 나 완전 크게 돌긴 했어.
not going to follow up there. Bigla does get isolated. Kellen is going down. This is a very messy fight for the Cloud Soul. Still taken by BNK. In goes Bigla once again. Look at that damage for the True Shot Barrage. But no follow-up here for clear. The magic deals the fin. He locks two of them down. And just baited by the Fed Renekton once again.
이겼어. 클리어가 다 나왔어.
Lucid is in a bit of danger here, is what it kind of feels like to me. Of course, can't go on target, won't keep himself safe as he doesn't get the smite. Shiyu now dives in on top of all of them as he tries to get out. There's a Pump Blossom onto 3 somehow from Barrel with the first kill. Gonna go down already. Keen gonna get bailed out pretty quickly, and there it goes.
Got on T1, and I think they're making the right call.
Yeah.
Otacom. Oh, they're going to go for the late contest. The objective is gone, but looking for the fight here. Big on the flank.
Yeah, in goes Carrier. We'll see whether they can get some of these petals, but it looks like the answer is absolutely not. It's Zeka finds a gorgeous ulti. The layering of the bullet time there as well is just like poetry from HLE.
Sandstorm, baby! BNK Fearless with a big one here in game one that nobody saw. Get the doo-doo-doos in the chat. I don't know.
That was good one.
I think that
was good one. Yeah.
Digon here alongside Ox, who clearly doesn't like this song.
Yeah, it's the song.
Clearly doesn't like this song, and Wadid here as well. Upset win here for BNK Fearless in game number one.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two sides to it. I think obviously there was some members, or maybe a particular member of Gen.G who was underperforming quite hard. But I think BNK, I mean, we've seen them step up quite a bit since the LCK Cup, but I don't think anyone really expected it to this margin. And in particular, Raptor just had like such a dominant performance that game and has been going from strength to strength.
No, not at all. Like, I think everyone didn't expect this to happen, especially in the second match. And I think kind of unexpected early kills helped a lot for BNK side. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna see it soon.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. As the early kills to the artist formerly known as Sandbox, BNK Fearless get a great jump start here.
I mean, from level 1 and I mean, this shouldn't happen every time. Whenever I see mid lane oversteps in the mid lane, and I think it was great play by Nautilus, and also on this bot lane play, it was great play at first place, but it shouldn't really happen on the MF side. I mean, you can see it.
Yeah, I mean, this ends up being a misplay from Ruler. I mean, if you either save the flash or you flash earlier, but he ends up burning the flash and dying. And ultimately, you know, these ganks end up working out. This play also was just a straight up 2v2. Ruler opting to channel the ultimate while the root is building up for the Varus, ends up catching him out, and the burst damage is there as enough to take him down. I think ultimately there's two sides to it, you know. Gen G, even when we've seen like them underperform a bit, it's still often enough to beat these bottom teams. So BNK did have to step up to beat them, but this was definitely still an underperformance from them. But credit where credit is due. Against a team of the level of Gen G, I think the level 1 play, I think the early ganks, this is the sort of stuff you have to do. I think if you just play slow, you're not going to outvalue this team. They made things happen early, and they really started to run away with the game.
I mean, I think in a good way, we would say it's kind of unexpected kills, but in a bad way, it's kind of disrespect.
Yeah, and as this story continued to progress, we get Chovy. So all those that weren't worried, maybe slightly worried, this was the moment where they're like, okay, this is what we expected from Gen G.
And you know, 9 games out of 10, this is the moment where Gen G make the comeback and go on to win the game. Obviously, spoiler, they didn't finish it, but we end up seeing 2 players really step up. It's a solo laners. Keen manages to shut this Gnar off to the side, and then Chovy gets this massive shuffle. Look at his mana, by the way. He went to 0 mana there.
That's insane, actually.
Perfectly calculated, and thank you very much, Observer Skills. Great there. But yeah, managing to get the big play coming through and winning this fight. And this was the point where we're all thinking, okay, back to the normal, regular, scheduled programming. Gen G going to close out the game.
The 0 mana just reminds me of the perfection that we expect from this team, and they find ways to do it. Chovy calculating the exact perfect time to be able to make that play. So we're thinking, okay, a BNK Fearless throw. We're so used to that Gen G close it on out, right? Right?
I mean, the more I see the plays from BNK, they actually think about their skills first and then engage on them first. I think whenever you engage on MA team first, that makes the difference, you know. You cannot just sit back and just expect them to make a mistake, but whenever you actually pull the trigger on them, this happens.
And the thing is, it's not smooth, you know, because Gen G do really try and keep the AD carry alive, but eventually all the late engage tools, like the Wolf and the Talia was first, the flip back, then it's Raptor going in, then the Jax finds it. Everyone is in a single track mind of all going for this target. And with the MF down, it means the cleanup is possible to come through. So yeah, really strong performance from them, and I think a statement game 1.
And I think Talia becoming more a popular pick in LCK especially. I think the Talia was not that a tier 1 pick compared to like Victor, Azir. But right now it's one of the great setup. Whenever you are ahead in game, it's great when you have the vision control. And also about the mid-late game, you can always use your ultimate to zone them out or join the fight with the global ulti. So I feel like Talia feels like a lot stronger.
I feel like obviously the global presence of the ult is huge, but I think the more creative players are with their ultimate when it comes to these team fights, the more impact it can have. You know, cutting off big portions of the team fight can have so much value. And then the Unraveled Earth, there's so many champions in the meta right now who just struggle to deal with that. So I just think it's really a fantastic pick.
Well, in game 1 of the Fearless Foxes against the Genrangi, it is the Foxes taking it. Will they be able to win the series and to make the upset of the season? Will Gen G be able to bounce back? Let's find out. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, I absolutely love the Darude Sandstorm introduction. And hopefully we see more of that this series. But this is the time for Gen G to win so that we get the 3-game banger. Right? Because it also will mean that Blue Side has won every single game. And so we might get more of those Reddit threads popping up about how Blue Side is overpowered and has been forever. Fix it, Riot.
Perhaps one of the most powerful tools we have as esports people.
Yep, it's brilliant. Let's dive into the draft here for game number 2. As back on the red side is BNK Fearless and Gen G. They have not lost on blue so far this season. Will they start now? Or will it be the 6 games? That's the question. Ezreal already taken away. And this is now a question of who has the deeper pockets, who has more of the champions to bring out. Because we mentioned already
that Vikla, very, very good on Talia in the past as well. Certainly a lot of comfort for him. The Jax for clear, another one of those examples. Is someone going to now have to jump off comfort? And can Genji then exploit that is my big question. As Gwenban, as you generally do on the red side.
I actually read some great cope online.
Oh, yeah?
Which is the reason why this is happening. Is because Genji was so focused on their prep for the Saturday Showdown.
Oh my god, yeah, I read that comment.
Because they didn't want to get 2-0'd by Bro again.
And then they lose to BNK because they didn't prep for it, and then they're tilted, so they lose to Bro as well. Oh my goodness.
If Genji actually sweep every single top tier like DK, Nongshim, Hanwha Life T1 team in the LCK, and then lose to BNK and Bro,
then I'm looking forward to the DNF series.
Oh god.
Jay's going to be banned away on blue side, which is somewhat of a surprise. I think that could have been a pretty comfy first pick here for Genji, but having a different idea in mind, maybe an 80 carry perhaps, as they have already banned away the Ezreal. Maybe it's just Kai'Sa first pick, something weird like that.
Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe could be another one of those angles.
I don't think the Ashe warrants that high of a priority.
I would agree.
Kalista does, so he does get taken away. I think Poppy is a pick that we look towards. That's crazy. Xin Zhao, extremely high prio, one of the best junglers at the moment.
Yep, was banned in the last game as well.
Yeah, there's also Kha'Zix is really weak, so you can't even go for the cool counter pick. It's just Xin Zhao's kind of crazy right now.
Well, Clear, what are we going to be locking away? Seeing what BNK Fearless have prepared for the second game. The Skarner, certainly a decent option here. Raptor definitely a different vibe, as he was doing so much of the damage last time around, but Skarner has been very, very strong regardless. And instead, it's going to be Xayah.
So I know normally
I
know normally we hate this, but with how Diablo and Kallen have been playing, I'm like, you know what? I trust you guys. Go get him.
Yeah, and Kallen has always been a pretty decent Rakan player as well.
Yep. There's also already been the Jace and the Rumble taken away. Those are two picks that are currently in the meta that I think are actually crazy good against Xayah. Chovy, Ahri, I think is most likely here. Sylas is another, something that pairs well with the Xin Zhao in that 2v2.
Nah, it's Victor Sion. Oh god, is it actually Victor Sion? That would scare me. Okay, well it's Victor. Chronicler, I'm really sorry.
Okay, but Victor actually I think is valid. We have already seen earlier today, Victor can actually be a lane bully, kind of takes the same spot as Azir in that regard, and then more importantly, trying to play Xayah into Victor is not a good time.
No.
Because especially once he starts hitting his item thresholds, he does just kind of laser you down.
Ooh, Ambessa going to be a more fun option than
so
that
they're gonna pick Renekton. That's what's gonna happen. Claire is also a big Renekton enjoyer. It's one of the few picks that we see consistently do well into the Ambessa. And Raptor actually has a pretty deep champion pool, particularly for a player this young.
Yeah, you can't ban Nidalee, Lilia, and Zyra.
Because his Zyra was actually good. Yep.
It was him and Sponge that had pretty consistent Zyra bans.
What, not Peanut?
Yeah, not Peanut.
Not Peanut.
In fact, people would leave Zyra up just in case he picked it.
I know. I love when they learned that lesson in first stand and people are like, oh?
Hang on a sec. We could maybe mind control.
We can use this to our own advantage. As Lulu taken away. Does make sense. You want to ban away some of the stuff that can make Rakan's life very unenjoyable. And then the second ban is, I think, Poppy would be what I'd be going towards.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Poppy has been very frustrating to deal with. As there is the Corki ban as well. Looking to get that one out of Vicla's hands, understanding that it is likely that they go for something that is a little bit more AD flavored in that mid lane. Poppy, like you say, going to be the final ban on BNK Fearless's side. And it's feeling a little bit cookie cutter. It's feeling like we kind of know how the ebbs and flows of this draft are going to play out.
So, Zyra... What's the mid lane gonna be?
Zyra Yone.
Like Zyra Galio?
Skarner is going to be taken away, so they do get rid of that tanky option. I do think I'd prefer Lilia over Zyra myself.
I think into Xin and into Ambessa the Zyra feels good.
That's a better point.
The Lilia, though, is, I think, really good with the Rakan. Setups there is...
Huh.
So there is the off chance that this is mid lane Viego. I'm going to assume it's not. I'm going to assume it's just Raptor's pick. What is Fikla going to pick that they save it to 5? They already know the matchup.
Yeah.
Unless, I'm not joking, unless
it could just be the Viego mid.
Viego mid, and then it's any AP jungler. Like, imagine Nidalee with double setup, reset lanes.
Oh, triple setup. That's kind of crazy.
Right?
All right, well, Ashe is going to come in. That's going to be Ruler's option into this composition. Does outrange the Xayah, in theory. Although the kite back from the Xayah is pretty strong. There is the Renata, which they are kind of, it was face up, right?
Yeah, and also Renata does kind of dunk on the BNK composition.
Oh, yeah.
So far. Is it like Hui? Because Ahri is kind of the no-brainer here with the Viego, but the issue with that is obviously that you are playing a very short composition. Oh, that doesn't make it better.
No, that's not helping. And it's still going to be locked in. So Silas going to be the form of magic damage that BNK has.
Well, hope topside 3v3 early is a smash dunk, which it was last time. So, you know, I think that's the win comp here, Atlas. That's what I'm looking at, because if this goes to like mid to late game and Chovy gets the skill and you're running the full melee comp into Victor and Renata, I don't think you're going to have the best of times.
Yeah, this is looking like a rough one here for BNK Fearless. Of course, you know, they have a buffer game. This is the best of 3. The decider will be there as they are already 1-up in the series. But man, that is not giving me too much hope.
The draft is not.
No, it's not. It's really not.
It's not giving anything, really. Except if Genji disrespect again and the topside gets fed. You know, if Raptor's on Viego, I think anything is possible. I'm starting to really raise the levels of what I think this guy is capable of. And every single series, he just keeps creeping up. What if he just gaps Canyon for the whole day? Gapped him in game number 1. What if he does it again?
And, you know, what if he's just like ulting over every Ashe arrow and just killing Ruler and then becoming Ashe and then winning team fights because he gets all the resets? This is a possibility. However, I think that Genji are going to be feeling a little bit frustrated after game number 1, and maybe this is going to be a little bit more of an all business. I did say all business moving into the last game, though, based on the boringness
97%.
Yeah, this is the thing. Absolute insanity here from the Sandstorm. Let's see whether they can do it again as we dive onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as witnessing the skin choices, a lot of color coordination, which I really, really enjoyed out of BNK Fearless. So that's definitely good. Now Ruler just wandering around in circles here on the bottom side of the map. And guess what, Genji fans? No one's dead yet.
A strict improvement over the previous game.
Yep, it's already better.
Chovy went Grasp again. I like it a lot more this time around.
By the way, did you see the Posco Darius axe?
Yeah, very cool.
It's actually, like, you saw it in the ad just there, but it's also just outside, which is pretty dope. I'm like hashtag ad right now. But it was really cool.
Atlas?
Yeah?
Are you the guy that...
It wasn't on my list of things to say, okay? I didn't. It's not like a checklist, all right, that Jisun gave me.
Because I don't know if you were the same, but we went to France a lot on holidays.
Oh,
and every single year the same thing would happen. We would be in some medieval town, and I would see a sword that I would want to buy, and then my parents would say no because now you are a child, you do not need a sword.
But every child needs a sword.
Well, they were real swords, right? So it would have been wildly irresponsible to give me that sword. But that lasted until I was, I want to say, like 19.
Wait, really?
Never got my sword, yeah.
I still... Wait,
You
hi,
still-
Digon. How you doing, man? Did you also go to France to get swords?
Or is he just confused by my story?
Uh-huh.
Do you get... That's what I was going to ask, Atlas, is do you get me?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I went to China and I did buy swords because my parents weren't there to tell me that it was a bad idea.
Were they cool?
Yeah, they were really cool.
What type of swords were they?
I got like a mini sort of samurai sword type thing, like katana, and I've still got it. It's back at my house in Australia. I wasn't actually theoretically allowed to bring it into the country. Please don't tell anyone.
We are on a broadcast! Don't tell me anything illegal you did. You know what kind of position that puts me in.
And by back home, I mean in Australia.
Yeah, no, obviously.
And so I'm not there anymore.
Well, no.
So I'm theoretically out of the jurisdiction. So I think I'm still going to be okay.
It might have also aged out at this point. I don't know, Atlas.
Yeah, perhaps. And also, maybe it's just fine. And I didn't understand the rules. I just didn't want to take the risk.
I have been told by many a show that the Australian border control is very thorough.
That is very true. Your wife does tend to watch that one a fair bit.
And is very thorough and would never let something like that slide.
Yeah.
Man, I'm jealous. So. I know Twitch chat gets me.
I was actually 19 at the time, though. So it's right on the cutoff of what you were saying.
Yeah, that's perfect. I can't believe Degon doesn't get it.
Yeah, no, neither can I. As Vikler is kingslaying forward. He's dead. Everyone is on the gravity well, though, so he just flashes out, and he's going to be okay. That is a 2-for-1 deal on those flashes in favor of Chovy.
Oh, that would have been so big. Early kill for Raptor to start snowballing. The flash W just not getting it done. Chovy escaping what felt like certain death there. Really big deal. That is the time and flashes invested.
All right. Here on the bottom side, Ruler is getting engaged on once again, though, as Kellen just standing on top of his ex-lane partner. And Ruler with the bailout, getting that extra attack speed and trying to offer back a bit of damage himself. Things very even here towards the bottom side of the map. No one really gaining too much ground as Canyon looking to try and put down Clear as Keen just dashing forward. And there is not a lot of good places for this Crocodile to go as, yeah, the Viego, he's not coming. That's not happening. And look at this. Clear didn't use the flash. Just knew that he was dead. Canyon actually committed his. So I guess there's that.
Yeah, Canyon committing his flash makes sense because you don't know where the Viego is. We obviously know that he went for a base, so I think that's the main reason. Obviously, Clear could have stalled, you know, could have tried to go for an extended play as Vikla.
Yeah. Chovy just waiting for some buttons to come back and does even out the trade quite nicely. But Vikla has been playing this lane quite well.
Both of them drinking their pots.
Yep.
Nothing too crazy thus far.
Having a look here, picture-in-picture at the bottom side of the map. Just a little bit of potential action, but nothing really happening. And Vikla dealing with the minion. What was fun?
The picture-in-picture. Diablo just flashed on top of, I think it was Ruler, it was hard to see. And then got hand shook, and that was the end of it.
All right, but Ruler flashed as well.
Well, yeah, Ruler flashed, I think in the earlier play, right?
No, I think they flashed at the same
beginning
time.
Of that play, yeah. I think Ruler flashed slightly earlier, and then I assumed Diablo tried to punish the lack of flash like a few seconds later.
Yeah, something happened.
And then, yeah. Oh, apparently G-Sun, there's written Me Too, which I assume is about the swords.
Oh, really? Oh, G-Sun also watches the Australian border.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah. It is pretty unhinged, actually. And also, like, Australian law as far as the things that you can't and can bring in,
which is
sort of crazy. Because
makes complete sense.
Yeah, because it's an ecosystem that is a little bit different to the rest of the world, and so we want to preserve that. As we've got a bit of a fight here towards the top side of the map. Ruthless Predator coming out here from Clear as Ruler is going to just pepper him with some arrows on his way back.
Oh, that's Duro's flash now gone for the upcoming possible skirmish around these groups. Vikla is playing so much better than I think we've seen so far. But they're a member down, TP coming in.
Throws out the ulti though, and Canyon is the first one to get punished. There are two of the Canyon ultis as there's a public execution. The bailout just barely doesn't work, but it's 2 kills coming on through for both teams as Clear tidies up Ruler. Raptor trying to make his way out as Keen thinks it's one more auto, but unfortunately it was not. Still, Raptor has absolutely nowhere to go as he was transformed, and there's the handshake to keep Clear at bay. Now the rest of Gen G bearing down upon the Crocodile. As, yes, if this was border control, he would not be let in, and Gen G are going to do just that as he slices, dices, acting all cool. Will he be able to get out? That's the question, as the gravity field's going to slow him down, get the back, slice comes in, and they go for the re-engage. Not a lot of mana left on Chovy, and it's the Renata that goes down. And Clear shades on, just walks his way out.
He made it past the crocodile.
And normally they are so thorough.
But they weren't able to lock him down. He's just slithering out of there.
Oh my goodness. He must have been disguised in a crocodile skin bag.
I don't know, they weren't ready. They didn't see it coming. As we take another look here, Canyon not dying thanks to Chovy's W as well as the bailout from Renata is what saves us, because the fact that this is even remotely close, given that they're a member down, is crazy to me, right? Imagine if Diablo was here, but it's a timely arrival from Keen, great ultimate in, and then Clear on the great escape. I'm like looking as well, like I don't really think, it's not like Gen G, like I guess Mbessa could have followed, but I really wouldn't have done too much.
And the fact that both of them picked a target individually, as Clear having a little bit of a giggle at the end of that one, as you would expect. And now everything is tied up. Gen G did manage to hit the feats of warfare, as Chovy is going to be discovered by Kellen and Diablo, but Ruler just doing a bit of a drive-by is going to deter them from doing too much more than anything of that nature. So
this game is starting to feel very similar though, Atlas. Like, look at the gold.
Yeah, we are hitting Fiesta territory though, with the amount of weird stuff that's happening. Arrow. Whose arrow was that? Vickla's.
Okay, so Keen already lost last game. Wasn't his fault, by the way. Teammates didn't do anything, right? Queues up for another game. Gets the same for teammates.
Oh no.
Same thing!
And he's trying to stay positive as, all right, Ruler is going to have to flash yet again.
And then he pans to bot lane and watches his AD carry again get flash unforced in a 2v2. Well, I guess it was a 2v1, clearly.
This time, though, they are looking for a dragon, and they should be able to take that one. As you can see, Canyon just chilling. We'll be able to grab that one without too much of a response here from BNK. And Clear has his Eclipse now built up. It's a 2-0-2 Mbessa, but he's down a couple of waves as far as CS, as Raptor actually does walk in.
Oh, the TP.
Yeah.
They're trying to make a play.
This is a big one as Raptor has started this one off very, very quickly. Looking to pull these feathers back as Diablo is Heartbreaker forward. And the hostile takeover isn't going to do too much other than disengage this fight.
They know they're pinged him.
Yeah, they do get the ward down now. A lot of that vision is now away as the handshake just to get rid of this crocodile. We're starting to see some of the difficulties of playing this composition into Renata.
Duro getting a ton of value of the ultimate there. It's not the end of the world as long as someone can catch this mid wave. As I say that, Clear is going to run towards that mid lane, but I'm pretty sure most of this wave is going to be gone.
Yeah, the teleport top lane is
so
the problem.
Yeah, because Vikla had to TP to the top because obviously Clear pieced out. He went to try and salvage play, and then Keen was just shoving away. He couldn't really let him do that. So that does make sense, as you are itemless. I know Clear is on the way, but...
Well, steals away the public execution here as Keen. I wonder whether he's got a few dashes.
Yeah, it's so hard to actually lock down the Mbessa. This is back-to-back plays where BNK, I think, really want to make it work, even though it's kind of obvious that it won't. That bot lane play...
This is 2 waves that just go into the nether. Is not great. Keen actually is going to get stunned up here by Clear, who does a fair bit of damage, as we can see. But still, Keen, with his own Eclipse already put together, is just kind of fine. We'll now look for a base.
I still can't believe this is how the game is going. I really was expecting the classic, where, you know, in it's game 2, Gen G lock in, Coach Kim is like, guys, what are you doing? Come on, just give them the respect they deserve, and then game 2 and 3 are stomps. That's not what's happening.
No.
At all.
Look at this. This is 3 plates already down. A 4th is probably about to go as the arrow is sailing up towards the top side. It is going to be just tanked by Clear, and then he's A-OK. Wanders his way out, does take 1 turret shot, as now Control Ward there. Vikla looking to turn it, as Chovy going to have to flash once again here in this mid lane. And Hawkshot going to give some vision over to Ruler, but he's a little bit behind the play if they want to make their way up towards these grubs.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Kellen is going to try and escape as Diablo finds Ruler. who's trying to just get up here towards the top side. And aggressive Featherstorm comes in, and Diablo is still just going to take down Ruler. Duro now has absolutely no damage at all. Chovy's going to come in, and that should be the end of the play and the end of Diablo. But I think the message is most definitely heard.
That's why they call him the devil. He shows up and murders you.
Oh my god. Canyon now as well in a bit of trouble as Vikla going to pick up a hostile takeover actually, which is pretty scary. Pulls Canyon back as the handshake is really good, but it's not good enough. There's just nothing to stop BNK from demolishing Gen G in the river. Are we... What?
Is this...
No.
No.
Surely.
Is this... No.
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 I mean, yes, for this play, as Diablo is just right place, right time, knew that Ruler was making his way up, and the flash in from Duro as well to try and be the hero. Doesn't do anything.
Diablo just saw him, knows he wins the all-in, fully commits, and then here, Vikla, who again I think was in the running for biggest underperformance, is able to capitalize off of the cooldown forced by his teammates here. Duro is already taken low, obviously doesn't have his ultimate available. Chovy doesn't really have mana, was more concerned with the wave. And Gen G look completely out of sorts. Everyone is on different pages. The map is kind of falling apart. They're barely 500 gold behind because it's still Gen G. They're probably still going to win this game, but it's not a good look, Atlas.
Nope. It's a great look for BNK Fearless.
They actually, they're earning it, right? Like it's both. We clearly can see that Gen G is not playing as well today when you compare this to the T1 game. But BNK, they're going for these plays. They're very aggressive. They're setting up the objectives. They're earning it.
Yeah, and they're playing to what their composition can do. Like, Gen G, with a Victor like this, with the fact that there is a Renekton on the side of BNK, they have to just play crazy. And they are doing so, and it's working. Chaos Storm down onto Chovy here as Kellen is behind enemy lines.
They're unaware. I think Kellen can't really do too much.
Yeah, they don't know, but I mean...
Now they know.
Yeah. Okay, well, Chovy and Canyon just going to walk towards them as the dragon is spawning right now. Going to be an Infernal coming on in, as we may have the same dragon. That'd be kind of crazy. Chain's not going to connect there as Kellen and Raptor now fighting against Canyon. Chovy's going to need to turn up, and already Canyon's taken a fair bit of damage.
Canyon,
Ruler.
I'm not so sure. The Xin thus far, Xin is one of those champions where I think, again, Owner is kind of the golden standard with this. When you go in, you do commit. You don't have an escape. You have a lot of tankiness. You have a lot of sustain. You are a great duelist, good at skirmishes with mobility on your W and E as well, but you don't have a way out. So I think Canyon thus far has just been committing to these plays. The top side one right was a big one, and the chunk that they got on him, I think, is why they just have to give up this dragon.
Yep, that one's gonna go down. And next will be a Chemtech.
Okay,
that is 4 Chemtechs.
I'm
sorry, 3 Chemtech souls that we've had.
Surely we're starting to get into the realm of statistical impossibility of this happening. I swear this has happened like 5 times already.
Yeah, and Ox is entirely to blame.
Well, I can't really blame him too much today.
Well, I mean, if there's another empty couch...
He picked us up food.
Oh, he did, actually. That's
so we
a very
can't...
good point. So I guess he wasn't paying attention there because he was gathering a sandwich for us.
Which is really nice of him.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Thanks to Orcs and Dagon for that.
The game has to suffer, but we gain.
Well, does it? Let's have a conversation about how good the Chemtech Soul is.
It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Because we have Ambessa, who has healing on every ability. We have Xin, who has healing on every auto attack.
We have Renekton, who has Q.
Yeah, well, there's, like, Chovy has shields, and Renata has shields, so all of those are very happy.
Yep.
And then, yeah, the entire top side of BNK is just one giant sustained bonanza.
Yeah. So actually, it feels pretty good, as both teams with 1 dragon apiece.
Okay, BNK, your skirmishing has been great, just don't over aggro onto the Renata. Don't go into the choke.
Well, they do get a knock up here onto Ruler. Handshake is fantastic, though, from Duro, just to disengage. As now Chovy and Vikla fighting, another great gravity field is going to stop this Silas from being able to do too much, and as long as Chovy can keep him at bay, Should just be a disengage as Keen just going to straight up win a trade real quick. And then BNK back into control.
Kellen on a ward. No real banana burst control for him.
No wards available for them either. So they're going to have to get themselves out of there. Cute little dash as the arrow is going to sail by. A little bit late on that one, as the Rift Herald is going to just lose its patience entirely. Mega Blast Cone is going to bring Kellen in there, and he finds the quickness onto 2, and then just flashes away. Into the backline goes Vikla as well, as a hostile takeover is trying to work out, and it does. As there is once again the ulti to come through from Keen. It's Clear looking to exit the fight. Diablo now by himself, as Gen G are just standing together. 4 members there, but they are so low. And down goes Kellen. Trying to be a hero is Clear, and the flash out from Raptor is optimistic, and it's a double for Ruler in the end. Gen G find a beautiful fight around the Herald. This time, there are no eyes going wanting.
Oh, this is a bit of a rough one. So it starts with Kellen going in, doesn't actually find Ruler until it's too late, then that gets cleansed. The counter ult from Vikla doesn't really hit the mark. And crucially, they can't get Keen because he gets a no up, so Raptor is denied his resets. If Raptor resets, this fight is won, by the way.
Yeah, no,
he just needed someone to die, and then no one did. Truly, I think Duro as Renata has been the big reason why Gen G is not just straight up losing this game. I think the bailouts have been great, the handshakes have been great, good ultimates as well. And instead, it is a very decisive Gen G win. In the fight, it's a Herald going over to them, and it's a lot of gold being poured into Chovy specifically on this Victor.
Keen as well, who picks up an extra kill in the fight. The Ambessa is about 350 gold in the lead. 1.1k for the Victor, and this is not even Victor time yet. That's the thing I'm scared about. He's only got, 1.5 items, maybe more than a half.
Both the re-engage from both Kellen and Claire, I'm like, I get it so much. Because Kellen wants to try and CC someone so that Raptor can get the reset.
Yeah.
And then Claire wants to like get a Q off to heal, but they just both kind of flashed and died. It's not ideal, Atlas.
No, it's subpar. And it feels a little bit like we've been dropped back into reality, As Ruler picking up a wave here in the mid lane, ticking towards 20 minutes into the game. Arakan going to be spawning in 20 seconds time, alongside the first Chemtech Dragon. Arrow just casually fired towards the top lane and just nails this Renekton as in goes Kellen. Keen gonna have to get himself out of there. The stun comes through, and with the Dominus, Keen should be shut down as he gets off the ulti, trying to dash his way through. And now we've got some battles, some Chaos Storms landing on the bottom side.
Oh, I thought they were gonna go for Arakan, but they can't. They have to respond to this mid lane play. Gen G used the Herald, and that was a lot invested to get this kill onto Keen.
Yeah, handshake onto Diablo there as well, as Raptor comes on over just to lend some aid to Diablo. Clear will be able to get another shove towards his top side, so a little bit back as far as tempo for BNK, but with that outer turret falling in the mid lane, a charge into the mid lane inner turret as well. Gen G probably just fine with how this has gone.
Collector done. Clear should be close to his second item as well. Although is a little bit behind because he went for played steel caps, whereas we already see Keen on 2 items as great bait.
Yeah.
I don't know if they actually knew about the arrow, but the charm crucially hits, which is why even though the Grand Entrance doesn't hit the mark, they're still fine. Keen and trying to get as much healing done as he possibly can, and then Raptor just saying, okay, I will just ensure that he doesn't somehow make it out and tilt all of us into oblivion.
And the dragon lives on.
Should be a good angle here for BNK.
Remember, if they do spot multiple members on the dragon, then there's an opportunity to go for a cross map on the Arakan as well.
Keen does so much damage right now. Chovy also having a much better game than the last one.
Also has his 2 items completed, as they just look to take down this outer on the top side. That is going to be very comfortably eliminated. Now the amount of extra control that Gen G has up there towards the top side is huge. With the outer turret down in mid, and the outer in top as well. This Arakan should just belong to Gen G. So BNK, I think the opportunity to head towards the dragon is kind of falling down.
I don't think Gen G can take it though. The game is still very close when it comes to the item finishes. Also, Raptor does have his collector now, so hopefully not going to have a situation like the one in the previous fight. And the one thing for Gen G they need to ensure is that this Viego doesn't start resetting. I think outside of that, Vikla is really far behind. Clear. There's a lot of ways to deal with him available, right? Ashe is great kiting. You have a Renata as...
Oh dear. Vikla does have an ulti, but so does Canyon. And he's going to try and stay alive with the gravity field, holds him in place. Even Ruler able to turn up for an assist. And there goes the Silas, 40 seconds on him as well. He does complete his second item, haha. But that is about all we can really say for that. So Arakan should be going on over. A whole bunch of blood petals will be scattered on the ground. And Gen G in a great position this game. 22.5 minutes in, they are going to be moving towards about a 2 to 3k gold lead. And turrets are continuing to fall. A bit of a consolation dragon comes on through here for BNK. We're going to have a look at this once again as Vikla just caught out of position.
Watch Kenyon's ult here, by the way. It's actually really cute. Whoop!
Yeah.
Just knocks him back. That actually is a big deal because otherwise there would have been an angle for Vikla to join back up with his team. They could have maybe kept him alive. They could have looked for a re-engage onto someone. Instead, Vikla just straight up dies. Doesn't really get to play the video game.
And he pressed all of his buttons, so nothing was quite available. So still, IE is now done for Diablo. We'll see whether he can utilize that one. Also, there is a Mikhails, right, from Kellen, but Diablo took Ghost this game. Didn't realize that. Into an Ashe is kind of optimistic as Vikla just misses everything and then just presses hold position. I respect the hold position at the end. You know?
I would have loved an emote. I think to really sell it that you don't care when everyone, you know, it's the
the
classic,
surprise Tom Kench.
You know, it's like the image of you going like haha, but then behind you're seeing.
Yeah.
You gotta hit the emote. I like the penguin, you know, the peanut classic.
Yeah, the top of the morning. Yeah, that's a good one. That one has a lot of different meanings when it comes to peanut. It's okay, Kellen gonna look for the ulti, and the arrow is going to just say no to 4 people. Unless it doesn't, as Kellen does take a couple of turret shots, and now Raptor gonna get thrown around, has the Heartbreaker, as he is gonna run back to his team, as now Diablo's flashing forward. They get the stun onto Ruler. The bailout is not going to work. And now Canyon's trying to work out where he's going to help, and by killing the Viego is a definitely good start. Chovy finds himself 1 versus 2, takes down one of them, and then Clear finds another rotation, and the turret is still an absolute menace. Keen misses the ulti, but closes the gap anyway, and Gen G is just starting to feel like they're a little too far ahead.
And even with Diablo getting the catch onto Ruler there, it's not enough. Actually starts off with an attempt from BNK. Doesn't quite work out. Ruler this time does respect. It's you know, not quite the Ruler spot, but it's pretty close. Flashes, gets the arrow. Quickness seems wasted. And then this engage from Kellen doesn't hit the mark. Then here, Duro goes for an ultimate, and crucially, Kellen gets off the Mikhails between the Raptor lips, and then Diablo, absolute psychopath that he is, just flashes on top. The problem is that they are behind, and Diablo has just used all his tools just to get completely bodied by Chovy. Vikla chains into a gravity well, and while that's happening, Keen isn't even really necessary. I think Kellen might be in some trouble. Unless, wait, Diablo?
Okay, yeah, Vikla also trying to look for an angle as he gets the CC onto Chovy, but instead they just kill Kellen. And now the handshake doing work onto Vikla here, who now looks to taxi over towards Ruler, but he misses the chains and is going to be wiped out. Clear now also in an uncomfortable position as Raptor slowed down as he makes his way in. It looks like resets are going to start, though, as maybe this is the time. Heartbreaker comes in, another one. There's a great handshake as he gets a bailout. That was insanity. And now Ruler is just going to kite down the crocodile, and they win the fight. Keen was just not there.
Most of the fights that BNK have won in the last like 10 minutes with someone not there. It doesn't matter. Raptor, you baller.
That was sick.
Self bailout.
Oh yeah,
that was awesome. As we start to take a look at the beginning of this fight, where Chovy just completely outplays them, gets tagged there, and then watch this flash. Vikla tries to look, tries to insack instead. Really nice timing there on the W, and everything looks dire. And then, as Vikla not hitting the chains wouldn't have mattered. A hero in the time of need.
Indeed.
Raptor arrives. Clear actually gets a good amount of burst off. They take down Canyon. But then specifically, him being able to get the bailout here on top of Duro, the handshake to set up Chovy, the reset,
1,000 gold to the Viego.
It's not going to matter, but that was a great play. That was cool. That's a map movie play right there.
Oh, yeah. Let's have a look at this one more time. No, this is not another replay. This is Diablo just dying. Kellen,
Game's done.
quickness and out of there.
It's fine, Atlas. We were just enjoying it now. Well, the highlight reels, not the game. The game is done.
Well, I mean, I thought that was sort of like we were coming back to a replay, but there was just more action. As now the Baron has been started. Chovy did die in that last fight, but now he has 3 items completed, 7, 1, and 9 on the Victor. As over the wall goes Keen, and Raptor is looking very squishy and just gets obliterated. Duro able to keep them all locked down, and Chovy just wanders on over and hits them with a few things. Ruler by himself against the Baron is not having a great time, but has the rest of the team to come up, and Clear takes a turret. There we go. Worth.
Weather prognosis is
Oh,
very
this is the
different
replay, by the way. This is the replay of the play that I thought was the replay, and that had already missed. Sad.
You know what? Even if he, I don't think he ever lives there with the position that he was in. Unfortunately, is Duro caught or is Clear caught? I can't tell. I think neither. Interesting. I hadn't considered that.
Clear was definitely not caught because he was just in the middle.
Oh,
now he's caught. Yeah, no, you were talking about this, like live.
I was talking about live. Yeah.
Yeah. The crocodile was dead.
So game 3.
Yeah.
6-game day.
I know. It's an absolute joy, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Week 3. I knew this was going to be the best week. Orcs was saying that it was a relatively predictable week. I disagree.
They always get you with those.
Exactly. As soon as it looks predictable, like the average is about 8 out of 10, right? For the good prediction.
When everyone predicts the same. Like obviously you took a gamble on Nongshim, and we
should have taken a gamble on BNK by the looks of it.
Well, clearly. But you know that's fine. But you just know that there's going to be 1 or 2 matches where we're just colossally wrong.
Oh yeah.
Always.
And it's probably Genji Bro.
Or any of the KT matches. Where I guess in that case you
but you're not
really
colossally wrong. You're just wrong. And
it's just KT. Yeah. That's oh my god. Imagine being Rakan and trying to catch an Ambessa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That champion wasn't out when Rakan was released. Alright, Raptor looking for a few angles here. Is Canyon going to ignore him? And now we're going to break open the base. The inhibitor turret's already dead in mid. They will take their first inhibitor here. It looks like there's not going to be too much of an answer as in goes Keen. Does get knocked up. He's looking for Diablo, though, who heads towards the base gate. Still, the stun is good onto this Ambassador. Diablo able to go up into the sky, but I don't know about it as the flash out, but Ruler had the arrows in the air. Grabs a triple. The arrow going to fly in. Kellen not going to be dying now. As Genji are just going to look to end the game. Oh, I take it all back because Duro's going to flash handshake him. It's very polite, very kind. And down goes the Nexus as well. Genji going to bring us to a game 3, a 7,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play at the end there. And look at this. This is not a happy Genji, but that is one that certainly looks like they're more locked in than game 1.
I swear I could see a wry smile on Chovy as he
that was a good Victor game. That was a pretty good Victor game.
The Nexus fell there. Yeah, the Victor just really. It's starting to feel Azir-esque, as in like being able to both get crazy early laning pressure and then scale into a teamfight monster. You don't quite have the playmaking you do with Azir. You know, even in the last game, I think Chovy actually had a really good game outside of the early game where he was a bit iffy. As yeah, that should be the focal point. I think Ruler continuing to just not have a great day. I think Duro on this one actually did quite well, but Ruler. This one was not nearly as egregious, but that's going to be one of the big talking points for Genji.
Yeah.
Just as it was a talking point when Ruler was replaced for Pays. In a weird way, now Ruler has to step up because Pays did leave shoes of equal size that Ruler left. But now it feels like Ruler doesn't fit in his own shoes.
Oh no, his feet grew.
I know.
China. Well, they've got a chance because there's a game 3. It's coming up right after a short break. The space is going to break down that game at number 2, Genji win. And we'll see whether they can pick up a win on the red side as we get back to us. We'll see you soon.
뭉쳐있지만 말고요. 이거 비에고 헤르메스 아니라서 비에고 봐도 된다. 나 구원이랑 다
야 이거 미드 잘 볼 수 있는 서로.
저는 오케이. 싸운다.
나 안 죽어.
괜찮아.
야 싸워. 이거.
살.
나 해보다 못해. 야 이거.
나 패턴하겠네.
형 근데 뭐 잡을 수밖에 없는 것 같아.
여기. 얘를 잡아.
허들어.
잡아 일단.
허들어. 아니 뭐 이러면 내가 뺏은 게 되나.
너가 뺏은 거지. 제니오.
이거는 노카운트.
It's a 6-game day here in the LCK as Game 2 is clawed back by Gen G to tie it up 1-1 to BNK Fearless. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. And guys, similar story to game number 1 between these two, where BNK Fearless are able to find edges, get themselves into a winning position. Gen G, though, find the winning matches or winning fights to close out the match.
This is more the typical sort of thing you expect when you see Gen G against a lower ranked team, where yes, they might find some early momentum, but it's really hard to finish the game out. I think there were some factors. I think the draft was pretty favored towards Gen G. Like the early Zyra Khan pickup didn't fill me with great confidence, and something we talked about at the start of the day was like those big 4 top laners. 3 of them were banned, only Ambessa was open. It kind of let Keen run house.
But still, you know, I'm gonna be that salty guy. Even though it was Gen G win, it was not clear enough that we expected from Gen G. I mean, especially it's only the Chovy that gives the focus and the make game really easier for Gen G. But other side of that, I feel like everyone else was not really that coordinated and having a discipline in the game.
What's crazy to me is like if you think of the schedule Gen G had, like they've made it so clear they beat out the other teams who were in the top 5 in the LCK Cup, and I thought it made it so clear that the strongest team, rest of this round robin's going to be clean sailing, and then BNK is immediately put a spanner in the works. So despite Gen G coming in clean with this win in game 2, it wasn't clean. I think is the point we did was trying to make, and not convincing that they fixed all their issues from game 1.
Right, and there is a different grading scale for Gen G. We do have them in regard as not only one of the top teams in the LCK, as they proved with their strength of schedule, but one of the best teams in the world, which is why we're harping on these issues that keep popping up that lead to gold leads that are close, that force fights like this, where again, it's close. But this time, Gen G take the lead here at 17 minutes.
I mean, you already got pushed out from the riverside, and you can see your teammates' position here, but Rakan goes in and everyone tried to follow up, but it's way too far up. So but you cannot really one-shot any single target, and that's disaster. I feel like this kind of fight was not well planned, but more like instinct fight, and it ended up really bad.
Yeah, and this moment's really sad when they're trying to make something of it because they know they're on the wrong side of the map. It's unlikely to be able to get out. They try and make a fight happen. There's a couple of low health bars, but they just end up falling under the ash, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's really rough. I think as well he maybe could have ulted in and tried to go for the kill instead.
I mean, seriously, I think they were in a really good spot, you know, and I think you really gotta stop the bleed. I think you can still win the fight. Even if you make the mistake, you can actually look for next objective, next tempo, you know. It's not the game over. So I think when you are in that kind of situation, you really gotta stop the bleeding.
I also think it's one of these games where like playing Rakan in certain games is really difficult, and this one, into Renata, into Victor, you saw you went in there and just immediately almost died. Had to like zip out before you could do much else, and not a fun game to play Rakan. They really early priored that, and I think it kind of backfired.
Yeah, definitely. And as we watch this next highlight here, the mid lane fight, that is what BNK Fearless are just used to, though, in terms of pushing the tempo, trying to find fights, which is what we see here again after they Matador in Gen G. They get Ruler, but then you're too far behind.
It's so frustrating because, you know, it's a great arrow from Ruler, but they commit heavily to this play, and then they're still trying to find something. They're still committing more at this point. And sure, eventually they get the proc onto Ruler, but this is just giving time for Gen G to come in. And then once again, they look for the carry, they look for this Victor, but Chovy just gets massive value from the ult and has the stasis to keep himself alive.
I mean, I think those kind of habits were pretty bad for BNK. I mean, that was the plan at first, catching mid lane, but after that, if you fail, you can just back out and look for another tempo. But Rakan goes in for no reason, and again, everyone flashes in for Ashe when Victor was just coming from behind. So everything was like okay at the beginning, but it ended up really bad.
It's one of these plays that you make it quick, and it works or it doesn't. That's fine. It didn't work. You made an attempt. You back off.
Yeah, I mean, it's still fine because you get the tempo, you get the pry on the mid lane. That means that you can push mid lane first, and then you can go side again. That's all about the tempo. You go push the side lane, you group mid first, and if you group first on the mid lane, you get the prior, you can reset, and then you can be on the map again. So it's all about the tempo, it's all about the macro play, but I think BNK was kind of way too excited.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things as well, when you're against a team like Gen G, you see a window and you're like, we have to make this happen, and then they buy into that, they overcommit, and it's like, sure, you might have had a window to punish Ruler, it didn't work, but like, the longer you take, Genji's always going to respond. They're not going to let you get away with that for long.
And that's the archetype of a story that I like to see from an underdog against a better team. It is them learning how to win when it's not just a crushing a victory and they know how to do it. They won game 1 off of a lot of scraps. Here in game 2, they needed to be a little bit more finesse focused, not able to do so. They have an opportunity in game 3 as they move on over to blue side. We saw the win rates for blue side much higher. However, a lot of those wins were on game 1, not so much in game 3. It's a little bit more to equal in game 3.
Yeah, that's the thing we talked about at the start of the day. Like the blue side game 1 win rate coming into today was like 80%. But as the series goes on, you know, there's less power picks available. The B1, the high value priority picks, there's not as many that you're able to get your hands on. So, you know, it obviously did a lot for them in that first game, but can they find another win against Genji is another question.
I mean, I still really like their idea. Picking Zyrakan 1-2 was not really optimal when you think about the meta, but is the pick that they are really comfort on. So they were actually pressuring on the bot lane, even though it was countered matchup, like against Astra Nara. They were actually winning 2v2, getting the prio on the bot lane. So I think the ban picks are draft or like pre-planned. Everything looks really great, especially from Raptor. We could see his early game gank on the mid lane that pressures Chovy, so he cannot actually pressure mid lane 1 versus 1 freely. So I think that made the space for the Vigla as well. So everything is really fine in the early game and the draft. So the one thing they really need to focus on is just playing slow and play for tempo and chill out a little bit. You know, we know that you're a good player. You know that you deserve LCK spots. So please, you can show the upset. You can actually win Genji.
Yeah, go from just being in the spot to now being one of those teams with upset potential. Will they be able to do it as they move on over to the blue side? BNK, Fearless, Genji for the series in game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 2. And now it is time to witness the sandstorm engulf the Tigers. Do you know why, Chronicler?
Because Genji is not on blue side.
Absolutely.
Was that actually it?
Yeah, that was definitely it.
Nice.
Blue side's broken. So is this blue champion, who is going to be banned away immediately. BNK now with the ability to dictate what their first pick is going to be.
No pali.
Yep, nope, not happening. No snipping, not this time. As no punching either, as Vi is not going to punch first. She is just going to be asking questions later.
No pali, no punch. All right, what's next?
Where is Punch? That's my question. I think he's playing in some other league somewhere.
I don't know.
All right.
Punch.
Punch, he was a jungler a while back.
Like,
I don't even think he's playing in the LPL retired Korean players tournament that's going on, apparently.
Sometimes you make these jokes, I'm like, is that a real player or not? I don't know.
It is actually a real player. He played for Kongu Monster back in the day.
There you go.
Pretty cool. I think he was playing alongside Raze, who then went to OCE.
I thought you were talking about Peach, but just saying the wrong name.
No, it's not Peach.
Which would make sense, because, you know, Peach played with Clear. I could see the connection.
Where did Peach go? Is he in like...
So he went to the LEC, and I want to say he's now in the... Either in the... I think in the LCP, but it might be in the TCL. I'm not 100% sure. I know he's still... Actually, maybe he's not... I think he's not playing on the team right now. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of all the Challenger players. Atlas,
If anyone remembers where Punch went to, let me know in chat.
Where Punch went? Is this the same as Fly? Is this like one of those things you guys get way too into? And I'm like, it's fine. He's okay. We don't need to know where Fly is.
We do. I mean, well, Wolf does. Corki first pick. That's a champion. That is going to mean that we might witness the Raptor Zyra, which could be a bit of fun. The Ezreal as the final ban to come through from Genji. There's not a whole lot of high priority AD carries to be locked away.
We might not like it, but that's what teams think that peak performance looks like, is Corki. We don't agree with them, because Corki has had a lot of underwhelming games, but that is how people look at it as...
That's Nidalee.
Yeah, bring it out! Canyon still in possession. Actually, he's the one that minted and started the first Nidalee pass.
He did.
Well, not really, but in recent era, he's the guy.
When Nidalee became an absolute liability, that would be when we started talking about the Nidalee license.
As Punch apparently retired as a player and now a coach.
Aha, there you go.
I can't quite see where, because you guys don't know this, but on our prompter we have a giant...
So he's actually on DNF right now.
That's crazy.
So he's still here.
Because they actually put in the sword that we didn't notice before, but I do really appreciate considering our sword story is Max new.
Oh, yeah.
There's the Zyra for Raptor. He has looked good on this. Zyra into Nidalee. Something that I'm not super excited about, but you can match the clear speed. You can even catch some of the spears.
The clear Sante instead of the keen Sante.
That's a good pick away. I actually quite like that. I think the top side looks good. Spread damage.
I'm worried, though, because this is such a Camille angle. This is a crazy Camille angle.
Chovy's going to lock something boring into Corki.
It's just Yone. Or it's Alistair mid. Ah, I knew it. I knew it was Alistair mid every time. Don't you find it frustrating that people just keep playing Alistair mid in your games, Chronicler?
I don't even know if Alistair... I'm sure it's been played.
It was a mid laner for a bit. Lichbane rush.
Well, I know the top lane tech where you could
the Trinity
combo
Force.
auto. Yeah, that was dumb. As Poppy ban is, I think, the no-brainer. Then I will see what else they take away. Don't really need to ban Rel. You can still I think the thing is you can still ban Rel, even though Alistair is good into it, because I think Rel is just still really good support, even if she is soft countered. But it's probably just going to be Poppy and Leona getting banned away.
All right, there's that Yone we were talking about before.
That does make sense. Are they going to ban that in Tristana?
I want to ban Camille, man. I really want to see that
It's Yone
Tristana.
I'm feeling it. I think that's the angle.
I think you might be onto something there.
So here we ban Poppy. Unless Keen wants to play Poppy, which they can actually do. You can play Poppy into Cassante. It's good with Nidalee. Actually, you know what? R4 Poppy goes hard here, no?
And then a Nivea mid, so you can set up the Poppy combo with the wall, because the Seer's banned.
Sure.
All right, Pantheon is going to be taken away as well. You can tell it's Game 6, can't you?
Well, we're always like this.
Oh, and Peach is now a jungler for Hyper Vortex
Esports. I assume
it's yep.
Esports.
Because we do have like a random thing that's on our screen.
Oh, it's Ari.
So we can't see the whole thing. All right, well, the Ari ban is going to come through. Poppy?
So it's Poppy Tristana?
Yeah, because the Alistair mid is already locked in, so it's probably a support Poppy alongside the Jhin. That's pretty cool. Okay,
so
what is going to be the answer?
Poppy top for Keen. Love this. I think this is a great
Agree to
giveaway.
disagree.
What? It's... Oh, because it's Alistair... Atlas. Well, the day's already long enough without you taunting me. You scoundrel.
Well, Kaiser is going to be considered here for Diablo. Definitely one of his better champions. This was what I sort of knew this guy for. He pops off on the Zeri, and he's going to lock it in. There is a lot of... He has to, like, dodge a whole bunch of bullets
it's Lulu.
Before he gets in, as the Lulu is going to be picked up as well.
Tristana?
Okay. Draven.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God, he's going back to the forbidden tech.
It's the 80 mid meta. Oh, no.
Oh, it's Alistair mid Jhin top.
Atlas?
Yes.
I need you to keep it together, because I need to keep it together. And if you start doing
Do we need to keep it together, though?
Well...
Oh, that is so much less interesting.
Boo, Chovy, boo.
Oh, and they're not even playing the Alistair mid?
Okay, well...
Because Keen really likes Ryze, so I thought it was going to be like Ryze top and then Poppy support Alistair mid. Oh, I can't believe I got that wrong. I feel like I look so silly now. Why didn't you tell me?
I wish you guys could see the face that Atlas has right now, as he's cackling in a rapturous glee over agonizing his poor co-caster.
That was a lot of fun. But Genji have a lot of range in their composition, lots of setup, and lots of mobility around the map as well. As I was giggling like this, I was looking down at my paper writing things, and I was like, that's what I was kind of doing, just to let you guys know.
Not kind of.
Thank you very much, G-Sun, for the picture in picture.
Good imitation of yourself.
Yeah, it's probably my best impression.
I don't think that's true. I've heard some better ones.
Which one's better? I don't know. I don't even want to know the answer to that question, as it is now time for us to have a look at these drafts. Put them side by side. And Chronicler, I was too busy taunting you with Alistair mid to really understand who won out of this draft, but I feel good about BNK.
I actually really like the BNK draft. The only downside is that it doesn't have Engage, which can be a bit of a struggle, but I don't think that's going to be the end of the world, because it's not like the composition on the other side has a lot of range. Jhin, Nidalee can be a bit of a problem, though, so we'll see how they play around that. But otherwise, I think it's going to be an explosive game.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Let's dive under the rift and see whether the Sandstorm is going to come out on top or whether it's Gen G that's able to keep these Tigers at bay. I can't believe it. Even Lulu's Atlas impression is better than mine. As I did say keep the Tigers at bay, they are the Tigers. They shouldn't be kept at bay. Or maybe they should be kept at bay because they need to calm down.
The real question is, where is Bay?
It's a very good question. I thought he went to the LJL for a bit.
I don't know, man. It's so hard to keep track.
Or is he in the LPL?
He's not. I know Bay's not in the LPL.
Okay. You can just generally say the LPL because they have 500 teams.
Remember those 2 weeks where set mid was good and Bay was just dunking on everyone? And then that was afterwards, right? That he went to PSG and like he was actually good and he was at an international?
Yep. That happened. That was MSI.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Was that in London? No.
Might be.
I think it was earlier before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Held on MSI. Oh, he did come back to T1 CL.
CL, that's right.
Oh, I forgot about that. I should have known.
And he is now a free agent, I think. Or it's terminating in May this year? That's what Jisung reported to us. She's basically doing all of our research so that we can focus on the game, which we're totally doing.
Clearly, it's one of those situations where you're in a group project with other people, and they're like, yeah, I got it. And then the deadline approaches, and they're like, hey guys, I really tried. And you know they didn't try, but they say they tried.
Yep.
But I couldn't get it to work. Can you maybe help out? That'd be great. And then they just leave and don't respond to anything anymore. Just like Claire is not able to respond to Keen bashing his face in.
Yeah, the Ragdoll Poppy really doing a number.
That makes it worse.
It does. This was the OG barrel skin, but he's since stopped using it. He's using the edgy Poppy one now.
Lollipoppy is the one that was the most cursed skin in League history, right?
Yeah, it is still.
Not as much, though.
Those of us who saw the original splash art still see it.
in our mind's eye.
Oh, God. Just Google image search it if you don't know what we're talking about. It is...
Do you have a mind's eye? Can you, like, see pictures?
Sort of.
Yeah, I can't at all.
Really? Like, not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit, no.
What do you see in your mind?
I don't know. It doesn't... can't really explain it, you know? It's just words. Oh, God, they put it up on the prompter. Don't look!
There it is! Now it's in your mind as Diablo's dashing forward. Raptor is here as well as Duro's being slowed down. See whether Kellen can keep them in place for long enough, but Raptor walks over a ward. Gen G, no. They need to calm down a little bit. Speaking of being calm, Clear is not, as he's a little distraught. The Poppy is kind of running amok. Phase check does have the Valkyrie and misses a cannon. Now Raptor's the one that's in trouble, or is it Kellen that's in trouble? As Chovy moves over, uses all of his mana.
Wait.
Vikla's used all of his health though. Which is worse? The flash comes out. There's the flash forward from Canyon as Chovy just kills Vikla, who has absolutely no right to be there whatsoever. The extra plant, that was cute angle tech, but it doesn't matter. Raptor is still dead as he sidesteps, and that means Canyon can get the auto. And that is 2 swift kills for Gen G.
I don't think we should try to hard force an early skirmish against the best.
Oh God, look at OG Soraka as well.
Yeah, I know. But it's still not as bad as Lollipoppy.
Yeah, it is.
That's categorically, it doesn't matter which team you are. I know Canyon has had his ups and downs, right?
Yes.
I think Canyon has been a player that, as much as I respect him, I think he's one of, if not the best jungler of all time. He's definitely in contention for the title. Has had, in his recent era, a lot of games, like the Zinzo game, where he just kind of gets caught off guard. But if he is playing Nidalee, do not try to skill check. Don't do it!
I think that, like, if Canyon wins Worlds, he should probably get a Nidalee skin.
The second one, yeah, no, I'm with. I agree. That's actually that makes perfect sense. Legitimately, initially hits the spear, gets the auto, which sets up the W from Jhin. Nicely done by Ruler. Forces the flash out of Raptor. Then Vikla gets caught off guard by the flash pounds, gets eaten by Canyon, and then that already, you know, giving the go Chovy would have been great. But then Canyon also kills Raptor. Yeah. Oh, Atlas, this game is cooked.
It is not looking so hot
It's fine. It's
wait,
fine.
No,
They can make it. They can make
it
it work.
would be hot as well. They're trying to make this work as Keen is taking a lot of damage. He's not going to die. Message received.
Well, that depends on what it is, right? Because eggs would be hard, but if it's like a vegetable, if you cook long enough, it'll turn into mush.
I think, isn't the word cook, doesn't it mean to make hot?
Yes, but even then.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, boiling also falls under cooking.
Yeah, and that's still making it hot.
Yeah, but if you boil a broccoli for long enough, it'll just turn into sludge.
It would, but it'd be hot sludge.
Yes, but the point was... Oh, you said hot, not hard.
Yeah, I said hot.
Oh, my God.
Well, that is going to be a steal here from Canyon as well, and a beautiful double pulverize to come in immediately. The Zeri and the Zyra both go down. Z-named champions are not ones that Gen G want to see much more of, and they will get their 4th kill of the game, as well as their first dragon, and then look to probably take down the grubs, and then stop BNK from having anything at all. Man, this is an absolute smashdown of reality straight on the top of my dome.
Freestyler? As if they get the dragon, like maybe this is a little bit worth. It wouldn't be, but just Duro's engage, Canyon smite still, Chovy's realm warp. Back to cooking is what I'm. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, or maybe stop cooking. It's one of the two.
It's too late for BNK.
Oh, Raptor, that was cute, but you might just be dead. Canyon connects another spear, takes him down. Pardon the pun, as now Callan could be in trouble, but the spear is aimed for Vikler instead and takes half of his health bar. That is going to be Canyon now, wielding probably Sorkshoe's Leandries as he comes back. But he's still got the top side of his jungle to finish taken out.
No, Duro. Okay, Callan knows.
All right.
We can just chill. We're 3k gold up, almost, at 7 minutes.
Yeah.
We don't need to do this.
But maybe you should. As Raptor is now on his blue buff, there go the grubs, as Canyon will take down his Krugs as well as his red buff, and then look to reset and become the most powerful being that ever exists at this stage of the game.
You know what the worst part is? The truly worst part about this whole unfortunate series of events?
What is it?
Is that normally, if you are in a position like Raptor, right? You've been a stellar jungler. You're slowly getting better and better. You're getting used to the LCK level.
Yeah.
But Sponge is another good example of this, although he's way earlier in his development. Lucid was another example. You're doing great when you're winning, but when you're playing from behind, you're really struggling, right? Because in challengers, you can get away with a lot more. You can skill check. Doesn't work in the LCK. So what do you do when you want to watch a jungler whose VODs are great for studying when you play from behind? Peanut. Best that we have in the league.
Yeah.
But what do you think happens if you try to do it when you're playing Zyra?
Oh no!
There's no way!
Oh, that's so doomed.
Can't do it!
No, you cannot get Zyra tips from Peanut. But perhaps what you can do is get pathing tips, get vibe tips from what you're allowed to do.
Doesn't matter. Still Zyra.
Maybe just watch his Lulu jungle VODs instead. Some of his Nico jungle VODs, perhaps.
There's actually a particular Maokai game that I'm personally a big fan of. I don't know if you're familiar. I don't know if you remember this particular game.
What about Hecarim VODs?
By any chance, do you remember a specific Maokai game where a certain event transpired?
Well, do you remember this game where Diablo pressed his ultimate button? There goes one of them. The Kazante's out of there. Now Canyon is looking for Diablo, but he's standing his ground. My God, this guy's insane. As he's still alive, and Canyon almost got shut down in that play.
Earlier,
it wasn't a Maokai game, was it?
No, it was it was Nidalee versus Maokai, no?
No, it was Nidalee versus Hecarim.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you would know better than I do.
Jace mid.
I didn't lose my. No, it was Nidalee Renekton.
I swear there was a Hecarim in that game.
Yeah. We need to know that
it was Jace mid.
Renekton Nidalee.
There was a Renekton Nidalee in the game.
Yeah, that was
Canyon. Canyon was playing Nidalee.
Yes.
Into Peanut's Hecarim.
Was it Hecarim?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm following you on that. Again.
Yeah.
You would know.
But now I'm doubting myself. Can someone double check exactly what the team comps were in the Gen G versus DK when they took my head?
Is it summer? It was summer playoffs, right?
That one, yeah, that was Hecarim. Meadow in the Woods just told me that that's what it was. And you always trust the guy from Twitch chat.
Oh, I would.
Yeah.
No matter what.
As Chovy is just going to look to kill Vikla, and so's Canyon. Flash does come out, so that means that Vikla will survive. He may have a heart attack, IRL, but Corki is still alive.
You know, I recently rolled Nidalee in an arena game.
How was that?
Well, as you might guess, because I have not played Nidalee, not great. And I hit everything that was possible, and that made it kind of playable. But that was including like a flat 25% damage buff and like stealth and a lot of other
that's really
shenanigans that I really shouldn't have done.
So you high rolled, but you didn't quite know how to use the champion.
Yeah, because as it turns out, and I know this is crazy, but Nidalee's pretty hard.
Yeah, it's difficult to make it look good. As it seems to be difficult to be playing out this bottom lane. Ornn, Hecarim, Ahri, Xayah, Yuumi was the composition. So there we go. I was right. A little bit. As Polymorph comes in, Duro's going to have to get out of there. Takes a lot of damage, but he is going to survive. As once again, Vikla is having a rough time, but Chovy may die as well. And he doesn't. He just gets a solo kill onto this Corki, whose woes continue. Canyon looking to try and get a shot. How did that get through the minion wave? If that was one of us, that would never have gotten through the minion wave, even if it missed.
There is a small glimmer of reprieve here for BNK, which is that, you know, in game number 1 and 2, game number 1, you won.
Yep.
Game number 2, there were angles, right? And I think that is always going to sting. In this game, what can you do? Gen.G are finally playing like Gen.G. It's game 3.
We're going to have a look at this from Chovy's perspective as he does the walk at him flash.
A little reset on the Q there.
And then he thinks that he hasn't got him, but then does.
오, 살았다. 아, 죽었네.
He was like, I lived, and then...
I must have been, what, like
라이즈
Scorch?
노플이야.
It was a Scorch or was there... Yeah, no.
I don't know what else it would be.
Something got him. Didn't have red buff or anything silly like that. Grubs now going to look to be taken here as Raptor did get one of them. So there you go. Silver linings. As Chovy down towards the bottom side has possibly picked up at least one of these plates, maybe even got 2 of them. As Vikla down here, we're going to try and defend. 1.7 thousand gold is the lead here for the Rise. And feats of strength have now been locked down. No first turrets to go just yet, but of course we're not going to need those if we are Gen.G. As Mountain Soul this game as well. Yeah. This might be a Ruinous Uttercon angle as well. And that could... No, it's not. It's Voracious, by the looks of things. That's kind of crazy. Kind of thought with, like, the 6 kills, the fact that things have been a bit crazy in this early game, that it would be the Ruinous angle.
Feels that way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Food for thought.
Yeah, it's odd. Still. It is kind of over, isn't it, Chronicler? I was about to
don't.
We have vented this room. We have definitely vented this room. I need to get... we need the canister back. Did we run out of the gas?
I don't think... I think the levels of hopium that we would need...
Oh, don't know about that one, Diablo.
I do, actually.
Duro doesn't know about it either.
I love it. You know, we're sitting here going, oh, this game is over. You know who doesn't do that? Diablo.
Well, that was the weirdest maneuver ever, as now Clear looking for something. I'm not entirely sure what.
Yeah,
Kane just ignores him and goes about his business.
I think he was trying to drag him over the wall, but he wasn't close enough. Sometimes the hitbox can be so big that does work, but it didn't. No, I love that we're sitting at...
All right, there's the ulti, but they get a nice Stranglethorns, as now Duro could be in trouble, but instead, he's fine and gets healed by Canyon in the last possible moment, unless that was himself. No, he used his own heal.
Oh, I think he got both. I think Nidalee healed as well.
Huh.
Not sure. Maybe it was just his own.
It just didn't seem like Canyon was very interested in helping him. That's what I sort of saw. Oh, that's annoying. Rude. Oh, wow.
No, I love that while we were sitting there going like, oh, this game is over. Diablo's like, I'm ghosting in!
Yep.
Watch me! And then, you know, it doesn't work, but it was cool. No, back to cooking?
Yeah. I guess.
You have a different suggestion for a topic. I'm not tied to cooking, Atlas. It's a 4.5k gold lead at 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not that interested in the whole cooking aspect. We just had a delicious sandwich, so if I was hungry, I'd probably be keen to discuss it.
Really, I'm the opposite.
Really?
Yeah, well fed. I'm like, man, I wonder what I'm going to cook for my next meal in like a couple of hours. Yeah. So not cooking, not Arcane. We had that conversation already, I think.
Yeah, I think that ship has kind of ran its course. As we can talk about Chovy destroying Vikla underneath his outer turret here towards the bottom side. I kind of want to know. So it's 4.5K. Like, in the game, right, against Peanut, you know.
It was a 10K gold lead.
Yeah, Canyon had a 10K gold lead.
Yes.
And
then the
it's
hairbed,
Raptor, it's not Peanut.
And then the hairbed came through, and then the rest is history.
Do I need to bet my hair again to try and give some
will
hope
it into existence
to BNK Fearless?
I do think that is the only. But I know you've been really attached to growing out your hair.
Yeah, I kind of really don't want to do it. However, I could if it spices it up. I kind of want to like, kind of want to renege or something. Maybe you should do it because you've got a lot of hair.
I'm really happy. I'm gonna grow it out a little bit further, but is that why?
No, I think it's fine, but also they probably won't win, so you'll be fine.
Well, now I can't back down. You did this.
I mean, you can back down.
No, I don't think I can, because you did this in a much more unlikely scenario. Fine,
oh,
fine.
Going to get snared.
Lock it in.
As soon as you lock in the hairbed.
Curses are not real. Lock it in.
All right. Duro looking for the angle. Ruler is at 50% health. I am locked in. I am ready for BNK to win this game. As Chovy down towards the bottom side. This is the part of the map I do not want to look at because his rise is in a obscene state.
Yeah, the big. I think one of the big reasons why I don't feel too worried compared to last time is this time there is a 3-0 rise, which is one of the best scaling champions in the game.
Yeah, and Chovy's on the other side of the rift as well.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of which, he is going to take down this outer turret towards the bottom side, and Vikla is going to continue backing away. Keen looking to push in as well as Canyon is taking down the Mountain Drake. Oh, Chronicler's hair is looking safer and safer by the second, which maybe makes it actually in more danger.
Well, yeah, no, I just, that's the problem, right? Like, it can never live up to that moment, because it was just, I don't think it can be replicated. But I'm happy too, because it takes away some of the guilt, because I feel like I was also, because I remember you betted something that was actually really crazy. Oh, it was eating a shoe.
Yeah,
yeah, you would have had to eat a shoe instead, which I did not want you to do.
I did almost bet that.
Yeah, did you forget?
Oh,
that happened. Yeah.
How would I have done that? Would I have had to?
Oh,
like,
you would have
just like cut it up in like. No, oh no!
You would have eaten like a chocolate shoe. Or something.
Yeah. Connie actually like made a chocolate shoe. As Duro, that was a sick pole flash to find two of them, and Chovy on the flank angle. They do get the Stranglethorns out, but now the three-man knock-up from Keen, and they're all in the Peanut Gallery and just popped down. Down goes the Zeri, and Arula landing a whole bunch of buttons. A much better performance by him this game, but honestly, he's not the main character. It is all about this Nidalee rise. As Clear walking up towards them, the Rift Herald is going to be able to get a charge, take down that outer turret, and now back to what Genji were looking to do, which was to just take a dragon. They get another charge. My God, this is an absolute shellacking. Demolition here from Genji. And they're on perfect game pace, because when we defined what a perfect game was, grubs didn't exist.
You know what, Atlas? One of the biggest things that people often complain about in current era entertainment is too many sequels and remakes and that's what this game is feeling like. Because I'm getting none of the vibes. I'm getting no epic moments. Instead, Genji in this third game finally truly show up as Keen on the Poppy.
That was a heroic charge interrupt on the Zeri as well. That was sick.
Legitimately, like, the crazy thing is that Keen, I think, has in this game a couple of moments that normally would be like, man, Keen frontrunner for PLM. You know, he's doing a bit. We both know who's going to get PLM.
Yeah.
It's a Genji game.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's Canyon. I know, it's probably true. But it should be Canyon. That guy really made this game into what it is.
This game? No, I'm talking of the series.
I know.
Match. Yeah.
I know.
There was the Victor. And also the Azir.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of has to be true, doesn't it?
It has to be true. And this is the problem. You know, the biggest issue that we're running into now is what POM comment do you make? You know, there's been so many jokes that have already been made.
Gotta find new ones.
I'd just say better late than never. What do you think?
I don't get it.
Better late than never. Showing up for the series.
For a Chovy vote?
Yeah, better late than never to like play
But he
super
showed
well.
up early.
I guess the Azir was kind of fine as Kellen is almost just dead. Meanwhile, Growths himself.
So now we're actually we're aiming for a perfect game.
Yeah, no,
that's what's actually happening. That's
yeah.
the only thing that matters now.
Yeah, that's what we're playing for.
No one on Gen G can die.
I mean, so G-Sun seems to think that Grubs has anything to do with the perfect game, which is absolutely untrue. Okay. Absolutely untrue.
I think Grubs. I think we leave those.
Even
out.
Herald, not even a part of the the perfect game because that didn't exist.
Because okay. Well, this is actually a really interesting discussion, right? Because if you want to do the modern
otherwise you just make all the other perfect games.
No, I know. So
aren't actually real.
Well, that's the thing where you can look at it from two different perspectives. You can read it as we read it the way when it was written.
Yeah.
Which I think I'm with you on this one. Or you can argue perfect game is not dropping anything at any point.
Yeah, exactly. And also taking all of the plates and all that sort of stuff
exactly.
as well. Because plates also make it a little bit confusing. Are they included in
But I'm with you, Atlas. But this is an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
So no one on Gen G should die, and then at least we can claim they have a perfect game.
Yep.
But I think someone might.
As all right, Clear is looking for a little bit of an angle. Does get stunned up here as Keen dives in, gets the heroic charge into the wall, looking to try and stop it from going on as
Clear
out goes the Zyra, and Clear is stunned. Never mind, he popped instead of popping off. Vickler as well. It's going to get trampled as Kellen. Oh my God, Ruler just shoots him with a whole bunch of buttons. Spends some time as, oh God, it's not quite a penta, but now the curtains have been called. A few of these bullets are going to be connecting as Keen looking for the angle. There is the triple. You know the Ruler was looking for that penta angle, and Chovy, he wasn't even there, yeah. Perfect game still on the cards.
He was just PvEing.
Yeah. And I just heard the Korean casters as well losing their minds, like Chovy was not even there.
It's not even like he was there at the beginning and then TP. He's just, look at Chovy's cam!
Yeah, he's just in top lane.
For what it's worth, Keen did knock out the Zyra, so I guess it was kind of a 4v4.
For a bit,
which obviously...
Oh, and then Ruler did execute Kellen.
Yeah, okay, but he was...
So he was
That's just a team
He was
fight!
kind of not there.
I'm really happy that everyone made sure that no one goes down. The heals are important. All of it matters.
Well, Lulu was just skewered.
You know what? I still chalk up today as a big win for BNK. I'm not even joking. At least I want to give him the credit, and I know everyone's going to forget. Because this final game...
I mean, if you turned off the VOD before this game started, you'd be feeling great about BNK. This, a little bit of a different story.
Gen G, come on. Come on now. You have one job.
Honestly, I think it's still fine. As Headbutt Pulve onto the Cassante, Clear is almost just straight up dead as Canyon looks for a bit of a spear angle. Doesn't quite get it. Diablo now looking for his little shot here as there's the flash forward. The double pulverize yet again. Raptor thrown away from the rest of his team. And Duro, he even has an ulti running. So he's absolutely fine as well as Ruler throwing some dancing grenades. And now, show us your dancing shoes, Diablo. And unfortunately, they are not quite good enough. As Ruler, you are underneath the enemy. What? The perfect game's on the line. Okay, he's got a primal surge that heals him for his entire health bar because Canyon's so fed. Duro gets the knock up onto Clear here as well, who's desperately trying to go all out to kill Ruler, who is looking tasty. Where did Kellen go? Okay, Duro just diving on through. Yep, Chovy is going to be able to put Vickler in prison in a whole lot of different ways. And down will go the Nexus. Perfect game, apart from one grub, will be achieved here for Gen G in game number 3. And they're going to stay undefeated in the LCK. I also said, by the way, that it has been blue side win the whole time, but BNK actually won on red in game 1. So I'm just...
No, they didn't. Remember, there was the...
Oh, because it was... Oh, yeah, it was switched because the sheet was wrong.
I got you.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
So, some say that little imperfections actually can make perfection even more striking.
When
did anyone say that?
When it comes to aesthetics, you know, like if someone is like a tiny, like a beauty spot or
Oh,
something.
right. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Because perfection is boring.
Got it.
So is this a perfect game?
Yeah. 100%. Grubs aren't
I'm
real.
with you.
Grubs are not real. Plates are not real. Okay? That is if you're going for a perfectest game, which is what we coined in 2019 when plates were introduced. And T1 actually got one, where they took all plates, kept all of their turrets at pristine health, and never died, never dropped an objective ever. So that has actually happened in Kesper Cup of 2019. Since then, I don't know whether it's happened before. So we've agreed to disagree, apparently. Technically, it's not a perfect game, but they understand what I'm trying to mean.
I'm just making sure. Normally, I don't, you know...
there you go. Maybe you say grubs are a concept, not real, or something. I don't know. But I do think that this was an exemplary performance by mainly the mid-jungle here of Gen G, but honestly everyone having a really good game. And player of the match, is Duro actually in the conversation though? I think he's had a really good day. Oh, outside of the Brom game was not great, was it?
The Brom game was not great from him, but I think both other games, they might have lost game 2 if it wasn't for his Renata.
Yeah.
I truly believe that. And I do think that the gap that was happening in bot lane was mostly due to Ruler just being out in really awkward positions, and his Alistar was incredible. And I think Duro, again, just slowly turning into a... Yeah, again.
I mean, is it the Keen? Because he just played good in every game.
I don't hate Keen, but I think it's Chovy.
I mean, I know it's probably Chovy, but is it really Keen? Twitch chat, right? Keen, maybe?
Atlas, we can't simultaneously, as a broadcast, always make fun of the chat and the media votes and then ask the chat for help.
No, I'm gonna ask the chat for help. There's a guy that says 100% Chovy. Oh no.
I think you'll find many will be on board with the Chovy call.
Yeah, Resto Kimon is basically saying that it's Chovy. So maybe everyone just thinks it's Chovy.
Keen was incredible today, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But, you know, Keen's good, but it's Chovy. This is the struggle when you play with a mid laner that's that good. You know, Keen really suffering from success.
Yeah, it is tough when you're surrounded by legends
Is
to stand out.
Kenyon just a Nidalee one tree?
Well, he is definitely good at Nidalee. We will definitely say that. As you see, Chovy just moves a billion minions on top of Vikla.
This, we had quite the day, Atlas. I feel like we got kind of swept up after the shenanigans in the first series.
I feel very much like I went on a journey today.
We did.
Even though we sat in the same seats, in the same positions this whole day, Chovy did do a lot of boom boom damage. So he's got that side of the vote as well. Oh man. I really hope that some of maybe the POM comments are going to say perfect games as well. I want to see that there are other people that agree that grubs aren't real. And plates aren't.
Well, this is the problem. This is the one thing that grubs have going for them, whereas plates don't. If there was plates, they wouldn't show up on this thing, right?
Ah, so that thing would have to be completely empty. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that means that Void Grubs are actually real because they're actually on the screen. But you don't actually take the objective if you only get one of them.
I know.
So technically it doesn't count.
Atlas, you know I could...
If they were real, one of them would be a feed.
You know I would love to discuss this legal conundrum. That's I'm not even joking. It's exactly what I want to do, but we are getting interrupted by the most obvious POM.
Yeah.
Just for like
Did I try to argue everyone except for Ruler when it was just the most obvious Chovy angle as he moves to 300 points? I think he's alone on 300 points as well. Yes, the first one to reach it, as Chovy is often at the very top of our POM standings. What a day, Chronicler. It's been a very weird one.
We had a good time.
We did.
I don't know if we did well, but we had a good time.
Yeah, I don't really want to see the report card. I just want to go back and say that the vibes are in the right spot, you know?
After we filled up the room with opium and it turned out to be right.
And we may have OD'd a little bit, and so it's not our fault.
But that's what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine.
Exactly. And it means that we'll also get a chance to talk to Chovy. In fact, right now. Let's throw it over to Dia.
젠지의
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Genji. Congratulations!
팬분들의 뜨거운 환호가 터져나오고 있습니다. 젠지의 오전 전승.
The fans are so rowdy today. The undefeated with 5 wins in a row. How does it feel to continue your winning streak? In the process, I feel like we were able to defeat a lot of really strong teams, which makes me even more proud, and I'm really happy about this. And yeah, you're right. At this point, you have defeated 5 LCK teams at the top of the standings. So how high is your confidence right now? I feel like just like you said, our confidence is quite high. And I feel like the baseline mindset is that we can win against anyone. Yet BNK Fearless put up a good fight today, and they looked quite prepared. And you dropped Game 1 as a result. What do you think was the cause of the Game 1 loss? I think Game 1 we started off with a disadvantage, and we weren't able to catch up to them because of our champions, and I think the enemy was able to just snowball off of that, and we weren't able to come back. So what did you focus on from Game 2? So from Game 2, because I was playing Victor, there are a lot of challenges in the early stage. But I knew that as long as I'm able to scale well, that we would be able to win in the end. So I really focused on just scaling and getting to the late game. Yeah, in Game 3, your first rise in 2 years, you had an insane laning phase. Let's take a look at this replay. In this laning phase, you flashed in front of the turret to get this kill. So can you walk us through this? I think it's because we were able to play well before today. And I feel like before that, I thought I wasn't able to get this kill because I wasn't able to pull the combo off. So how did it feel when you got the kill? I was thinking, oh, thank God, I was able to get the kill regardless of me playing not playing well. So from skill shots to laning and trading and team fights, just how much time and how much effort do you put into practicing champions? A lot of the champions that we're seeing in mid are pretty similar. So right now, all I really try to focus on was just maintaining my condition, a good condition for the match days. And your next match will be a Saturday showdown with the bros. It's your chance to get your LCK Cup revenge. So any word over to them? I will make and put in a lot of effort to be considered to play out and pull off a godlike performance against the bros. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, as it is great to hear from Chovy in that game. It was a 2-1 victory for Genji, the surprise match. And as much as Game 1 was a surprise, Game 3 was also a surprise. The fastest game in the LCK so far.
Oh, they broke the record of BNK Fearless. Oh, against BNK. A little unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, maybe there's some arguments about was it a perfect game, was it not a perfect game. I think it's a perfect game. I think you have to at least get like a set of grubs to say it wasn't,
Yeah, what an unexpected game from Genji, after that Game 1. I don't know, I cannot really explain what happened at Game 3, but 20 kills and 0 kills from BNK. I mean...
Do you think it's a perfect game, what did?
I mean, they got a grub, right? and some plates, so... I would say it's not a perfect. I mean, I want to see a perfect game.
Can we do the original perfect definition? Yeah. 4 plates and grubs. I think if you say they can't get any plates, any grubs, we'll never get a perfect game again. Yeah. I think we have to modernize, right? We have to adjust. We have to take into account how the game has changed.
Was it a perfect game, Chad? Let us know. I don't know if we can do a poll right now, but let us know as we take a look at the player of the match votes here, where Chovy does get the victory, but he does it with dissent on the desk. It was a couple of keen votes, one from the cast and one from yours truly right here.
Bit of solidarity, you know. I mean, I think I expected Chovy to get it. I think he had some pretty fantastic performances. I think it was between him and Keen, but I think Keen, all 3 games, even in that loss, he was playing really well. I really think out of all the players in Gen G, he didn't really have a bad moment. I mean, Chovy, the game 1 was a little rough at the start. He obviously had that great shuffle to redeem it, and Chovy had some high highs, but I think Keen was just phenomenal through the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first series that we had today and the second series was kind of similar. You know, Faker trying his best to carry his own AD carry. And I think Chovy had the same moment, you know, when your AD carry is kind of struggling. So I think they had the kind of same mood today. And yeah, Chovy can definitely feel Faker right now.
Yeah, they feel for each other here. Let's see what Kronii put on out. A perfect man for a perfect game. Grubs are a construct.
I mean, I'd say towers are a construct. Grubs are a creature. So
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you on this one.
Yeah,
Sorry,
a little confused by what Chronicler means by this.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It was a lot of cooking talking. LCK greats, former LCK greats talk on the cast, so I'll give him the pass there with construct, creature, it's okay. Chovy, the ultra top secret weapon here by Helios.
Not very top secret, but very
Is he secret? Is he secret? No, I think he's public.
I think no, but it's a good line. It's like how you have the secret weapon to bring it up, and yeah, I think this is valid.
How dare you let Chovy pick mid lane champions?
Honestly, he can pick top lane champions too. I mean, he carries. True. I think just skip mid lane. Just how dare you let Chovy pick champions? I mean, that's the problem.
What if the opponent team just picks 5 mid lane champions for game 1, so you can actually prepare for game 2? That's how Fearless draft work.
Well, I think it's because they set up that game 3 draft. They hovered like Draven for the longest time, and we're trying to figure out where everything was going, and then eventually they just, they picked the Ryze, and that was that.
Anyways, Chovy is so good on every single champion, so I have no doubt on him.
Hot takes here on the space. Chovy is good at League of Legends.
Another hot take: Nidalee versus Zyra, not so good. 4-8, 1-4 this year. Ox hooked that one up here because the thinking behind it is that you could keep up in jungle, but it just doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, it's about the pacing in terms of being able to clear at a similar speed, but I think the thing is Nidalee can do so much more early, but also, if you think how Zyra wants to play, you can poke a bit, and you want them to dive into you so you can set up your ult. Nidalee can heal out your poke and just launch spears at you. She doesn't have to commit. If you get hit by a single spear as Zyra, the game is just over. So we saw this matchup played a lot at the start of the LCK Cup. I thought we were done with it. For some reason, it came back today. Because remember, Canyon picked the Nidalee first, and Raptor, who was playing really good today, picked the Zyra into it. And you saw the matchup was just a disaster.
I mean, when you think about the jungle champions right now for the carry role, there are not many champions that you can actually pick after game 2. So I think that's kind of result of it. But also, when you think about it, Zyra can rely on the lane matchup, and you can actually sit back and just farm it up, right? And I think I can see the idea behind, but yeah, as you mentioned, I think Nidalee is ahead of everything.
Also, the early game didn't quite play out that way for BNK Fearless, as the early death in the mid lane, and then they just kind of fell behind from there. Here's a fight over at 18 minutes where it was done and dusted.
Yeah, the game was pretty over here, but Duro gets that neat little combo with the flash, and then we get Keen coming in with this big ultimate. And then just icing on the cake, Duro also interrupts the Zeri dash here. It was just cool. It was just highlight clips, honestly. They were kind of popping off.
Yeah, that was sick. Like all the skill shots from the Gen G side. And I'm more curious about the game 1, what really happened at that time. But anyways, I think they pulled off their skill here.
Yeah, we got to see them play to the potential that we're used to, and putting down teams that aren't there at that level. A near perfect game. Chat mostly says yes. Prompter says technically no. We'll have to find out what the official ruling is as we take a look at the standings after today's matches. As it is, Gen G, they sit alone on top now with a 1-game little blemish there, but the win-loss still 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that they were going to be able to clean sweep the remaining teams. BNK Fearless gave them a bit of trouble, but still undefeated at this point. And the remaining matches are from 7th to 10th right now in the standings. DRX, KT, Bro, and DNF for their first round robin. So it's not too much of a surprise based on how Gen G normally is a regular season, but a good chance they go undefeated in series for this first round robin.
This is probably the group that we kind of expected. Maybe not about the order. So maybe the season will be. I mean, the round 2 will be end up like this, but we're gonna see it because the difference is still really close. You know, I think BNK and also the other teams are improving really fast with changing rosters, trying out new players. I feel like those kind of tryouts are helping out lower tier teams too.
Well, 3 of these 4 teams that you see on your screen have tried out substitutes with DRX, Bro, and KT, but DRX taking on Hanwha Life Esports first, then a big one for Bros and KT as they face off against each other to try and climb out of the bottom 5.
The first match, bit of an uphill battle, hard to see DRX winning that, but they'll give it the best shot. The second one, though, important, I think, for either of these teams to get this win. They're close together in the standings. They both need a boost right now.
Again, a little getting called out, but once you bring people into the conversation, they get a little defensive. So now the prompter is saying 1 grub doesn't fulfill feats of strength, so maybe 0 objectives.
That's what I'm saying. No, but like
that's what we were thinking.
Like at least if you got I'm not saying grubs don't count at all. If you got like 3, like a whole set of grubs, fair enough. But 1 little grub, like come on.
But you know that means that you also deny them to have the feats of strength,
okay,
right?
How about this? If they get any minions, it's not a perfect game. Would that make sense? No, it's unrealistic, okay?
I mean, perfect means perfect, you know?
Yeah, well, they got CS. They got farms, so it's not a perfect game. Oh, they killed a jungle monster. It's not a perfect... That's just silly, okay?
All right. We're not going to have six grubs anymore, so it's fine, you know? Soon it's going to change anyway.
You know, perfect is actually on a team that's playing tomorrow. KT versus Bro.
They've been casting recently.
Oh,
that's true. I just said he was on a team. I didn't say he was starting. Who knows what those rosters
will be. Perfect casting at the LCK. There we go.
Nice. And you'll have some more of that tomorrow. Again, see you later. Take care of yourself.
pick up an unprecedented 2-0. LCK의 호랑이 젠지가 OK 저축은행 브리온한테 사냥당합니다. 어떤 분들은 뭐 경기 내용이 일방적인 것 같다라고 하지만 오늘 같은 날 의외로 희변 드라마가 나올 수 있어요.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.